2014 meeting of the City Council, which is called to order. This meeting has been properly noticed and posted in compliance with the open meeting law. These proceedings are being video recorded as well as presented live on KCLV Cable Channel 2 and are closed caption for our hearing impaired viewers. Please note customers of CenturyLink may view this program in high definition on channel 1002. And some customers of Cox Communication who do not have a cable box may view this meeting on digital channel 89.5. Council meeting, as well as all other KCLV programming, may be viewed on the internet at www.lasvegasnevada.gov. The proceedings will be rebroadcast on KCLV Cable Channel 2 and the web the Wednesday of the meeting at 8 p.m., also Friday at 4 a.m., Saturday at 7 p.m., Sunday at 7 a.m., and the following Monday at 1 p.m. This building is protected by state-of-the-art fire detection and suppression sprinkler system. If alarms should activate during today's meeting, please evacuate using the exits at the back of the chambers out to the mezzanine. Proceed out the double doors to the terrace and down the back staircase. For anyone who has difficulty with stairs, please check with our marshal or a fire official for assistance. Once outside, assemble on the northeast corner across the street from City Hall at Lewis and First Street. Employees wearing safety vests or our city marshals will inform you when it's safe to re-enter the building. For public comment related to the items on the agenda, citizen participation, and public hearing items, we have available speaker card which you may complete and submit to the city clerk. Cards are available online in the clerk's office or at the rear of the chambers. If you do not submit a card, it does not prevent you from speaking under public comment, citizen participation, or specified public hearing. Public hearing items. If there's anyone present today who has need for hearing impaired equipment, please see the city clerk's staff. If you parked in the garage across the street and did not receive a validation ticket as you entered chambers, please exit to your right and see the security personnel at the entrance. It's before I ask for our prayer this morning, I do want to tell you all that it's with great sadness I inform you that one of our true Las Vegas citizens passed away. Todd Farlow, who made it a point to be at many of our city council and planning commission meetings over the years, goes to the Clark County Commission meetings, and a real advocate for the residents of our community, died 2 days ago. I received an email from his neighbors letting me know that he had passed away this weekend. Todd was truly passionate about the city of Las Vegas and became a self-appointed watchman and steward of the city. He attended the second annual Citizens Academy for Planning in 2012 and received a certificate for doing so, having attended all the meetings and having been very engaged in the learning process. Todd came to our meetings, was never afraid to ask questions or voice his opinion, and talked to both city staff and our council. He often hit on ideas and sparked discussions that resulted in changes to make our community a better place for us all. Our former mayor, Pro Tem Gary Reese, and the prior city council recognized Todd as Citizen of the Month in December of 2010. Amy Sanhoya grew up living next door to Todd. Her mother and grandmother still live in the same house, and Amy has shared some wonderful memories of Todd, being like an uncle to her. Amy said Todd always encouraged her to get involved in the city and would often say that things would only change if you make it change. Todd often joined Amy's family for the holidays and was devoted to raising rabbits, which is why we have so many rabbits in this community. I know that I, along with all of our council and staff, will miss Todd's upbeat attitude and sharp, questioning mind during our meetings. And I'm going to ask Pastor Benny Jacques, who will be giving this morning's comments, to please a moment of silent prayer for Todd. He really will be missed. It's been at least 15 years that he's been coming to these meetings, if not more.
Madam Mayor?
Yes,
I
please.
just wondered, Would it be possible for us to plant a tree in his memory someplace around City Hall? You know how he always pushed for the trees and the
Well, I had
canopy?
sent out a memo earlier this morning
Oh.
saying that maybe perhaps we could do something to plaque the trees, one of the trees along Main Street exactly
Oh.
for that.
Okay.
And what a wonderful way to honor him, because in fact, trees, every time we had one of those homes that had been boarded up in foreclosure, he would talk about saving that tree, and so many of them were in Ward 1.
Yes.
But they're all over town.
But
and so-
I agreed with him, so I had a buddy there. And he's really going to be missed. It takes a little joy out of our meeting.
Oh, without question. And, it was interesting, I've only been in office 3 years, but I saw his growth, and he really became spot on, at least half of the issues he brought to our attention with his passion. And so I couldn't agree with you more, Councilwoman, and I know that I had sent out a memo this morning, asked our head of Public Works if in fact that would be a possibility that we could, a very special, a unique dedication there. So we'll get back. And Councilman Coffin, please.
Thank you very much, Your Honor. I, of course, like everybody on this council, had the deepest respect for Todd Farlow. As Gary Reese had made him Citizen of the Month once, I inherited Todd, and I like to think of it that way, as he is a constituent of Ward 3. And there is an empty chair in our chambers today with Todd's name on it, because he's really missed, and that's to be reserved for him all day long. I think I know Todd as well as anybody, because we used to go to meetings together once a week for families who cared about people who suffered drug addiction. And Todd had similar interests. So we became close that way, but there are many people that know Todd, and I always wondered why Todd would want to attend these meetings, why he was so obsessively concerned about things, truly, amazingly. He attended every county commission meeting. He attended planning commissions for both bodies. He attended the Colorado River Commission, the Southern Nevada Water Authority, and you name it, and Todd Farlow was there. And visiting with his neighbors yesterday afternoon, I learned a lot more about Todd and why the way he is, and I'll just briefly say that in 1996 or thereabouts, when Todd was working, doing some security work for what was then maybe the Silver Dollar Saloon at 5 Points at Fremont and Charleston, but may also be called the Silver Saddle now. He was doing security work, and he 86'd 4 young men because they were rowdy and drunk. And he escorted them outside, and he was being the usual courteous Todd Farlow. They jumped on him, and they beat him nearly to death, and he was in a coma for a long time. And he had terrible skull fractures and loss of brain material, and he was never the same after that. And that is where the doctor's advice came in. How could I, he asked, how could I regain my strength? How can I stay alive? And that was what, the advice that he got from his doctor and fostered by you and Oscar and others to go to meetings, to pay attention, it's what paid off, and it's what kept him alive for so long. And that's why he cared so much. It was his therapy, coming here, listening, criticizing, cajoling, and sometimes praising. That was the way he had his recovery. For 18 long years, suffering these, and you wouldn't know it from his appearance, certainly, but it's undoubted that that was the reason for his persistence. And yes, he had lost some of his capacities, but he figured out how to rewire himself and make himself an effective citizen. He never regained full use of many features that we like to take for granted, but I think he always has our hearts. And so thank you very much for allowing me to speak on that.
Thank you, Councilman. I think the information you've given us even makes our hearts even a little bit sadder today. Thank you. And so we'll proceed on now, and please rise for the invocation given this morning by Pastor Benny Jack, Victory Outreach Las Vegas, and then remain standing for the Pledge of Allegiance. Thank you.
If I could have every head bowed and every eye closed, please. Heavenly Father, we come before you this beautiful day, Lord, and God, we just pray also, Lord, for the family of Todd, Lord, and we just pray, God, that his spirit, God, will just continue to just be here, God, with us, Lord God. And I pray, God, for Mayor, my God, Caroline and the council, Lord. I pray that you would give them wisdom, God, that you would just be with them, Lord, and as they make decisions, God, and even hard decisions, Lord. And I just pray that you would just have your way, God, throughout this whole session, not only in the morning, but in the afternoon, God. We ask you this right now in Jesus Christ's name. Amen.
And we will continue with the ceremonial portion. Okay, everyone. For our first item, I'd like to invite Operations Maintenance Director Larry Hogness to join us at the podium, please. Here he comes. Our employees strive to be superheroes in the workplace, meeting our values of action, which, as you've heard me mention before, stands for achievement, creativity, teamwork, integrity, and ownership now. These are the words and the thoughts that build our community to make life better for us all. And I'm proud to announce that the Employee of the Month this month is Thomas Zwick. So Thomas, please come join us at the podium too. Yay. Thomas is a senior carpenter with the city, and he's been with us for almost 24 years. Thomas is one of those dedicated employees behind the scene who makes complicated but completed projects happen. It's almost like magic. His projects are sprinkled throughout our city hall. Some of the projects Thomas has built include the display cases in the city clerk's office that show off some of the city's historical artifacts. Few bobbleheads of my husband. He also built the beautiful podium right here that I'm standing behind. He was able to repurpose the old podium that we used at the former Yuki City Hall, sorry about that, into something that matches the aesthetics of this magnificent chamber. And I think he did a beautiful job. Look how it matches all of this. It's simply incredible. Most importantly, Thomas designed, constructed, and installed historically accurate cabinets, window hardware, and other items at Foreman House at Floyd Lamb Park at Tule Springs. That park is one of the city's true jewels, and to have these historic buildings so lovingly restored is something the community truly treasures. Thomas exhibits integrity and has always been respectful to everyone. He's a valued asset to the city of Las Vegas, and on behalf of the entire city council, it's a pleasure and an honor to name Thomas the Employee of the Month. Along with this award, Thomas has received a $100 Visa gift card, compliments of the Clark County Credit Union, and a $100 gift card from Mundo Restaurant. In addition, a $100 donation will be made to the charity of his choice by Super Pawn. Thomas has also received various other awards from the city and council to recognize his great work. But finally, to our left, you will see a street sign which bears Thomas's name on it. That will be posted in front of City Hall on Main Street. And I'd like Larry first to say a few words, and then, of course, we'd like to hear from you, Thomas. Mr. Hogness.
Thank you, Mayor. First, I want to thank the mayor, the council, and the city manager's office for providing the employee recognition program. It's really a great program. We're very fortunate to have so many great employees, and Tom is a great example of that. He's a true craftsman and just has done project after project, and one of those kind of unsung heroes that just does his job every day and does a fantastic job at it. So we're very happy for Tom and want to congratulate him. Thank you.
Thanks. I guess it's my turn to talk.
Oh, way to go.
Right?
Yes.
Good morning. Thank you, Mayor Goodman and the council, and Larry. I'd like to express my special thank you to Councilman Stephen Ross for recognizing my talents and job well done by nominating me for this honor. Thanks. I'd also like to thank the best boss ever, Tim Shackelford, and the Special Projects crew I have the privilege of working with. A special thanks goes out to Sandy Shackelford for the time and effort she contributed to this project. I truly enjoy working with the City of Las Vegas and the opportunities I've had over the last 24 years. I take great deal of pride in my work and consider it a privilege to have been able to work on the Floyd Lamb project. It's an honor to be able to leave my mark on restoration of a historical building. As I think of it, I left my mark and workmanship all over the city for the length of my career. And I built this podium right here, which is used by very important people. So once again, thank you for the special honor. I look forward to working on many more projects in the future.
Here you are.
Cool. That's nice.
Beautiful.
Yep.
Now he can make the most beautiful portrait frame for this, I'm sure.
That's right.
Will you do that? We're so proud and so grateful to you, and I just know, oh, how nice to be married to a man who can fix something.
My wife is
I bet she is. Congratulations. How about a picture over by the sign? Oscar can't put a nail in the wall. Thomas, thank you. Congratulations again.
Did Jerry fix the faucets in our bathroom one time? Yeah.
Okay, I'm glad you did that, Councilman Barlow, because I think you're up next. Yes, for our next item, Councilman Barlow is going to recognize the outstanding work of some students in our community.
Thank you, Mayor. Tom mentioned that this podium that he created and made, he made it for some very important people. Tom, I want to share with you that you're just as important as everyone that stands behind this podium, because we represent the people. And so for that, we share this with the entire community. So thank you so very much for the wonderful work that you've done. Let's give Tom another round of applause. Today, ladies and gentlemen, I have the great honor of really recognizing some wonderful students in our community. I just want to share with you that the item that I'll be discussing today and explaining is something that is very close and near and dear to some natives of this community's heart. Indiana Pacers point guard, 5th annual C.J. Watson Black History Essay Contest for students at Wendell P. Williams Elementary, West Prep Institute, and Ernest Becker Middle School. They're here in the audience today, and they'll be recognized for the essay contest that C.J. Watson, who is a native of our community, established his foundation, the Quiet Storm Foundation, for the youth in our community as he gives back out on the basketball court for the National Basketball Association each and every year. This essay contest had a topic, and the topic was describe an event in Black history that you believe most changed or influenced Americans' way of life. Indiana Pacers point guard C.J. Watson is a product of Ward 5. He played at the Doolittle Community Center and the son of City of Las Vegas employee Kathy Watson. For the past 5 years, together they have sponsored a Black History contest at the elementary and middle school, and the middle schools, as I mentioned, Wendell P. Williams, Ernest Becker, and West Prep. C.J. Watson attended school as an adolescent here in the city of Las Vegas. In 2009, C.J. and his family founded the Quiet Storm Foundation, a public nonprofit corporation here in Las Vegas. The Watson family has been a positive force in our community since the inception of Hoops for Hope in 2002. The foundation's mission is to provide a positive educational and recreational opportunity for youth while developing leaders with an emphasis on health and wellness, particularly those who are disadvantaged. Central to that mission are 4 educational objectives. Number 1, to encourage and motivate children to read and write, to develop and help children with the foundational skills they need to become good readers. That's number 2. Number 3, to distribute books to children and encourage them to start home libraries. And finally, to provide reading instruction for parents and families in literacy programs. In the past 5 years, CJ and the Quiet Storm Foundation have sponsored the essay contest to not only get students to read and write, but to enlighten young people's mind in American history and preserve influential Black history. More importantly, the contest is designed to develop a greater understanding in our young people that many have paved the way for them to have a better quality of life. CJ felt it was important for students to understand that many Americans in history have been treated differently based on the color of their skin, where they were from, and their social and economic backgrounds. Students were asked to write an essay describing an event in Black history that they believe most changed or influenced the American way of life. Today, I would like to congratulate all of the students that participated in the C.J. Watson Black History Essay Contest and the winners from each school and give them an opportunity to read their essays. Starting first from Wendell P. Williams Elementary School, Majesty Laval, are you here? Please come forward. Let's give Majesty a round of applause as he comes forward. And also is the principal, Mrs. McLaughlin, is your principal here? Anyone from Wendell P? No one? Okay. So are you going to recite your essay? You ready? Okay, here we go. Do you have it with you? I don't have it.
No, I don't have it.
You don't have it? Okay, because I don't have it. Do you remember it? Okay, we'll recite it. I'm sorry, go ahead.
The event that most impacted my life was the March on Washington. This march took place to rally the civil rights bill that would help end segregation, though the biggest part of that event was a speech given by Dr. Martin Luther King, a speech that, along with the bill, helped move thousands apart and allowed not only the blacks of then, but all races of now a fair chance. I feel that without this event, my life wouldn't be the same in any way. Of course, there are big ways this event affected my life. One is allowing me a chance at an equal level of education, as without it, I wouldn't be reciting this essay now. The fair use of any public places like the parks and restaurants I'd like to go to have any friends I'd like no matter their color or where they're from. Finally, an equal chance at any job I may want in the future, even being the president like Barack Obama. There are a lot of things in our history that have impacted our lives, but this is one of the biggest. Dr. Martin Luther King's speech made a difference for us all, and many opportunities wouldn't be there for me if he wasn't there. He's one man that made a difference, so why can't I? Because of him, even I have a chance to make a difference. Even I can be president.
Ladies and gentlemen, Majesty Laval. Majesty, do you know why you're standing behind this podium? Because Tom made it for important people just like you. All right? So I want you to stand right here to my right. Stand right here. And next up from West Prep Institute is Gisela Simon. Is Gisela here? Oh, here she is. Let's give her a round of applause as she comes. And also representing West Prep is the community director, Mr. Darren McCoy, and their principal, Amy Smith. Where you all? Oh, Dan? Okay, well, Dan, please stand, and Mr. McCoy, please stand and represent West Prep. Thank you all so very much. Dan Ackenberger. Okay, now let's hear from Gisela.
May Carol Jemison was born October 17, 1956. She was born in Decatur, Alabama. May wanted to become a scientist. She studied to be a doctor, astronaut, professional dancer, and engineer. She was a famous African-American achiever. May accomplished many great things. One of her biggest achievements was to be the first African-American female to attend an astronaut training program and to go to outer space. May Carol Jemison is daughter of Dorothy Green and Charlie Jemison. May's mother worked as a elementary teacher, and May's father worked as a roofer and carpenter. She had one older brother and one older sister. Her brother's name is Charles Jemison, and her sister's name is Ada Jemison. She is the youngest of all. When May was 3, her family moved to Chicago, Illinois, seeking for a better education and bigger opportunities. She attended Morgan Park High School, Stanford, Cornell University Medical College. She had activities in Stanford such as theater and dancing. She got a Bachelor of Science in Chemical Engineering. Later, she attended Cornell University Medical College and studied medicine to become a doctor. On September 12, 1992, she was the first African American to go to space. She went with 6 other astronauts. They were in space for 8 days. May was dancing in space. She said it was her destiny to blast off to space. Her dream came true. May was working for NASA those days. On March 1993, May left NASA. She went to Africa and focused on medicine. She made a quote that said, "I'd like to go to space again if there was a mission to Mars. I'd also like to go to a completely different planetary system out of our solar system," said Macy Jemison. As you can see, she was a believer, and she made them come true. She was a brave African-American woman. Thank you.
All right. Gisela, you're important, so you stand right here next to your podium that Tom made for you as well. And Mr. Ackenberger, I apologize. I looked at the wrong line. So the principal of West Prep, Mr. Ackenberger, I apologize. Thank you so very much, you and Mr. McCoy, for having such great students as Gisela. And representing Becker Middle School is Rainey Bledsoe, and the principal, Amy Herring Smith. Is the principal here from Becker? How are you? Thank you so very much for being here. Are you ready? Yeah. Okay, here we go.
Growing up in an African-American family, Black history has always had great significance. My grandparents would always tell me stories about segregation and events they were actually in. My grandmother marched in the Martin Luther King civil rights movement as a kid with her grandmother, and also went to school during the time Black Panther free lunch program was implemented. There was always one story that really stuck to me growing up and now today. This story was the United Negro College Fund, or UNCF, that actually helped put my grandfather through college. A little history on the United Negro College Fund is it was founded on April 25, 1944. This nonprofit organization is an eleemosynary that funds scholarships for African American students. The founder, Frederick D. Patterson, was an orphan at the age of 2 and sadly died at the age of 86. He was born on October 10, 1901 in Washington, D.C., and later moved with his sister after both their parents died from tuberculosis. He was always hardworking and compassionate about his education. Over the years, he started realizing the differences that were going on between whites and blacks, and how one couldn't get the same opportunity as the other. As Frederick D. Patterson said, "I learned a lesson with regard to race that I never forgot. How people feel about you reflects the way you permit yourself to be treated. If you permit yourself to be treated differently, you are condemned to an unequal relationship." The civil rights movement has made drastic changes for African Americans. There was a time that we could not sit in the same classroom with other races, let alone eat lunch together. Before blacks were able to attend school, they were forced to not read and live uneducated. Even when they did go to school, blacks were not guaranteed textbooks, making the obstacle even more challenging. Frederick D. Patterson was determined not to let this stop him from his American rights and wanted to help underprivileged African Americans like himself attend college. He was the only African American in attendance at Iowa State University, where he learned important personal lessons about race and society. Now we are privileged to sit in the same classroom with different ethnicities and be judged by character, not race. We get the same opportunities in education everyone deserves. I consider myself to be a hard worker and very disciplined when it comes to school. My mother requires nothing but the best from both my sister and I. Even when a sense of doubt arrives, she teaches us to take the challenge head on and strive for success. From elementary school to middle school and going into high school, I've always been an accelerated student, not afraid of the bridges I have to cross. Even though learning new things and getting good grades come natural to me, I believe excelling in school and taking advantage of all opportunities available to me is paying homage to my ancestors that fought for my civil rights. Frederick D. Patterson became a hero to many blacks. The United Negro College Fund supported approximately 65,000 African American students at over 900 colleges and universities, with an estimated $113 million in grants and scholarships in the year 2005 alone. About 60% of these students were the first in their families to attend college, and 62% had an annual family income of less than $25,000. Not only then, but today, poverty restricts a great amount of students from attending college. Many black families struggle to put food on the table, let alone send their children to college. The United Negro College Fund not only helped, but improved the rate of blacks attending college. My dream is to attend UC Berkeley to obtain a degree in media communications. The United Negro College Fund is now an option I can use if my family falls short financially to put me through college. Mr. Patterson was not the only one to help blacks gain their freedom, but one of many to pave the way to independence. Thank you, Frederick D. Patterson, and may you rest in paradise knowing you revolutionized the African Americans' educational opportunities.
Ladies and gentlemen, the 2014 CJ Watson Essay Contest winners. And I also want to share with you that CJ will be flying each of these young people to Indiana for a luncheon coming up in probably approximately about a week and a half from now. And also they'll be sitting front row at an Indiana Pacers game as they watch C.J. Watson play. So let's give them a round of applause as they enjoy themselves in icy Indiana. And at this time, I would like to present each one of you with a certificate. This is yours. There you go. And this is yours. And this is yours. And if you all will please come around and let's take a photo with the mayor and the council members. Thank you, Mayor.
Okay, can we move the let's move ourselves, easier than moving the podium. Can we slide that way, please? Okay, we're good sliders. And can you hold this for a moment? Congratulations. Beautifully done. What wonderful young people. Boy, are we proud of you. Congratulations.
Very impressive.
Where are you going to high school?
I'm going to Northwest.
Wow. And then where are you zoned for middle school? Or are you middle school right now?
No. I'm still in elementary in 5th grade.
Fifth. Oh, so next year, where do you go? Do we know?
I'm not sure yet.
Harvard. That's a good place to go. And where are you headed next year?
Hyde Park.
Hyde Park, science and math. Wonderful, good. In Zone 1, Ward 1. How wonderful. Okay, thank you very much. I'll take you with me. And for our final item, we have Councilwoman Tarkanian. She's going to recognize someone who's been a great help to many of her community programs. Good morning.
Thank you. Thank you. Last week, was Random Acts of Kindness Week. And we had a national day designated for that because although it sounds simple, random acts of kindness, it's an extremely important thing to do within our society today. So I was very pleased when I was on the school board. Every speech I gave to the seniors that were graduating was always remember to show those random acts of kindness throughout your life. There are people that walk by you in the street. There are people with whom you work. There are people that you go to school with, and you may never know the pain and the problems they have. And if you just give them a nice smile or you give them something extra special, it's a very, very meaningful thing. And I'm going to introduce today a young man who does a lot of random acts of kindness. Very, very many for his age. He's already completed. On behalf of the Las Vegas City Council and residents, I would like to honor a very extraordinary young man today, Paul F. Jones. Would you come up, Paul? And how about his mother and father coming up too? Would you like to come up? Give some credit here too for the parenting. Yes. Now, some may know Paul as Foul Ball Paul, and you may notice he loves that baseball by the shirt he's wearing. Sort of as a side note, he has a very, very large baseball card collection totaling over 1,700,000 baseball cards. Paul does other things as well. In fact, he has been working and giving back to our community for several years now by collecting and recycling soda cans all year long to accomplish two separate but very important goals. The obvious goal is making a difference in the environment, but the other is what he does with the proceeds from the cans. He does not keep it for himself. He does not use it for new clothes or toys or games or anything like that. And I believe that this is very telling about this young man's compassion for others. Every year, Paul chooses a different project or nonprofit organization to donate this money to, in the hope his efforts will make a difference to others who may face challenges in their life. Paul believes that by helping to assist all people in the achievement of social and economic improvements for themselves, that he is helping to make our city a better place for all. So today I am so very pleased to announce that Paul has chosen a project in Ward 1 known as KEEN, which stands for Keeping Everyone's Eyes on the Neighborhood. It's a neighborhood where we've been doing a lot of work. It's a neighborhood who's needed a lot of help, and even though they've made significant progress, they still need a lot of help. And Paul's generous donation of $600, he gave us 2 checks. Imagine that. Here's 500, here's 100. That will touch many lives in this community and help them to achieve their initiatives for this year. We're doing some very special work there. We consider that Paul is a big part of that work. So Paul, that is how we honor you today, and if I can have the certificate. You might want to hold it so the audience can see. It says, a certificate of recognition presented to Paul F. Jones, also known as Foul Ball Paul. The City of Las Vegas would like to thank you, Paul, for your generous donation, your commitment and support to the residents of our community, and in particular this year to Ward 1, Keene. I would like to say that he does things in all wards. It isn't just our ward, but he does throughout the city. And this is presented February 19th, 2014, by the members of our council. So, Paul, can we have a few words from you?
Okay. Ms. Mayor and City Council, I'd like to thank you for having me here today. For the people who don't know me, my name is Paul F. Jones, better known as AKA Foul Ball Paul, a proud citizen of Las Vegas. I am here today to talk about the KEEN program, which stands for Keeping Everyone's Eyes on the Neighborhood, and a $500 donation that I am making to this program. The program was started by Councilwoman Tarkanian. Through her efforts, the KEEN program is making a difference in our neighborhoods in Ward 1. The citizens in these neighborhoods are taking pride in the appearance and upkeep of their streets, which increases safety for all children in their neighborhoods. These children need to be shown that people care about them in their neighborhoods because they are part of the big picture of Las Vegas. The children that are here today will become leaders of tomorrow. We as leaders of today need to set the example that there is hope for change, that they don't have to live in neighborhoods with graffiti on the walls and trash in the streets and gangs run wild. So by donating this money to such a worthy cause, I hope to set an example to my fellow citizens of Las Vegas and Clark County that you can make a difference. And with that, I'd like to add another $100 to my donation. Thank you.
And I think that Paul represents the best of what we can give as we help each other in our neighborhoods, because that's the way we make the difference. All together, together we have to be. Mom, would you like to say a few words? Okay. Moms are always shy. I don't know why. But anyway, thank you. We want to have a picture taken if we could.
Congratulations. There we go. We'll come around you, okay?
Yes, we're going to surround you. You want to have somebody here?
Great, thank you, congratulations, and here's good luck. Mayor. Yes, we're so proud of you. Million baseball. Wonderful, so proud. The envy of all. Okay, we, the council and mayor, are ready to proceed, but unfortunately, technology isn't. So we have to give a 5-minute break here, recess, while technology catches up with us. Thank you. Okay. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, we're ready to resume. So we're on agenda item 8. Public comment during this portion of the agenda must be limited to matters on the agenda for action. The amount of time any single speaker is allowed may be limited. All comments made will be cross-referenced to those specific items. If anyone submitted a speaker card or who wishes to speak under this portion of the agenda, please come to the podium and state your name for the record. At this point, we'll set the time for 1 minute. And I have cards from Doug Damaso on item 11 and from Paul Moradkin on item, I'm sending him back to school. It could be 47 or 97, but I'm sure it's 47. Yes, please, sir.
Doug DeMacy, 208 North 9th. And you just mentioned that you have my item card. I just want to make sure that item 11 is brought forward for discussion. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Now we're going to find out, is it 47 or 97?
It was 47, Mayor, sorry.
Okay, thank you.
Good morning. For the record, Paul Moradkin with Las Vegas Metro Chamber of Commerce. The Metro Chamber is here today to support agenda item 47, which is the interlocal agreement between the City of Las Vegas Business Licensing and the Secretary of State's office. We're supporting this item because we believe that this complements the efforts of City of Las Vegas and local governments in Clark County in their efforts to streamline the business licensing process. Las Vegas Business Licensing has done a great job in working to innovate, streamline, and respond to the needs of local businesses through consolidation of categories, reducing wait time, paperwork, and streamlining the overall process. This is all greatly appreciated by the Metro Chamber and the approximately 6,000 members we represent. The interlocal agreement in front of you is a good example of local government being engaged and working with other government entities to provide increased services to their customers, which in this case is the business community. The level 1 access that will be given to local governments through the state's business portal will help them to streamline their efforts and the process between the local government and the state. I would be amiss if I did not thank Karen Duddleson, her staff, and city legal staff in helping develop an interlocal agreement with the Secretary of State's office that will work well for the benefit of its customers. She has done a fantastic job and a true advocate for this process, and we appreciate her efforts and the council and the mayor. Thank you very much for your time today.
Thank you, Mr. Moradkin. Anyone else, please come forward and state your name. Hearing and seeing none, we will move on now to agenda item 9. Business items for possible action. Any items that the council staff and/or applicant wish to be stricken, tabled, withdrawn, held in abeyance to a future meeting may be brought forward and acted upon at this time. Councilman Anthony.
Thank you, Mayor. I have 6 items. Item number 13, special event permit for Davis Amusement, Cascadia, 6,000 West Cheyenne Road. Staff has asked that be stricken. Item number 58, report regarding the Keene Keeping Everyone's Eyes on the Neighborhood Technology Initiative. Staff has asked that be stricken. Item number 60, discussion for possible action to designate James Carmody Consulting Services as the municipal court administrator. Under critical labor shortage criteria per NRS, staff has asked that be stricken. Item number 70, which is bill number 2014-3, staff has asked that item be obeyed till March 5th, 2014. Item number 69, bill number 2013-61, staff has asked that to be stricken. And item number 57, which is an abeyance item, report regarding the status and progress of the shared services and management consulting agreement with the City of North Las Vegas. Staff has also asked that to be stricken, and that will be my motion.
Thank you. There's a motion. Please vote. Please post. It was 69 and 57, both stricken. Thank you. The motion carries. Thank you very much. Okay, we'll move on to agenda item 10 for possible action to approve the final minutes by reference to the regular city council meeting of January 22nd, 2014. Is there a motion to approve those minutes, please?
So moved.
Thank you. There's a motion. Please vote. And please post. And that motion carries. Thank you very much. We'll move on now to agenda items 11 through 56, except for omitting agenda item 13, which has been stricken. On the consent agenda are considered to be routine or recommended for approval by the departments may be enacted in one motion. Is there any item included that the council wishes to bring forward?
Yeah, Mayor, with your permission, I did receive a request, and maybe Councilman Coffin was going to do this already, pull forward agenda item 11 for, if there's anyone here who wants to discuss that, or Councilman Coffin, was that something you wanted to do?
Yes, he just thumbs up.
Okay, thank you.
And
Thank
we
you, Mayor.
had Doug Damaso who just requested that as well. So we will pull that forward, and so there's a motion, please, Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you, Mayor. I'll make a motion to accept the consent agenda items 11 through 56, except for item number 13, and pull forward item number 11.
Thank you very much. This motion, please vote, and please post. And motion carries, and so we'll attend to agenda item 11 for possible action to approve a special event permit for Life Cube LLC on private and public property at and surrounding 910 Fremont Street, Las Vegas 89101 for March 15th through the 22nd, 2014. Scott Cohen is responsible person in charge. This is in Ward 3, Councilman Coffin. Good morning.
Good morning, Mayor and Council. For the record, Ted Olivas, Chief of Staff. The item before you is to consider a special events permit for the Life Cube project. You may have seen the press release that was sent out by Communications this morning. We have a component of the Life Cube in the City Hall lobby downstairs. This request is for a special event to be held from March 15th through the 21st at 910 Fremont Street. That's between 9th and 10th Streets, and it's the empty lot that's on the north side of Fremont across from Atomic Liquors. On that site, a Life Cube has been constructed in the middle of the lot, which is approximately 24 by 24 by 24. And local artists are currently painting murals on the structure. During this requested event, visitors are encouraged to write down their goals, dreams, hopes, and ambitions on these official wish stick cards that I have here. The Life Cube will be set on fire on March 21st during the final ceremony. This is similar to other events that we've had, particularly on First Friday, where a few months ago they actually had a structure that was burned. This is similar to that. Staff, including Public Works and Fire and Metro and others, have reviewed the request and are recommending approval. Also, we have the event sponsor, Scott Cohen, here if you have any questions about the event.
Thank you, and I'd like to invite Mr. Damaso back up to make his comments, please. Thank you. And I see you have a gentleman with you, and if you could have him announce himself, too.
Doug DeMacy, 208 North 9th.
My name is Joel Menchaca. I'm the pastor of the church that sits on 9th and Stewart, real close to where the project is going to be.
Thank you very much. Good morning. Yes, please.
Thank you for bringing the item forward for public discussion. There hasn't actually been any public meetings on this. I represent a small group of people that are my tenants. I have several that have severe respiratory problems. They're less than 300 feet from the center of the cube, and I have great concerns about them on the day of the burn. I did speak to a representative with Clark County Air Quality. He was nice enough to return my call. He could not tell me that they would be safe in their homes. I would like you, Mrs. Goodman, on the record today, to tell me those people with severe respiratory disabilities that are less than 300 feet from the burn will be safe in their homes on that day. My other beef is the permit reads 2 a.m. for 6 nights in a row. Friday night, they had a techno rave on the site. They burned one of the cubes. There must have been 60, 70 people open alcohol use. I phoned it in to the Metro Special Events guy, and they shut it down. Now, you know, music, techno music till 2 a.m. for 6 nights in a row. I have poor people there. They work. They get up in the morning, they walk up Ogden to Las Vegas Boulevard and catch the bus to work. If you're going to be playing music of any level to that hour, it just seems very unreasonable.
Might I ask you up front first, have you met with Councilman Coffin, in whose ward this will be?
I have reached out to Mr. Coffin on more than one occasion, and I've been stonewalled. I have been to City Hall on a Thursday in the afternoon to attempt to make an appointment. I have another associate here who has a business who's left a number of messages. He can come up and tell his story. We have not met with Mr. Coffin. His office has not been open to us. The people that are putting this site on have removed the word community from all of their doings, but they have not removed the community. My residents, the Shabu family that runs the market on the corner, their customers, Pastor Joel's here's parishioners, they are the community, and they are not being represented by this board under any circumstances. I would ask you today to trail this item till March 5th so we can go over these issues. The biggest one is to burn this thing. Excuse me, I'm a little nervous. This is cardstock, right? This is a color ink on it, as well as the paints most likely on the cube are lead-based paints. If you lived in Washoe County, they tell you not to even burn a single one of these in your fireplace, but according to this plan, we are going to burn thousands of them. And then another curiosity of mine is we're having, in this item, you're changing a municipal code. What laws that we're breaking that we have to change? And this is a repeated pattern with the site. You know, I need to stay on the item that we are here today for, but the site itself, the Life is Beautiful concert, it's not as beautiful for the community that lives there as it is for the promoters of the show. I would just ask that you do not do this. I realize you're likely going to do it, and I would ask that Mr. Coffin take the time to find out who the people and the business operators are in his ward. Thank you. I'll give it
Thank
to
you
Joel.
for your comments. I'm going to ask Mr. Olivas, Mr. Cohen, do you happen to have a map to show where the residences are in relation to the lot across the street from Atomic Liquor?
Mayor?
So that we, yes, Councilman Coffin, please.
There has been a letter sent to us a few days ago, and I think that Mr. DeBase said it was sent Thursday afternoon. That's when we close, is Thursday evening, and for 4 days, so you would call Thursday,
On any given
Friday,
day, Bob,
Saturday.
not to interrupt you, but on any given week, the city no longer operates on Fridays. So on Thursday, it's a half day for everybody. You guys operate 3.5
Well,
days.
my point
If you
is,
show up at city council on upstairs here, there's no staffers, there's nobody there in the afternoon on Thursday, because they go home. It's a half day. You've been doing this since they cut it down to Friday. None of you were there. I asked the lady at the front desk, Ricky, I asked if any staff member of yours was there, Mr. Barlow. They said no. I was very specific. Me and Mr. Walliford were turned away from this building trying to make an appointment with you. I've emailed you. The guy sitting right next to you has my cell number. No, you haven't made any attempt to contact any of us.
I'm sorry, but, Your Honor,
You are
I don't want to be argumentative with a person who ignores the facts. So what I would like to do
What
is,
facts am I ignoring, sir?
and I'm not
Okay,
going to get
could you
argumentative with you,
excuse,
because I
please?
think what
Let's
you're
be
doing is taking
respectful.
advantage of your liberty to speak here by creating a controversy where none exists, or could have been
for you,
solved
sir.
with patience, or could have been solved. But again, as I say,
Yes, it could have been
if you
solved
made an
if
attempt.
there'd have been at least
Excuse
one
me,
public meeting on this subject.
Mr. Damaso, please. I
Well,
think you've made your point,
Your Honor,
please.
I don't think I want to discuss this with him, because I think it's important that there be
No kidding. I don't want to
courtesy,
discuss it with you.
courtesy from people who approach the council. And I think it's important to know that, yes, I'd like us to be open on Friday. Fridays were changed, when were they taken off, city manager? How long ago was that? 4 years ago, maybe?
I believe we started that in January of 2010.
Yeah. You know, that is a gripe that everybody has, and it's unfortunate. Well, I'll agree with you there on that. But to use the word stonewall is incorrect, for sure. And I think anybody that deals with our office would tell you that doesn't happen.
I think you just
But
made
there are
a
certain
statement that
people
said you
that-
didn't want to deal with me on it. I call that stonewalling, mister.
I would tell you, excuse me, Mr.
think you've had your
Damaso,
bite at
my
the apple
staff
there.
Go
was
ahead and sit
there.
down and let Joel talk.
My staff was there, I was there, we were in City Hall. I think out of deference, you really need to be very respectful. Mr. Coffin, Councilman Coffin does a great deal of work in your neighborhood. I know in Ward 3, this is just an issue. I'm sure he has concerns, needs
With
the
all due
information.
respect.
There's no
If
respect
this
here,
is
Your Honor.
something, the one thing that you said early on, there was no community meeting on this at all. And I don't know whether that's something that staff has done as a regular rule on these or not.
Well, I'd like to find out if Ted would report to us, was an attempt made? Would Mr. Simon also appear? Because he apparently, I've never met him. He's apparently putting this on. So let's find out what's going on.
I would like an answer from you if my respiratory disability
I would
tenants
wish I
are
could tell
safe.
you, I would tell you, I'm not a physician, nor am I part of the health department. I would have concerns. I'd like to hear about this. I know we have a prevailing southwest wind. I don't know if the homes in which your clients live and your residents live are airtight and the apartments or houses are well protected, in which case, if that were the case, I would say yes, because they've been inspected, but I can't certainly possibly give you that. What I'd like to do is hear from Mr. Simon and also Mr. Cohen or Mr. Olivas as to what notification has been given beyond the cards.
Yeah, Your Honor, I asked, when I heard about this project last week, I think it was, I asked Fire if it passed inspection. They said yes, they were approving, and I said, what kind of materials are being used to burn? And they said it was the kind that wouldn't create pollution. Of course, any fire creates some pollution, but let's find out from Mr. Simon what it does.
You have to turn so the red light comes on, please. Thank you.
Good morning. My name is Scott Cohen. I'm the artist, so I apologize for any inconvenience to the neighbors and to this council. Thank you all for allowing me the opportunity to come to talk to you today. The Life Cube is a project that I've been working on for over 10 years. Over 5 years ago, we built our first cube. This is the first cube in a major city, and so it does propose some
Could you speak a
challenges.
little more directly
Yes.
so they can hear you
This is the
clearly?
first cube in a city, and it does propose challenges, but we've tried addressing each and every one of them. So a couple of things that have, you can ask me any questions you'd like, and I'd be happy to share with you. There has been some misconceptions, and I'd like to make sure that those are straightened out so that at least the council is aware that we're not trying to do things that shouldn't be allowed or aren't allowed. There was no burn of a cube on Friday night. Okay.
There's just one burning one night?
There's
What-
one burn, there is a fire pit.
Yes.
And that is burning just 2x4 lumber, untreated, no chemicals, and that's just basically, I've created an environment for artists to come, paint, and enjoy themselves, musicians to come and play, and this is something that's almost a social experiment. So far, we're before we even have opened it and removed our construction fence, people have come and interacted, and I've tried reaching out to as many people in the community as possible, including both of these gentlemen, as soon as I was made aware.
Could I
Thank
just
you,
say
Mr.
something?
Cohen, and Councilwoman is asked to ask.
I just, I do think there are some problems with people who are living in the community for a while in downtown. We've read it in the newspaper, we've had calls for other things. But, you know, we have to sit down and work it out together. And I'm just wondering if perhaps Councilman Coffin, whatever happened in the past, it happened, that's done. If perhaps you could, you know, meet with everybody here and work out their problems and do it in your usual professional, calm way.
Your Honor, thank you. To you and through you to Councilwoman Tarkanian. This is an unusual thing because we've got two districts right here. The fire is in Ward 3. The fourplex owned by Mr. DeBase is in Ward 5. So
Right.
we
So I
we're
was
crisscrossing
I
things
was
here.
brought forth with the concerns that were stated just a few minutes ago about both air quality and about the burn itself. okay, and the music. So with regard to the air quality, I've been working with 15 departments within the City Hall and the county and the state, and I hope that I've crossed every T.
I think where we are right now really truly is perhaps with the permission of the councilman
Well,
to make his decision.
I have a motion to
Please.
make, Your Honor.
Please.
But first, I want to ask Mr. Simon, as a condition of granting this today, I want you to take the residents of Mr. DeBase's fourplex, as well as Mr. DeBase, if he doesn't live there, to dinner at the El Cortez the evening or the day of the time of the burn, so that they are not anywhere near where the air pollution could occur. It will pass over and through the area and be gone.
Yes, sir. And in fact, the fire department won't even allow a burn to happen if there is a wind.
Understand.
So
That they should not be in the area when the burn happens. So you will take care of that.
would you like me to make sure that we offer alternate transportation and housing?
No,
for
you'll
these folks
arrange
if they don't?
you'll arrange for them to be out of the area.
Absolutely.
Having a nice dinner during this burn.
If that's what they'd like, they'd be happy to. I've also invited
That's going to
them
be
to
part of
come.
my motion, which I now make, Your Honor, to approve item 11 with the special conditions attached.
There's a motion. Please vote. And please post.
You're welcome.
Thank you, Councilman. Thank you, Mr. Cohen. The reason for my negative vote is I'd like to see a community meeting and an opportunity for that. But knowing Mr. Cohen's work in the past and believing in the meetings that have been held already and information that has passed, certainly my vote is really just to advocate for community involvement. Thank you.
For any indiscretion, thank you.
That's
Madam
fine.
Mayor,
Yes,
but I just
Councilwoman.
might add it, and my no vote was because I think there's a lot of enthusiasm with people who are new and coming into the area and the artistic, and I think it's magnificent. But there's also a generational thing where people who have been there for a while have their own way of life, and sometimes we overlook that, and that's why I would go for a meeting, because not just for this, but for in the future, so that nothing is done incorrectly to bother those who live in the area.
Thank you, Councilwoman.
Thank you.
I can make a personal commitment to this body that I will reach out to the community and I will try and answer any questions. I'm on the site, unless I'm speaking at schools throughout the community. I've been on the site pretty much from early morning till late at night, and I'm happy to answer any questions, and I invite all of you to come and put your wishes, dreams, goals, and ambitions inside.
Thank
Maybe
you
even pick
very
up a
much, and
paintbrush.
good luck, and
Thank
reach out to Mr. Damaso and his residents if you would. That's very nice.
Yes,
Thank you. And as I mentioned, the motion carries. I'm going to pull forward Agenda Item 63 at this time because we have so many young people that are here, and it's discussion for possible action regarding the YNAP, or the Youth Neighborhood Association Partnership Program Grant Review Board, which recommends to allocate $25,000 for 31 youth initiative projects. This is in reference to all wards. And good morning, Mr. Harson.
Good morning, Mayor
Please.
and City Council. This is the 13th year of the YNAP program. As you know, this program offers grants of up to $1,000 to youth groups who design and implement a neighborhood improvement project that benefits or it has a positive impact on our community. With a budget of $25,000, this year's YNAP board is recommending to fund 31 projects. These 31 youth groups are pledging over $268,000 in volunteer labor, donation, and/or in-kind services. This is a 10-to-1 match to our $25,000 investment. This year, I have Quasi Davis and Kimberly Figueroa, who is the chair and vice chair of the YNAP board, and they're here with me today to present the board's recommendations for your consideration and approval.
We'd love to hear from them. Good morning, and please do state your name, even though Mr. Harson so graciously did that.
My name is Quasi Davis.
Good morning.
My name is Kimberly Figueroa.
Morning.
Good morning, Mayor and council members. My name is Quasi Davis. I am the chair of the YNAP board this year. This is my second year serving on the board, and I was again very impressed, not only with my peers serving on the board as volunteers, but also the youth groups that are giving so much back to the community as volunteers. Thank you very much for the opportunity. I have learned a lot through this program and about my community and about leadership skills. This year, the YNAP Grant Review Board is recommending 31 projects for funding. 61 community service projects such as collecting supplies for the less fortunate and hosting community events. 3 community improvement projects such as restoring areas of neighborhoods, schools, and community centers with murals, gardens, and cleanups. 12 community educational projects such as peer mentoring and increasing youth awareness of community health and safety issues through conferences and workshops. Together, these projects will provide the city with a match of $253,000 in volunteer hours and over $15,000 in donations and labor. I would like to recognize each project. If the group is attending, please stand when I read your project name. CSN High School National Students Council, project title Wrap It Up for School Bell, amount awarded $800 with a volunteer match of $7,771. CSN National Honor Society, Operation School Bell, amount awarded $800 with a volunteer match of $4,251. Jalen's Gift Foundation, project title Memorial Keepsake Boxes, amount awarded $700 with a grant match of $2,540.96. Marabelli SWAT Team Program, It's Hip to Snip, with amount awarded $600 with a grant match of $4,708. The Middle School Varsity Cheerleaders, project title Rainbow Dream Student Ambassador Program, with amount awarded $900 and grant match of $5,196. Clark High School STEM Program, project title Clark STEM Peer Tutoring Club, amount awarded $1,000 with a grant match of $22,368. Clark Robotics Challenge Phase 2, a community project, Clark Charges STEM, FRC Robotics, amount awarded $1,000 with a grant match of $26,129. Boy Scouts of America, Mother Hubbard's Cupboard, amount awarded $800 with a grant match of $1,129. Veterans Teen Council, Presents for Pets, $800 with a grant match of $1,451. God's Angels and Company, project title God's Angels and Company, with a amount awarded $700, a grant match of $2,018. Desert Pines High School Math Club, $800 with a grant match of $13,784. East Las Vegas Youth Council, project title East Las Vegas Mural Project, with an amount awarded of $800, a grant match of $29,108. Howard Hollingsworth Elementary School, Warm Hugs for UMC, amount awarded $800 with a grant match of $2,220. Luntz Elementary School, the Anti-Bullying Project, amount awarded $1,000 with a grant match of $3,652. Becker National Junior High Honor Society, Special Education Field Day, amount awarded $1,000 with a grant match of $1,101. Cimarron Memorial High School Teen Council, the Royal Fair, $800 with a grant match of $24,101. Lexi's Little Gesture, Lullaby and Goodnight, amount awarded $800 with a grant match of $1,373. ATM Youth Ambassadors, Youth Lending a Helping Hand, amount awarded $800 with a grant match of $25,740. Doolittle Leaders of Tomorrow's Teen Council, Healthy Me Fun Fitness Day, amount awarded $800 with a grant match of $1,948. Las Vegas Academy Teen Council, Speak Easy Senior Citizen Prom, amount awarded $800 with a grant match of $1,516. Marble Manor Eat to Live Garden Project, with amount awarded $900 with a grant match of $5,159. Impact Youth, TLC taking the initiative to love and care for seniors, amount awarded $800 with a grant match of $2,413. LOTF Youth Council, Imprints, amount awarded $800 with a grant match of $2,373. Quiet Storm Youth Advisory Council, project titled Young Spoken Voices Poetry Slam. Amount awarded $1,000 with a grant match of $7,925. Teen Advocates for Pregnancy Prevention, Teen Block Party, amount awarded $800, grant match of $3,889. Marty Hennessy Jr. Tennis Foundation, project title Marty Hennessy Jr. Tennis Foundation, amount awarded $800 with a grant match of $15,102. Green Machine with Angels Wings, project title Green Machine with Angels, amount awarded $800 with a grant match of $3,171. Auburn School High School DECA, No Place for Hate, amount awarded $800 with a grant match of $11,972.70. Arbor View High School DECA Veteran Smiles, amount awarded $200 with a grant match of $6,653. Northwest Youth Empowerment Council, Glad to Help a Grad, amount awarded $1,000, grant match $7,286. Mother Hubbard's Cupboard Food Pantry, project title Mother Hubbard's Cupboard Food Pantry, amount awarded $800 with a grant match of $7,472. The total amount awarded $25,000 with a total grant match of $269,320.66.
What wonderful, wonderful work you're doing. We're so proud of you all and everybody with whom you work. Congratulations, it's fabulous. Could I ask Mr. Harson, the grant match, where does that come from? The 200 plus thousand?
The grant match actually comes from these kids' work in the community through their volunteer time. They work with the community partners as far as people donating items or maybe doing fundraising events.
Absolutely
So,
sensational.
very amazing,
Congratulations.
very amazing work.
It is. It's amazing work. We're so thrilled and so proud. And again, congratulations to all of you as you stood up. Just to watch your faces and could see you smile, we know that you really love what you do. And it's so
Mayor?
important to give back. Councilman?
With your permission to,
Ross,
can we
please.
have them all stand one more time for a round of applause, because they have done an exceptional job in this community, and they continue to do so as the next leaders of this community. And I want to express, Mayor, my appreciation to the adults who were part of this YNAB board as well, who put it together, city staff members, and then the youth members that were on this board. Director Harson, you've got a wonderful team working for you. And I just think the more we highlight the accomplishments of the young people in this community, because this is really
Well
tomorrow.
said.
These are the leaders of this community, the leaders of our future, and they're off to a great start. So thank you,
Without
Mayor.
question, thank you. And I have to add, of course, this is year 13, I think you said, Mr. Harson, so that as this was created, you've made it bigger and better and more comprehensive. So it's really, really with great gratitude we sit in front of you and thank you. And your leadership is really grand up here. And that you haven't had a chance to say anything.
Good morning, Mayor and Council.
Okay.
Council members. My name is Kimberly Figueroa, and I am Vice Chair of the
Camilla,
YNAB.
do you want to pull the microphone down closer to your mouth? Perfect, because you're tiny. There you are. Perfect.
Good morning, Mayor and Council members. My name is Kimberly Figueroa, and I am Vice Chair of the YNAB Board. This is my first term serving on the YNAB Board. And when I first found out that I was one of the few youth that were picked to participate in this program, I was honored, but most of all excited about being part of a program that helps the community so much. And I would like to thank you for giving me the opportunity to be involved with a really great program. I have enjoyed serving together with other teams and adult board members. It has been a really great experience working together with other teams and adult mentors. I hope to serve again next year. We want to give a big thank you to all of the youth group who presented. They did a wonderful job, and their projects were creative and all served an important community need. We would also like to recognize this year's YNAB Grant Review Board members and thank them for volunteering their time to this year's grant review process. Deborah Reyes, Paula Zer, Kimberly Reed, Vicky Stilred, David Alexander Lopez, Becky Skousen, Joe Mitchell, Michelle Saxon, Zachary Chandler, Brandon DeWitt, Quasi Davis, Carlos Rodriguez, Jenny Reyes Geronimo, Alexa Miller, me, and Benita Salazar.
We are so proud and grateful, and what's lovely too is it's so comprehensive. You spread out around the whole community and do so many different types, and with this funding, it's exceptional. So we thank you as Vice Chairman of this work, and you've just done a wonderful, wonderful job. And Councilwoman, I know you wanted to say something.
I just wanted to reemphasize what you and Councilman Ross have said, and that is just tremendous amount of energy and vitality. I know the YNAP people with whom I worked in the past, they've just done great, great work. And to see all of you come here today and show you're behind the grants for which you requested. And I also wanted to say, again, thank you to the staff and all the other volunteers that work long hours in making these selections for YNAP. I know sometimes it goes late into the night, at least from what I've seen it has. And so those are people who are volunteering and who are helping too, so that all of you can have a part in this. So just congratulations, you're magnificent.
And therefore, we would like to have a motion to accept.
Thank you, Mayor. I'll make a motion to accept the board's recommendation for the allocation of $25,000 for 31 youth-initiated projects.
Thank you very much. There's a motion. Please vote. And please post.
On behalf of the YNAP Grant Review Board, we would like to thank the mayor and council members for your continued support of the YNAP, and we would like to thank all the youth who are giving back to the community. Thank you.
And we thank you. Congratulations. Unanimously accepted. Thank you. And so now for those of you who are in school, you may be excused to go back to class. But wonderful work you're doing, and it is really leadership for each one of you that you're showing others with whom you're friends or not necessarily friends, but you have a commitment to each other to make our community as best it can be. So congratulations and thank you. All right, we will now move to back in order, which we have agenda item 57 and 58 have been stricken. And so we will go on to agenda item 59. And that item, discussion for possible action regarding a second amendment to the amended disposition and development agreement between City Parkway V5 Inc. CPV and Palmer City Core Union Park Hotel LLC developer, whereby developer agrees to purchase and develop a restaurant and four-star full-service hotel on Parcel G in Symphony Park, located in a portion of the undeveloped lot which is north of Bonneville, east of the Grand Central Parkway, south of Ogden Underpass, and west of the Union Pacific Railroad. This happens to be in Ward 5 with Councilman Barlow. This is wonderful. Good morning, Mr. Arndt. Good morning, team.
Good morning, Mayor Goodman, members of the Las Vegas City Council. For the record, Bill Arndt, Director, Economic and Urban Development. I'm pleased to bring you today a second amendment to the disposition and development agreement for the Palmer City Core development. We've been under contract now with our partner for a while, and we have a great update on the project, and this amendment will allow the project to move forward. This dates back to both 2008 and 2010, when we first engaged our partner to develop a non-gaming hotel on Parcel G in Symphony Park, which for the listening audience and those following the item is the parcel that is situated directly across from the Smith Center for the Performing Arts and the park at Symphony Park. And so this will be a non-gaming hotel. We've worked very closely with the developer to look at two development options on the timing of the project. We are keeping some of the strength of the deal intact, which is the developer is committed to pay a purchase price for the land of $72 per square foot, which should yield a gross purchase price of approximately $9.6 million. We also are committed to the same scope of the project, which is a non-gaming hotel, The project in vision is 371 rooms, would feature a Charlie Palmer restaurant. We've decided to lay out a schedule in phases, really 2 development scenarios depending on some adjacent development. As you know, we're working very actively with the Cordish Company to develop the Las Vegas Arena in Symphony Park and also a live district adjacent to the arena. That project is of such magnitude that that would be a tipping point for this project and others. So we want to recognize that in our amendment to the agreement. So if we do reach an agreement for an arena through the term of our current extension, we've laid out a schedule where the developer would proceed in one phase and build out the phase whereby they would close on purchase of the property but no later than May 21st of 2015 or 30 days after closing of financing for the arena, and then start construction within 30 days after close of escrow, and it'd be an 18-month construction period. If the arena is not consummated by the end of our extension, which runs through June 1st, then by June 2nd, the developer would set in place a second scenario whereby they would develop the hotel in phases. And the reason for that is they want to make sure that they have a successful launch of the hotel. And so what they'd like to do is move forward with the project with a first phase of no less than 111 rooms, would also include the Charlie Palmer restaurant. They would appear before you again in September to go through the design drawings so you could see what the phase looks like and approve the architecture and the design in September, and then close escrow and purchase the property no later than December 30th of this year, and start construction 1 year after, which would be no later than December 1st of 2015. Effectively, what this second scenario does is it looks at the current deal structure, and really all it does is it extends the close of escrow, the purchase deadline, from what is currently the end of this month, February 27th, 2014, to December of 2014, or in other words, a 10-month extension. The developer is committed. They have a non-binding earnest deposit up with us. They've envisioned a quality non-gaming hotel that would be of very high caliber, and I'll let the project team talk to you about that. With us today is Rick Kaufman, Richard Feminella, and also Charlie Palmer. We're changing the batting order up a little bit at the request of the developer, and we're actually going to let Mr. Palmer go first to talk to you about the vision for the project and why they're excited to move forward. And with that, staff recommends approval, and I'll turn it over to Charlie.
Thank you, Mr. Blount and Mr. Arndt. Good morning.
Thank you, Bill. I just want to take a moment to thank Mayor Goodman and the City Council men and women that have afforded us the opportunity to hopefully get an extension to realize what's going to happen with the arena. I'm very excited about the arena, and I hope that is a realistic venture that happens, because I think it would really set the pace and, of course, set our pace along with that, in tandem with that. But at the same time, if that's not the case and it doesn't get approved or doesn't get financed, I'm anxious to get started and build what I think would be a world-class boutique hotel on the piece of property. And of course, we will do an amazing restaurant and kind of hopefully create a center of hub of activity there, regardless if the arena happens or not. So with that, I'll turn it over to Richard and get the specifics. I think the timelines obviously are pretty clear, and we look forward to it. We're anxious, and we're committed to Las Vegas. We had many other opportunities here in Las Vegas that we've looked at, but this is where we want to be. I want to reiterate that. We want to be in Symphony Park. We want to be in downtown, and hopefully that will become a reality soon. So with that,
We thank you for your friendship and your vision to stay downtown. Thank you.
Thank you.
And whoever's next, please make sure you state your name so we know on the record.
Richard Feminella. Good morning, Mayor, City
morning.
Council. Thank you for hearing us today. I just wanted to kind of summarize what Bill had said in the timeline. Earlier this year, or actually towards the end of last year, we went out and brought in PKF, a very regarded hotel consulting firm, to do an analysis. City staff has been great working with PKF, and between city staff and PKF come up with a real timeline for the reality of this hotel. The scenario A and scenario B that Bill laid out was basically laid upon us because of the surroundings of what goes on. We still stay committed to our original project, which is already entitled, but city staff did a great job in giving us an alternative in case we don't know what goes next door, that we can still move forward and get this project out of the ground. I think the key that they succeeded in doing is that whether it's scenario A or scenario B, we get a hotel at the beginning of 2017. The only difference in these scenarios in timing is about 3 months. And the reason for that, as Mr. Coffin had brought up in our briefings, which was very cute, is why would it take longer to build a smaller hotel, but our larger hotel is already entitled, and we would need a couple of extra months to get the entitlement to move forward in construction with scenario B. But I think city staff did a great job putting together 2 alternatives that will bring us to reality and get this project moving. And I thank you all for your work.
Thank you, Mr. Feminelli. You're on.
Richard Kaufman, Palmer City Core Hotels. I think it's all been said, and everyone has taken my words. So I will just say thank you for your consideration, and we look forward to being a part of the downtown after many years of being in the valley. And thank you very much.
Thank you. We look forward to having you. Any questions, comments from council? Councilman Barlow, this is on your piece of property.
You read about that, Mayor. It is on my piece of property, the property that I played for many years. Hide and seek, jumping from boxcar to boxcar. Oscar would always say that I had a glow, and he wasn't sure if the glow was from the radiation from the site. But I always enjoyed it when he said that I had a glow. But I do have a glow because this is very exciting to be a part of such a development, specifically in the Symphony Park area. I know this has been a long conversation. You all have gone through 2 mayors now. Hopefully you won't have to go through a third trying to get this out the ground. And so I really would like for you to have this out the ground so that Mayor Carolyn Goodman will have an opportunity to be a part of the groundbreaking and ribbon cutting. And all of us here on the dais would love to be a part of that. And so I understand the difficulties and all of the nuances and different options there are as it relates to what we're doing in relation to the arena and other developments in this area. So just as I moved forward at the last council meeting in relation to the extension for the arena conversation, I believe that I'm going to continue to move forward with your options, plan A or B, depending on how that pans out. So I'm going to move forward with the recommendation as stated by the applicant and as well as staff, and my motion would be for approval, subject to all conditions.
Thank you, Councilman Barlow. There's a motion. Please vote and please post. Hooray. And that motion carries. Thank you for hanging with us and for what you're doing. We appreciate it. We look forward to it. Can't wait for a good meal right down the street.
Mayor, if the city clerk could count me as an affirmative on that vote, please.
Unanimous. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Arndt. Agenda item 60 has been stricken by staff, so we're into agenda item 61. This is discussion for possible action on a memorandum of understanding between the City of Las Vegas, Clark County School District, CCSD, for use of the redevelopment agency set-aside funding consistent with NRS 279.685 and Assembly Bill 50 adopted during the 2013 Nevada legislative session. This is in reference to wards 1, 3, and 5, Councilwoman Tarkanian and Councilman Coffin and Barlow. Good morning.
Good morning, Mayor and Council. Again, for the record, Ted Olivas, Chief of Staff. The item before you is to consider an MOU with the Clark County School District. As you know, we have a significant education initiative, and we've been working with our friends at the school district for actually many years on education-related topics. A little bit of history on this item. As you recall, during the 2013 legislative session, our bill, Assembly Bill 50, was passed by the legislature. And that bill, we call it our RDA bill, did a number of things, including our extension, some new reporting requirements. It made a change to our set-aside funds, as well as allowing us to use a tourist improvement district within redevelopment areas, which we hadn't had the opportunity to before. This item here relates to the fourth bullet there, relating to the set-aside funds and how we're going to use those. As you recall, in the past, 18% of the revenue that's made by our redevelopment agency was set aside for affordable housing. This bill changed that from 18% for affordable housing to 9% affordable housing and another 9% for public educational facilities in or within 1 mile of our RDAs. And that's the key. Public educational facilities in or within 1 mile of our redevelopment agencies 1 and 2. So with that history, we'll talk a little bit about the MOU. This is the first step in a process that we'll have with the Clark County School District. And this really defines just the general funding mechanism and how we're going to operate in the years to come. If this agreement is approved, we'll be back with specific projects for you to consider. Okay, so this is just the first step in setting up the guidelines, and then we'll be back with the specific projects. In this case, the responsible department is Parks, Recreation, and Neighborhood Services, since they're responsible for our education initiative. The MOU defines the use of the funds and the options. There's the opportunity to issue bonds, fund projects immediately, and also fund feasibility projects. If there's projects that are contemplated that we're not sure about the cost for those, then we can fund those studies. The agreement also includes a provision that defines a joint planning group with representatives from the city and the school district, and their mission is to take a look at the projects and prioritize those and make recommendations to you each year. The term is would be when it's approved through March 6th of 2031. You may ask why it's March 6th of 2031, and that coincides with the termination of our redevelopment agency without the extension. So our redevelopment agency actually goes on another 15 years. This agreement coincides with our current term prior to the 15-year extension. Okay? The reporting requirements, this relates to how do we reconcile the projects that you approve versus what was actually spent. So included in the agreement are those provisions that allows us to make sure that we're getting the project that you had anticipated. And then there's also in this bill a requirement that we report to the Legislative Council Bureau by November 30th of each year. So that's generally what the project does. We've included some maps in here which shows the boundaries around the redevelopment agencies and where those potential schools would be located. So that just shows RDA 1 and RDA 2. And I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you. That's a great report. Any comments, questions? Councilman Anthony.
Thank you. Ted, it says it goes to public education facilities. Can you be a little bit more specific on what exactly that means? I mean, is it actually defined in the NRS? And as far as the funding, is it the city, can people apply for this money? If they qualify, do they apply for it? Do we just pick, or how does that work? What are those two answers to those two questions?
Public educational facilities is not defined in the statutes. I'll tell you what it's not. It's not books and things like that. It's actually for the facilities themselves, and the legislature was very clear on that. So it has to be for buildings. essentially.
So like an elementary school air conditioner?
That's right. Exactly.
What about charter schools?
This does not contemplate an agreement for charter schools, although I guess that could be discussed with the school district.
Okay, so you would discuss that with, okay.
Yeah, that would be a part of the process that we would go through on an annual basis when we're identifying those projects.
Yeah, because, I mean, charter schools are,
Public schools.
they're certified by the state board, so I guess we'd have to find out if they fit the definition of this particular item, okay? And as far as the funding, do people apply for that, or is it just something that you work with the school district to identify and then spend the money?
Yes, on the annual basis, the school district, much like the city, puts together a capital plan, and it identifies a number of projects, and we would use that to identify, first off, those schools that are within those boundaries, and then what's the highest and best use of those funds meeting the requirements of AB 50, and then we would come back and discuss that with you.
And I would request of you, if in fact anything is added to this to include charter schools, I would like that brought back to council, because I have very strong feelings about schools that have not been in existence to take money out of the older public schools that are truly public schools that need that funding to repair, replace, and keep the facilities up. Charter schools are coming about with the aggression right now, and many of them are the first time out of the gate, and because they get funding per student from the student allocation, it doesn't make them, in fact, something that is proven. So I would like that definitely on the record. If this grows to include charter schools for application, I'd like it brought back to council, please.
Perfect.
I'm glad you brought that up. Anything else? Councilwoman, let's have you with this, please.
With great appreciation to Ted and staff for working out all those difficult problems that we faced at the beginning of all this, I move for approval.
Thank you. Thank you. There's a motion. Please vote, and then please post. And yes, thank you, Mr. Olivas. Thank you. That motion carries. So we'll go on to agenda item 62, discussion for possible action to approve $100,000 in funding for legal fees to Parker Poe to represent the city of Las Vegas in negotiations with the Las Vegas Entertainment Development, LLC, for development of a downtown arena. This is in Ward 5 with Councilman Barlow. And so, Mr. Jervik, good morning.
Thank you, Your Honor. This item is in order, and I recommend approval.
Thank you very much. Are there any questions or comments? Anybody? Okay, hearing none. Councilman Barlow.
Yes, I would like to go ahead and move for approval of this item subject to all conditions.
And before, well, you can go ahead and vote because it's not going to make a difference. Please do cast your votes and post.
Say it again?
Mr. Jervik, I wanted just to ask if all of this funding wasn't used, what happens to the remainder of the $100,000?
It would just stay in the general fund. The way it's worded right now is a little bit complicated, but we changed the agreement with the Cordish Group, which is not called Cordish under this line item, but there's approximately $400,000 in money set aside for consulting services and consulting reports, and we don't expect we're going to use all of that. And our agreement with Cordish is whatever's left over can be used for legal fees, so we may not even touch the $100,000. But if we used the full $400,000 for consulting, and then we would touch the $100 out of the general fund, and we would only touch as much as we needed to pay the legal fees.
Thank you very much. Okay, so we have, please go ahead and vote. Let's see, I was missing, and Councilwoman, you also. And please post. And that motion carries with one no vote. And we did 63, we brought that forward, if you recall, so we're on to agenda item 64. Report from the Department of Planning regarding emerging alcohol-related issues in the downtown area. This is in reference to 1, 3, and 5, Councilwoman Tarkanian, Councilman Coffin and Barlow. Good morning.
Good morning, Your Honor. Karen Duddleston, Business Licensing Manager.
And Flynn Fagg, Planning Director. We had been directed last month by City Council to give you a presentation on alcohol issues in the downtown area, and with that, I'll turn it over to Karen Duddleston.
Thank you, Your Honor. Over the last 5 years, overall in alcohol licenses citywide, we've seen a fairly static number of alcohol licenses being requested, with businesses coming into business, businesses going out. While we've seen increases and decreases in our population and changes in our economy, both Las Vegas and local governments across the country are looking at some very interesting trends in requests to sell alcohol as business models are shifting because of the steady profit that alcohol provides to businesses. In particular, nationwide, where opportunity exists for package sales and for an off-sale type beer, wine, takeaway of alcohol, most of the urban areas are reporting dramatic increases in the requests for those types of licenses. They're also reporting that their communities and their social fabric around those are changing because of what they're reporting as access to cheap alcohol. And so we took a look, both citywide, like I said, we're seeing very steady growth. Outside of the downtown area, we're seeing some decreases. We're seeing a 4.5% decrease in liquor. That's on sale. That's restaurants, bars, those sorts of things. But we're seeing a little bit of an increase in package sales. But when we look at our urban core, we're seeing something very different. The downtown core, while we have seen an increase in overall liquor of about 36%, we've seen liquor store services have increased 66%. While the City Council has offered some very specific incentives in the form of licenses and waiver of fees to incentivize certain types of businesses to come downtown, we thought this trend was very interesting to make sure that we are looking at the type of businesses and making sure that we are incentivizing those and that these trends are what we would have expected to see because of those. Off-sale liquor in downtown, you can see on this map, we'll see the concentration of what those look like, that we are seeing them in the core of our tourist district as well as spread throughout the area. One of the issues that most of the communities have reported when we see these concentration of alcohol is their calls for metro services, for police calls. So one of the things that we did was worked with Metro to get their calls for services for violent crimes across the city. And then you'll see the darker colors of those concentrations, where we see the pinks and blues moving into those are the highest concentrations of calls. And we've overlaid on that our package and off-sales establishments. So as you look around the city, not just in the downtown area, but where we see a high concentration of those types of businesses, we are seeing a correlation in those types of calls. It's interesting that as liquor regulation was decentralized historically down to the regional and local levels, it was intended to allow that these types of issues were most effectively solved and dealt with at the local level. So we see a lot of liquor regulation at those local levels. We do that by controlling the time, the manner, the place, and the conditions under which liquor can be sold in our communities. Many states have state-controlled systems. Nevada's fairly unique. We're placing all of our liquor control basically at the city and county level. The increased number of liquor licenses and the impacts of these increases are changing the dynamics of our community, and they're creating concerns for tourists and residents alike. And as such, the mayor formed a downtown stakeholders group. That group has met over several months, And they identified a number of issues that they wanted to concentrate their efforts on in the downtown area. And you can see that list of items that they put on their agenda. They then took that rather large list and tried to come up with some central priorities that they could address. And those priorities were the presence of large numbers of underage patrons in the evening hours, the gangs and the atmosphere that attracts large numbers of individuals associated with those groups, the question of open container, what was allowed, how it was enforced, and the abundance of opened packaged liquor in the downtown area, street congestion and sidewalks obstruction, including outside lines for bars, street closures to handle crowds and street performers, and also the general parking and parking lot. We've worked with that group for several months, and they have a couple of accomplishments to report, and that includes the adoption by the City Council of the curfew ordinance, the adoption of the moratorium on new packaged liquor downtown, some voluntary changes by the operators of packaged liquor down on Fremont Street, and we're working with them to try to implement some changes. And then licensing and Metro have worked together, and we're sponsoring some seminars on training available to local businesses to identify the type of activities that are drawing some of those gang activities to our downtown area and making them more effective in their security and how those are affecting their business. The goals of liquor regulation overall have historically been to basically put into place regulations that protect our public order, that protect our young people, minors, restrict the criminal elements, moderate the use of alcohol to protect the public through our regulations and through fees on those products, restrict aggressive behavior on the part of sellers to become a business that pushes alcohol. So if their one and only revenue source is alcohol, we find more restrictions in those type of environment who has access to those. And then to make sure that we have controls at the local and regional level so that we can address those social issues that we're seeing, that we can fix locations in our community where alcohol would or would not be sold, and that we can control trade or advertising and pricing. And you'll see those across the country in liquor regulation is in places that provide disincentive in models for liquor consumption. We see models that restrict liquor as the main source of revenue. We see requirements for seating for meals. We see requirements that you must serve meals, that you can't just be a place that serves liquor. We see restrictions on minors being allowed to locations. We see percentages on the gross revenue that you can derive from your liquor sales. We see models that recognize the difference between beer and wine and hard spirits. So beer and wine in most communities is treated much differently than we treat hard spirits in our regulations. And that's basically bars versus a limited type of venue. We see models that restrict the times that you can serve or sell alcohol, the places, the locations in your community, and the manner of those sales. We also see models that restrict minors and youth from environments whose main purpose is, like I said, to increase sales of alcohol for their profit. We have these in our traditional licenses. We have our licenses in the city divided by beer and wine only and full alcohol. So we have a beer wine on sale that can only be for a restaurant. It allows you to only serve beer and wine while you are serving meals. So it is not a place that you stop after work for a drink. It is only table service. We also see that reflected in some of our large on-sale places like Field of Dreams. They have concessions, they have food located there, and it's only beer and wine. We then see full alcohol licenses in the same manner. We have a supper club, which is now called Restaurant with Alcohol, has requirements for 100 dining seats. You can have a separated lounge area where you may just go in and have a drink before or after your meal at those places, or just stop in. But 55% of your revenue must be from food. So that is not a location where they could become a bar where their primary revenue is from alcohol. We've provided a disincentive for that. If your food sales fall below 55%, you are no longer eligible for that license. We also see that in a general on sale where we see Cashman and the Smith Center with those types of licenses where their major source of revenue is tickets. It is something other than alcohol. It's also restricted venues. Then we see licenses that do not have those types of restriction, and traditionally that's been our tavern license, and we've seen those available to bars. We've also seen an expansion in the last 10 years of those types of unrestricted licenses. So we've seen the addition of the Tavern Limited license, which is available downtown, the Urban Lounge license, which is available downtown, and now our beer and wine bar. The issues that we're seeing with these is that these models all allow you to be primarily liquor sales. You do not have to have any other types of sales. We do not have in there that you have to have an area that's separated from minors. We are, as staff, struggling with under what conditions can minors be in these locations, because there's not separation and there's not restrictions. We're struggling with what other uses can be present. We've had requests for beauty salons. We have cinemas wanting to have these licenses. We have a variety of locations, and it's just not us. People are struggling with across the country with these same issues of models trying to use their licenses with very different types of uses. And we're seeing them wanting to expand beyond restaurants. So we're seeing some very tiny restaurants, not the 100 seats, but some very tiny restaurants that have these licenses. And we're seeing music halls, concert venues, where the primary source for that business would indeed be alcohol sales, but they want an all-age venue for folks to be able to be in there during concerts. So in the area of package, we're also seeing that that use is expanding. Traditionally, our package was limited to liquor stores, grocery stores, and drugstores. Drugstores historically were the place where drugs and spirits were sold. Our original liquor stores were drugstores. So that's how that one got in there. Sometime over the past 10 years through land use, we expanded that. And we now are the only entity in Southern Nevada, to my knowledge, that has expanded packaged liquor to places like gift shops and convenience stores. So we're seeing very different models. If you go back to those maps, you'll see a lot more proliferation of package, and that's full alcohol, at some very small locations throughout the city. So we're here to talk about the challenges of in particular downtown, but also across our community. We're struggling with the question is what do you want the focus of downtown to be in liquor regulation? Should we be developing and working on regulations toward adults, towards youth, towards families? When is alcohol venue limited to 21? Are meals required? Should we go back to that seating type required? Is the difference that percentage of revenue of alcohol? How prevalent should the access to inexpensive liquor and the locations where the primary revenues derived from alcohol sales be in our communities? And based on those priorities, what can we do through land use and the types of restrictions on these licenses to make sure that we're putting in place the appropriate regulations to support your visions and where you want us to head in downtown? For my last slide, I looked across the country. I talked to a lot of folks, and it was amazing to hear that we are not alone in the pressures that are coming on us in liquor regulations. People are struggling across the country. What they are seeing and what they are trying out in different places is things that are pretty tried and true we've seen in a lot of places. Package, for example, they're putting in distance separation requirements. We have distance separation requirements for taverns, but we're seeing those across the country. Some places are doing a ratio of population to package, so they only issue a certain number of package licenses depending on how many people live or have the need for those in the community. They're doing demonstrated need. They're making liquor licensees come in and demonstrate that there's actually a need for packaged liquor in that community, that it isn't available to serve that community, or there isn't enough available to serve that community. They're implementing time restrictions on when sales can take place. And they're changing their fee structure. We have had a flat fee structure that's been in place for our liquor licenses since 2003. Those have not changed, although we've seen our business models become more and more reliable, relying on alcohol sales. Unrestricted licenses for on-sale consumption. We're seeing the number of seats required for minors to be present in a restaurant. They're doing 30 seats or 60, not the little tiny places where you might only have 2 or 3 seats, so it's primarily a bar. Those sorts of things we're seeing. We're also seeing set time restrictions on when places have to close. That's traditionally not been one that Nevada has ever implemented. We have 24 hours a day. Most of us that grew up elsewhere, we remember last call, those sorts of things. They're requiring alcohol to not be the primary source of income, similar to our tavern or our supper club licenses. And they're seeing what they're calling morphing, and that is they're letting businesses operate in different ways depending on the time of day. So during the day, you might be subject to the on-sale requirement. Alcohol only served with meals at your tables. After work, from 5 to 8, if you have a separated area, you can have your bar area and your meal area, as long as you can separate them. And then after 9 o'clock, you're a bar, and it's 21 and over. So they're seeing, allowing a business to move through their day, especially in those downtown areas where we're running a daytime economy and a nighttime economy. They're also seeing nightclubs where they actually have a designation of a location with liquor as a nightclub. If you are a nightclub, you have to operate after a certain time under certain regulations. You're restricted access to those places. You're responsible for lines. You're responsible for increased security. You're responsible for your parking areas outside. Those responsibilities for those places that tend to have large crowds and congest those sidewalks. And we're also seeing people taking another look at their fee structure and the costs that alcohol is having on our communities, and are those fees commensurate with the impacts and the burdens on the city when those businesses are in such a concentrated area. With that, our question truly is some direction from you, particularly in the downtown area, and what we can be doing to make sure that we're helping to come up with the ideas to achieve your vision.
Great report. Very, very comprehensive. Councilman Barlow?
Thank you, Mayor and Karen. Thank you so very much, and Flynn. I appreciate you all bringing this forward, because this is exactly the question that I've been asking the mayor and council for a few months now, and that is, what type of downtown do we want, and what do we want our downtown to look like? And so I'm glad that this very important philosophical question that I've asked and fundamentally structure of conversation so that we can align the vision of our city of being that very vibrant community that it states in our mission statement, and the world-class city that we talk about on a daily basis and to the world. We have to basically align the two, because just as we've made changes in our parks as to how liquor is brought into our parks, we did that, I believe, a couple years ago. And in addition to that, we just recently, within the last quarter of 2013, changed the curfew in downtown surrounding the conversation of alcohol and liquor and minors. And then we had, of course, a very successful development in the heart of downtown, which is exciting and vibrant and spits fire. And I enjoy it. I took my wife and I there, and a couple friends, and we hang out there on the weekends now, because it's a cool environment. But yet and still, there's conversations as to whether or not there should be kids involved in adult-like entertainment activities in venues. And so as we continue to move forward and change the look and feel of downtown, and thanks, of course, to the actions of Scott Adams and his efforts to bring about a lot of changes on East Fremont, the East Fremont Entertainment District, and the opportunities that availed itself through the city of Las Vegas reducing the liquor codes and fees to allow a lot of those venues to basically take fire and run very aggressively down East Fremont. And you look at it today, and it's a wonderful place. But yet and still, there's a lot of conversation from our law enforcement to the business owners down that corridor of Fremont, East Fremont, as well as underneath the canopy, Fremont Street Experience, as it relates to youth, alcohol. And in addition to that, we've had recently a moratorium on whether or not there's going to be more liquor establishments or less liquor establishments. Yesterday, inside of recommending, where I chaired, there was another philosophical question from Mayor Pro Tem, my colleague Councilman Coffin, and myself as to whether or not there would be more or less bars. A question that came down from district court. The judge stated that she believed, or he believed, which I'm not sure if it was a male or female judge, but I know a judge stated that a bar means a bar, but there was an ordinance placed before us in recommending yesterday in regards to liquor as to whether or not downtown property owners should have one bar or more than one bar. And that was another philosophical question surrounding liquor and alcohol. So everything that we've been discussing within the last 24 months has been specifically as it relates to downtown, good or bad, and there's a lot of good that have come out of it. I believe these are great growing pains, but this council now has to pause and slow up a little bit to make sure that the decisions that we're making moving forward are decisions that we can live with in the future. And I'm not talking about just tomorrow. I'm talking about long after all of us on this council are gone. Because how we vote today will impact future generations to come. And so I want to make sure that we at least start to slow up a little bit, not to impede business, but to make good policy decisions as it relates to our government and our constituency and our business community, so that it will be the vibrant community that we speak of, that it will be that world-class community that we're designing. And so for that, before I really dove into the epic of the conversation, I just wanted to thank you for bringing that forward, because it's a very important conversation that this council has to decide on. What is it that we want to be, and what type of look do we want in our downtown, and how families and youth tie into the bigger conversation of beer and wine in our downtown community. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilman. Councilman Coffin.
Thank you. I suppose there's probably as many opinions on the council as there are taverns downtown, so we'll all have to just live with our differences of opinion, because each one is shaded slightly differently, which is set in a context of very black and white things, though, and that is the city of Las Vegas is gambling. Fremont Street is gambling and alcohol. They go together. They're twins, Geminis. And there's nothing we can do about that, because the great experiment ended about 90 years ago. It showed you couldn't quelch it, so you have to learn to live with it. So that's why we regulate it. Now then, I feel that the city could do more in a different way. We can regulate and squeeze people and tell them you can or cannot sell stuff. But really, when you think about it, the people that use it, by and large, the majority are using it okay. They're using it wisely. There's a minority of people who don't. They get drunk, or they are drunks. And I've been thinking about this for quite a while. And I figured that, I've had some experience with addiction. I've looked at this closely over the years, and I noticed the city hasn't done anything to promote wellness among people who are addicted. Let's just assume that we ought to go after to help educate and perhaps even provide a little bit of help for those who are addicted. We spend a ton of money, millions, on homeless. Nearly all of them are either addicted to something or they are mentally ill. But we really don't do anything to help them, if you know what I mean. We clothe them, we try to keep them off the street and out of the way, but we don't really do anything. So, in conjunction with this, and actually with the container park discussion, I had brought this up a couple of months ago with the downtown project, and they have agreed, and I didn't want to steal their thunder from the container park, but I think this is an appropriate point to bring it up. They have agreed to start hosting 12-step meetings downtown. They're going to provide rooms for people to go there on a regular basis to be able to cope with their addictions and work with other people who abuse alcohol and drugs. The fellowship of 12-step really does work. All the rehabilitation in the world might be available to wealthy people, but it's not available to the middle class and poor people. But that 12-step works, and they're going to agree to host this. So this is a great thing for us, but we need to pitch in and make sure people know about it. One of the reasons why this is important is because we have attracted so many young people to Las Vegas. Now, one of the reasons we have these taverns is because we knew that several thousand young people at a minimum were going to move here, and that the great social lubricants of alcohol and other things, they bring them here, and they want that kind of atmosphere. They want coffee shops, they want Wi-Fi, and they want alcohol. And that's just life. So we have permitted this in a genteel fashion to grow. But what we didn't do, and it's just not a regulator's idea usually. A regulator's got to think of codes and rules, ordinances that are black and white, and we provide the gray area. You can't. But we do have the ability to help the people who abuse these intoxicants. And so I think the city needs to pitch in and start spending some money to foster the growth of 12-step and non-religious based treatment groups, not at great expense because they bear the expense themselves, generally speaking. The Las Vegas Recovery Institute, I think it's the Las Vegas Recovery, the Recovery Foundation for Recovery, I'm sure I'm twisting their name right, they have agreed to help us set it up. And I think that's a therapeutic way to address a problem that we really won't ever be able to legally solve. Because I don't care if we had no bars downtown, we'd have alcoholism, we'd have drinking, we'd have people bringing it in. It's just that's the way life is. So the therapeutic way, we can address that, though, in such a way that it doesn't cost a lot of money, but could yield a great deal of benefit, particularly for that young group. They're starting to drink before 21, obviously they always have, so let's say the 18 to 30, 35 crowd, they could take advantage of this amongst their peers. There's a lot of addicted youngsters in their 20s and their teens, and I've seen them at these meetings. I've seen them sober and reflective, and this is the kind of thing they need to associate with. So the 20-somethings, that some of them are going to become alcoholics, they just didn't know it when they went to work for Zappos or some other company. Some of them are going to become alcoholics. It's just in their makeup. But it could have happened if they stayed in Henderson or Barstow. It really doesn't matter. And so let's try to meet those needs in that fashion and not simply just say, regulate stronger and stronger. Anyway, I want to yield. I want to put all my time into it if I can, since I not only represent that area, but I know all the members of the council are concerned about this. This is not just Ward 1, 3, and 5 as a problem. It's for all of us because we all care about this. So I'm sorry for stepping on the container parks lines today, but I know they won't object, and they'll be talking about it again when they're up, and item 66 and 67. Therefore, I yield it back to you, Mayor, and wish you well.
Thank you. Councilman Ross.
Thank you, Mayor. I was just going to say this may be something that will serve us better if we bring this topic of discussion up at our upcoming retreat to kind of have that idea. Grateful for that presentation to the mayor and the council, Ms. Duddleston and Mr. Fagg, and that may give us some time to kind of think about that. But I do want to say this to you. As you indicated to us, we're not the only community in the country that's dealing with this type of issue. But I will say this, we're a unique city, and I think everyone recognized that. That being said, you, Mr. Duddleston, and you, Mr. Fagg, have a golden opportunity to demonstrate that absolute awesome leadership that you both possess with your staff members on framing this the way we want to see it in downtown. I mean, great presentation, morphing the changes, the issues we're currently dealing with, the issues we may deal with tomorrow, based on what path we take. But I think you two have a golden opportunity to demonstrate that leadership and set the bar, not only for our city, but for other cities that will look at us and say, hey, Vegas got it right. And I think that's significant, Ms. Fretwell, because you've established such a wonderful team and having to deal with these issues. I mean, who'd have thought we'd be dealing with this issue 10 years ago, 5 years ago? And we're dealing with the success of our planning today and what downtown has become. And it's those growing pains. Who'd ever thought we'd be having gang issues in downtown? None of us on this council or the previous council would have even imagined that once we started laying out the plan for redevelopment of the downtown core. But thus it is. And that being said, we as a council, through this community will continue to demonstrate our leadership in that form, but you guys as well. I mean, you've got a great team put together. You know the problems. You know the chaos that exists out there. And not just with alcohol and liquor in downtown. We're talking about medical marijuana issues that you have never, Ms. Dellison, had to deal with ever in your career. So I'd put your hat on and put a couple of feathers in it and say, hey, I'm dealing with this stuff. Never did I think, and you too, Mr. Fagg, never did I think in my career I'd be having to deal with these type of issues. But you can do it. We can do it as a city council and get this right. But again, I want to say that maybe this should be more discussed at our upcoming retreat, so we can kind of think about it a little while longer. Thank you, Mayor.
Excellent idea, and I would highly recommend that, Ms. Fretwell, that we use that opportunity to, and of course it's open meeting, so to include that, because I think all the comments that have been made thus far really point to it.
So let me just make sure I kind of understand. It sounds like you all appreciate the way that Ms. Dudleson's characterized the dilemma, the change in the environment, and that it may be helpful for us to draft what might be considered a model ordinance that then we could bring back that addresses issues both of package and unrestricted on-sale licensing to address as many of those changing conditions as we've identified based on the comments that many of you have made here today on trying to balance out the impacts. I think I heard from Councilman Barlow. I think we're going to struggle a little bit, Councilman Coffin, with treatment. Just from a charter standpoint, we might be able to try and work with the state on something like that, or the county, but certainly we can look into that. And to your point, Councilman Ross, really trying to take the essence of this dilemma and develop a new framework, basically, for the new condition for downtown, given all we know from the stakeholder feedback and the direction and guidance you've given us today, and sort of toss it up there and see what lands, and let you work through that model ordinance through a series of conversations through the traditional ordinance deliberation model. Am I hearing you right?
Well, I would like to recommend that we have the discussion, because obviously not everybody has voiced their opinion at this point and their concerns. Also, another area for treatment and the education, prevention. Certainly the nonprofits are highly involved in that. We have some very strong nonprofits that need to be included, with our encouragement for them to expand and further what they're doing. But I would think somehow if we can go ahead and have a discussion first based on what you've presented today, because we are the entertainment capital of the world, and as gaming's gone worldwide, for us to not present an opportunity for everybody to come, much like down in Mr. Adams' old haunt of New Orleans, they come there to have a good time. And so I think the discussion needs to be there, maybe bouncing off of this with further input and conversation, and then to create something that we can work up. But I think the key is what Councilman Ross said is really, really important. We need to have a lot of discussion on this, and where is that fine balance?
Madam Mayor?
Yes,
I might.
please.
At one time, we discussed And I think what you're saying is have a discussion, more of a discussion to say what we want before we have the ordinance? Is that what you were saying? That was my
Well, I
understanding.
mean, they could do it. It's always easy to have something to critique and tear apart, so an ordinance proper is fine. I mean, we could do it that way, but the thing is to get everybody's comments, because I know we haven't heard from everybody in Councilman
Right, and the
Anthony
thing
wants
is,
to-
we have had discussions, what type of city do we want to have?
Right.
Do we want a Bourbon Street, or do we want a gas lamplight district in San Diego? Now, before, what I heard was, we did not want a Bourbon Street, but I got to tell you, we're going more and more in that direction. You can tell by the number of liquor outlets there. So what if you're going to do an ordinance, are you going in the direction of Bourbon Street, or you're going in the direction of San Diego, or how would you be going?
That's where the conversation comes first.
That's where the conversation.
That's what we need to hear from you.
Right.
I think that's why this is, if you just look at these lists
But
that
you're
are
gonna hear-
on this one slide,
Yeah.
if you can, and you may not be ready to do that today, which we totally understand, but there are things that are happening on every one of your agendas.
So you're saying today
That are,
you want
you're
some more.
incrementally making decisions along all these lines on every agenda coming forward right now. So I don't necessarily, Councilwoman, propose that we draft an ordinance that without some guidance from you. I think the mayor's right on. It'd be great if there are certain things that you feel are critically important in today's conversation, say them. And you may, Councilman Coffin may be right. You may not all agree.
Well,
That's where you work it out in the ordinance
Councilman
process.
Coffin, I just have to tell you that having
but County
worked with
wants
groups
to
that help alcoholics and this 12-step program and everything, one of the major requirements is not to have alcohol available or to see or to tempt. And that we sure would have a dichotomy if we have all this liquor all over the place and then we offer the 12-step. I would feel that way. But I understand. I just wanted to know when we were going to have the conversations and giving you the information. It's not just today, partly today, but in additional meetings following up as you tweak the ordinance. Am I understanding? I just want to understand correctly.
We can do anything you like. We can take preliminary guidance today based on your conversation, start to winnow down kind of ordinance packages as it relates to these various topics that we've discussed. We can have a conversation today, refine some of these areas, and then bring them back to you in another discussion item at a subsequent agenda before we prepare an ordinance. We can go any way you all feel comfortable. So I just know that a lot of times you're very comfortable in discussing the ordinance itself because you actually are able to see the changes that are necessary. So if we get enough clarity today, we may be able to do that to bring forward an ordinance that then you work through. We did that with the parks ordinance, and it was a long meeting, but we got a lot of progress, and we updated an ordinance that had not been touched for 25 years, I think, maybe. And so we've got ordinances in here and schedules that haven't been touched for at least a decade. And there are a lot of different things that are going on in the last decade downtown.
Well, and you know, my concern, as I've voiced many times, has been the youth that are involved in drinking now. And the youth that families may not even know they're drinking that much. Or maybe it's starting at home, and then they're going, I listened to a young group, and they're talking about where they're going downtown to drink. I listened to a young middle-aged group, and they're talking about the great restaurants we're putting here downtown. So that's what I'm saying about which direction we're going in. But I understand what you're saying, Betsy, that's fine.
Thank you, Councilman, Mayor Pro Tem.
Okay. Thank you, Mayor. You know, this kind of reminds me of the Las Vegas Strip when they tried their family-friendly advertising and it didn't work, and they switched over to what happens in Vegas stays in Vegas, and it's an adult place, and that worked. I think the problem with us is your one slide is really the starting point. What's the focus of downtown, where it says it's titled Adults, Youth, and Families. And I think, unfortunately, for us, we have to create a downtown that has all three. I mean, we have adults coming down here to drink. We have Zappos setting up a zoo at the old City Hall for kids. So I think that's really our biggest challenge, is setting up a downtown where adults can come down and do adult things, and teenagers can come down and do teenager things without getting influenced by alcohol and some of that stuff. And, I mean, I see little kids walking around downtown now, so that's really our biggest challenge. And I think you have some great, suggestions here, but you have a lot. There's a lot we have to digest, and we really have to take our time and go through briefings and kind of whittle out the ones that probably are not a good idea, and start coming up with regulations for the ones that are good. But the one that came to mind that wasn't on here, I think we should talk about is the whole open container in public ordinance. There are some places like the Canopy where, that may be a carved out area where you can walk around with a glass of beer, wine or something, but should you buy a 12-pack of beer and go to 6th and Fremont and set up on the sidewalk and start drinking beer? So that may be something that we kind of do away with as public open containers, where you come down here, you go into a restaurant, you go into a tavern and you drink, but you can't bring that stuff outside and walk around and see what kind of chaos occurs. So I'm not sure if that's a good idea, but I think we need to throw that one out there just to see if it helps or not. So I think this is a great start, and I think we're gonna get a handle on this eventually. But we have adults and youth and families that are all mixed up together, and we have to make sure that they're all having a good time and not being influenced by anything bad. So very good.
It is something we could have an all-day open city council meeting just discussing this. I mean, that's literally what it would take. Because on each item and everything that you've been researching and doing all this time, and knowing all the different types of licenses that have been created for a specific purpose of creating an energy downtown and bringing, maybe it's the time we stop. We don't have, I'm sure you could pull up a map that shows all of Fremont, this Fremont Street Entertainment District. That's all happened within 3 years. And so all that concentration of liquor and all of that, it's been part of a process. So I think the retreat, the idea at least of the retreat, and maybe we'll have to have a special council meeting to discuss it. Wait till the marijuana issue really comes forward. It's going to be exactly the same, and so we need to be flexible, and we need to be thorough and prioritize, I think. Yes, Ms. Fabry?
I would just say really quickly, Mayor, I think there's a way to make all of this kind of fit together. You've got your retreats scheduled for the 25th and the 17th. That's a higher level conversation potentially than just a very narrow focus on this particular issue, but it may inform that conversation. Right? I think that's what Councilwoman Tarkanian was saying. What do we want to be as a city? What are we trying to grow? What do we want to look like in a few years? So maybe what we do, because this is agenda today as a report, and it was to facilitate some discussion, not necessarily you saying, yes, this, no, that, okay? So maybe what we can do as a result of your continued conversation today is bring back at another council meeting in the near future kind of a set of decision packages. We've done this with the budget before. We've done it with other ordinances where we take each of these topics and we break them down and clearly identify some key choices that you all may give us the thumbs up on or the thumbs down on, and then we would be better able to craft the ordinances that would then make that occur. So I guess what I'm suggesting is a bit of a 2 or 3 step process. Have the complete the conversation today, 1. 2, from that, we can then begin to construct some of these decision packages, if you will, bring that back as a discussion item probably in March, obviously, because we're done with council meetings in February. That'll be after your council retreat, so you will have had that discussion about that larger city vision. And then we can go through each of those piece by piece, and you can direct us. Yes, we want an ordinance on that. No, we don't want to touch that issue. We can or can't address that issue, et cetera, et cetera. So if that helps inform your conversation today.
That's why you're city manager. You're managing us. It's wonderful. You've created something.
Well, I'm trying to make it effective today.
No, that's a great idea. The only thing I'd like to add, that we have a crisp outline of what we already have in place, like our minors time restriction. the different pieces so we are on the same wavelength. We all know that we already have this in place, and it was set up when, and maybe that's the piece that's out of line. So let's go ahead with that. Councilman Ross?
Yeah, Mayor, I just want to add one more comment. As we're thinking about all of this in this report today and leading up to our retreat, be mindful, I would ask the mayor and the council members, of the uniqueness of some of the venues that are here today that didn't exist 2 years ago, 5 years ago. I think some of the entrepreneurs and the ideas that they've brought to the city of Las Vegas, that they've created in the downtown core, are unique. They're unique in nature, different from other locations throughout the country, I would imagine. So I would just ask my council members to keep that in their minds too. I think in my mind, I don't want to stymie the business growth and development and job creation of what we've already done. And so it's a fine balance of balancing those alcohol-related ordinances with allowing the businesses to continue to grow and to thrive and to bring and encourage more unique type venues to the city of Las Vegas. That's the only comment I would make.
And that is the Fremont Street Entertainment District. And then looking at it going further east and further east. So it is part of the conversation, but a great recommendation, Councilman Ross, to go ahead and include this at the retreat. So it's a great report. I think it's been very informative and provocative, obviously. So we'll just add to your work, that's all. Thank you very much, very much. We're really appreciative, and grateful that you are working this through with us.
Mayor,
Yes?
before we move forward, I would also like to add to the list in relation to a conversation in relation to separation. Separation of the topic of conversation as far as should the youth in downtown be separated from some of the more adult-like venues. Because of, we can't overlook what law enforcement has brought forward from a public safety standpoint, and that's the youth interacting with a lot of the clubs and taverns, the underage drinking. And keep in mind, we have an application that will be coming before this council requesting for 18 and over entrance into its club. And I understand also that if, depending on how we handle that item, there will be more taverns on East Fremont asking for the same request. So we have to keep all of this fresh and in the forefront of our conversation and our minds, because how we treat one, we most definitely have to continue down that same road. And so the approach and the structure of what's designed and created must be something that we can stand behind as a council and support in relation to the youth, and making sure that they're placed in the appropriate compartments of downtown, just as Mayor Pro Tem mentioned in relation to a lot of the family and youth activities that are coming online. But do we want them to be faced with the adult segment of what's currently downtown today? Because as those family and youth activities are coming online, they're not here today, with the exception of, the item that's on our agenda today. And this conversation will start back over again in just a short time from now. And so we have to create a clear balance between the two as to how we're going to address that moving forward. Thank you.
Thank you, and I would just finalize this, and again, thank you, is two certain things, taxes and death, and everything else is susceptible to change. So what this council may ultimately arrive at is a decision what we feel. The next council may feel differently. So it is a continuum of a circle that we're going through, and it's our job, though, to be the responsible ones with your help and your information and your work. So thank you very, very much. Appreciate your report. It's great.
Might I ask, Mayor, has a hard copy of this been sent to us?
Yes, I believe it was sent to your assistants yesterday.
Okay.
I have extra copies. I'll be glad to keep it in your
After 5,
information
yeah.
books
Yeah.
with the statistics. It'll always be in your licensing book.
Wonderful. Thank you. Thank you very much. And that was no motion. And Councilman Beers, that look on your face, did you want to make a comment? No. Okay, so we will move on to agenda item 65. And that is discussion for possible action regarding appeal of a work card denial for John Cloud, DB, at Chili's Grill and Bar, 6505 North Decatur Boulevard. This is in Councilman Ross's Ward 5. Is the appellant present? Are you, sir, Mr. John Cloud? Okay, thank you. All right, Ms. Duddleston.
Thank you, Your Honor. Again, for the record, Karen Duddleston, Business Licensing Manager. Mr. Cloud is applying to be a server at Chili's in Ward 6. He's worked diligently with his employer, and he does have some unique restrictions. At this time, we're, based on his employer's affidavit and wholehearted support, we're recommending the consideration of a one-year work card to take orders and cashier only with an administrative review in 1 year.
Thank you. Did you wish to say anything, Mr. Cloud, on your own?
I've been employed there since September 2012, and it was just issues with handling alcohol, and my manager has made it clear that we can work around that and continue working there, yes.
Wonderful. Any comments from council? Okay, Councilman Ross.
Thank you, Mayor. Through the mayor, Mr. Cloud, wish you all the luck in the world. I'm going to move to follow staff's recommendation for approval, and Ms. Duddleston, in a year, what does that mean to him in a year? If he's all good to go?
What we do is we have a great relationship with Metro. They, in a year, check all of their reports to make sure there have not been any incidents, particularly arrests associated with alcohol of any of the applicants. And if there have not been any incidents at all, we release those work cards. Usually, if there has been an incident, we would either bring that forward for revocation or most often the employer addresses the issue at that point.
I ask that on purpose because I want to give Mr. Cloud some hope here that he has actually a work card in a year. If all's good to go, he's just like everybody else and he can do whatever his employer needs him to do. That's where I'm going with that.
And Councilman, if I might ask, we have representation from Metro. If you'd announce yourself and say that whatever. Ms. Duddleston, so it's on the record that you are concurring with that, please.
Sergeant Carmen Donegan with Metro Special Investigations Section. And yes, I do concur with Ms. Duddleston. We do a one-year review.
Thank you. And I heard a small voice down from the left, Councilman Coffin.
And from the left. Thank you, Your Honor. John, do you go to meetings?
Not currently. Well, I do counseling as part of, I'm on house arrest, I do counseling as part of that, yes.
Are you? Okay, good for you. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Then, Councilman Ross.
One thing we often neglect to remember too is the involvement of our Metropolitan Police Department. So Sergeant, on behalf of the city, the mayor and the city council, thank you for what you guys do for us and the folks behind the scenes doing all the investigative work, and Ms. Duddleston, the same with your staff.
And I would add to that, we are behind more cops.
Yes, we are. And that's my motion. We're behind more cops. No, my motion is to approve Mr. Cloud to do what he needs to do and follow staff's recommendation for approval.
Thank you, Councilman Ross. His motion, please vote and please post. Mr. Barlow.
Thank you.
Good luck to you. Motion passes. Thank you very much. Thank you, Sergeant. Thank you, Ms. Duddleston. Agenda item 66, an abeyance item, discussion for possible action or request for review of condition number 3 for temporary tavern limited license Shipping Containers LLC DBA Container Park, 707 Fremont Street, Ward 3, Councilman Coffin, and Ms. Duddleston, please.
Thank you, Your Honor. Again, for the record, Karen Duddleston, Business Licensing Manager. Your Honor, would it be possible for me in my comments to address items 66 and 67 together? They both relate to the same item since we had one of them obeyed. Both address conditions. We might be able to save some time if...
Wonderful. I will go ahead, if you don't mind, read 67, which is discussion for possible action regarding a request for a 3-month review of conditions for a temporary tavern limited license Shipping Containers LLC DBA Container Park, 707 Fremont Street, again, Ward 3, Councilman Coffin. And shall we hear from representation?
I don't know if Karen wants to speak first, but Jennifer Roberts of Lionel Sawyer and Collins. Good morning, honorable mayors, members of the city council, and city staff. Appearing on behalf of Shipping Containers. Do you want to make your presentation first?
If you don't mind. Of course. I think it'll be easier. Thank you, Your Honor. The container park has now been operational for a little over 3 months. Staff has conducted several visits and compliance checks during this time period. We've worked extensively with these new businesses to ensure that they know how and are implementing the rules and regulations of your liquor code. But we've also been working with them on the conditions under which they're allowed to operate. A report of the ongoing compliance efforts has been included in your backup. It's several pages long on all of the compliance visits, the issues that we've identified, and the corrections that are underway to get everything operating correctly. In addition to going to these compliance efforts and the requests for changes in conditions on the license, the council requested staff to develop language for consideration to amend Condition 3. This is the condition that restricts access to minors to this facility. At this time, staff recommends for your consideration in reviewing not only Condition 3, but of the 3-month review of operations. We recommend the conditions that have been included in your backup material. We would recommend amending from that list that was included with your backup, Condition number 2, to read as follows. The license authorizes the owner or beneficial owner of the licensed premises to serve and allow for consumption of beer and wine during normal operations and all licensed liquor during evening event operations on and about the licensed premises within the common consumption area depicted on Exhibit 1 to these conditions. Liquor service is limited to specific license area specifically identified in the individual alcoholic beverage license. The owner or beneficial owner of the licensed premises is entitled to lease space within the licensed premises to other persons for sale of alcoholic beverages, but such lessees must apply for and receive an individual alcoholic beverage license from the city to engage in the sale of alcoholic beverages. The licensed premises shall have no more than 6 establishments authorized for the sale of alcoholic beverages pursuant to an alcoholic beverage license of any type. Excluding this license for the licensed premises, only one of the 6 establishments authorized to sell alcohol may be open to the public to sell alcoholic beverages without its own restaurant that is a part of its own licensed premises. And I'm sorry, that should read only 2 of the 6 establishments. Is part of its own licensed premises during normal operations unless specifically allowed by condition of the individual license. Such restaurants must be in compliance with Section 6.50020 of the Las Vegas Municipal Code. For purposes of this condition, a restaurant means a place which is regularly and in a bona fide manner used and kept open for the service of meals to guests for compensation, and which has suitable kitchen facilities connected therewith, containing conveniences for cooking and assortment of foods which may be required for ordinary meals. Meals means an assortment of food listed on a menu, which must include entree, appetizers, side items, and desserts available for purchase at various hours of the day. And I
No
apologize.
mention of hot or cold? I mean,
No.
does it also have to be
No,
hot?
that's our standard definition, and I apologize for reading that, but since it was not available to the public, I wanted to make sure it was clear what that condition was.
Thank you.
The other item for your consideration is that we did provide at your last meeting, and we'll provide it again today, the request from you all to consider changes to Condition number 3. Condition number 3 currently states, in summary, that minors may be admitted to the facility while accompanied by a parent or guardian. So if the desire of the council to change that, we would recommend the following language. Minors accompanied by adults may be allowed to enter the container park only under the conditions of an approved security plan for the facility. The plan must include an entrance procedure to control entrance by minors, check proper identification, and establish and maintain specific security measures to ensure that minors are not allowed to loiter in the facility. The plan must be approved by the Las Vegas Metropolitan Police Department as an addendum to the existing security plan and must be in place prior to allowing any unaccompanied minors into the facility during normal operations.
Mayor, point of clarification on item number 3. Just a point of clarification. The condition is to allow minors who are accompanied by an adult.
No. The request to change Condition 3 is to allow minors which may not be accompanied by an adult. Currently, Condition number 3 restricts access to minors to that facility, that they may only enter the facility if they are accompanied by a parent or legal guardian. So they must be accompanied by an adult. The request that we were asked to come up with language that would allow them, under an entrance plan, to allow minors during normal operations, which is 9 p.m. and before, so during the day, to allow minors, high school students or other minors, into that facility without a parent or guardian.
With proper identification, through a controlled area with proper security.
Correct.
And in compliance with our 9 o'clock restriction on those days that we have.
Correct. And that plan would have to be approved by Metro. And the Container Park has worked with Captain Anderson to develop that plan. Do not have at this point in time a final written plan, but I know that they've been working on it.
Okay, so to further my point of clarification, a 10-year-old who is a minor can walk in that has an identification, show the identification, and come into the park, according to what you're explaining to me right now?
Under the condition, it would be anyone.
Correct.
The Container Park has proposed that under their internal policies, that they would restrict it to youth with a valid high school ID.
Okay, so...
And we could certainly do that. We were assuming that those details would go in a security plan.
Okay, so as far as a condition, then why don't we have the condition to read teenage high school, teenage years? Because I'm concerned about the junior high schooler who looks like they're in high school or possibly an adult, because we have a lot of young people that are walking around the community that could pass for 19 or 20, but they're only in the 8th, 9th, 10th grade. So this goes back to the philosophical question that we've just had, the item prior to you coming forward, in relation to making sure that we have the proper measures in place to protect our youth from being in the heart of adult-like activities. I mean, we're being asked to increase liquor in a very small area and reduce the requirements for our young people. That does not sit well with me philosophically, morally. I truly believe that we're breaking down the fabric of community by approaching this matter in this respect. So, I mean, it would be more palatable for me if, in fact, we draw a very clear and precise line in relation to high school-aged teenagers between those hours and up to 9 p.m., as I understand it. Is that correct?
Jennifer Roberts again. The shipping containers and the Container Park are in complete agreement that we can add language into the condition that says, that complements what's currently there, that persons under 18 who are accompanied by a parent or legal guardian, or who can present a valid high school identification. We're not looking for 10-year-olds to walk into the park by themselves unaccompanied.
Right, but that's under your security plan. I'm speaking under the conditions in relation to drawing a fine line. 18 is fine, right? But it's very vague when you say 18 and under.
Well,
so
and
everything that's under 18 starts with birth to 18 with me as it relates to the conditions that's before us today.
Yes. And
so I'm saying let's have a bottom tier. You say a valid high school, a valid high school identification. I would like for it to read something as far as being a teenager, and I know that may be technical in sense, but we have to really protect our youth from being in the heart of tavern-like atmospheres.
And Councilman Barlow, the way the current condition reads is that anyone who is under 18 can enter the park during day hours, up until 9 p.m.
Correct.
If they are accompanied by a parent or legal guardian. That's why families come in and to the playground, because the children can play there because they're accompanied
Well,
by their
I see
parent or legal
children
guardian.
and adults playing and sliding down the slides and all that.
Yeah, there are adults that do slide down the slide, and
Right.
it's open up after hours to 21 and over only.
Correct.
However, what we're agreeing to in the condition, not just in the security plan, our security plan says that we ID under 35. I mean, so we're looking for the people that might be between 19 and 21 as well, to make sure that they're not engaging in underage drinking. But for what we're asking for the condition to read is 18 with a parent or legal guardian, or upon presentation of a valid high school identification. So that what that says is, if you're in junior high or grade school, middle school, anything like that, you have to be with a parent or legal guardian, regardless. If you're in high school and you can present a valid high school identification, then you can be in the park unaccompanied, but subject to a security plan where we prevent loitering, we obviously monitor to make sure that there's no engaging in alcohol. But it's really to invite high school age children to experience the park and the art and the cultural and the entertainment aspects of the park that I think are what create this as a community effort.
I understand that, and I'm not pushing against the community effort because I'm there every other weekend, and I enjoy it. But as a legislator in this city, I have to make sure that the integrity and the makeup of how we address concerns as it surrounds liquor and youth in our community is protected. Okay, and I'm quite comfortable knowing that you respect that and understand where I'm coming from with that. And so I want to make sure that there's a fine line, or I should say a clear distinction between how we allow for our youth in the community to interact in adult-like atmospheres, specifically the teens. Specifically the teens. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Mayor Pro Tem.
Thanks. I have this letter here from Lionel Sawyer and Collins. I get
Yes.
that's you, right?
Yes.
And it looks like what we're probably going to vote on is the two conditions that are listed here. Condition number 2 is to increase the number of establishments authorized to sell alcoholic beverages from 5 to 6, accompanied by the increase of requiring 2 restaurants to be in operation while alcohol is served rather than 1. So that's the condition you're asking for?
Yeah, there's the two conditions.
Will that number 2, and Karen, are you okay with that?
Yes, sir, that was the condition number
So
2
you
that I read,
recommend
the
that.
amended, yes.
And then the second one is condition number 3, to allow persons under 18 to access the container park during normal operations by either being accompanied by a parent or legal guardian or by showing a valid high school identification. So that's the other one you're requesting, correct?
Correct.
And Karen, are you okay with that?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay.
Under the security plan, we were asked to come up with that language. We're not recommending it. We've tried to
Okay.
come up with the language
So
to...
you're not recommending number 2, you're letting us just handle
Correct.
that. Okay, all right. I'm fine with both conditions. I'm going to support both of them. I've been to the container park like a lot of other folks, and I think it's a fun place to be. I've never seen any problems there, and I think having high school kids there would be, I mean, especially creative high school kids, I think is, it's going to be fun for them to be there. So I'm going to support both of them.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Councilman Coffin at the end, please.
Thank you, Your Honor. Yes, I will be making a motion separately on these 2 issues. The discussion revolves around, in some way, there was a suggestion about teenagers, but a teenager could be 13 or 14, not in high school, and fall into the definition of being okay to be in. So we don't want to mention teenagers, and I think we're agreeing that we're not going to adopt the word teenager as a method of getting in. Also, I'm confident in the security plan as I have seen it being developed. It's not finished yet, but that will be taking care of a lot of the concerns of the council members, and we'll be approving that. I think that the idea that a young person, has to present ID to get in, means they're not going to be able to drink. That's the excuse to get in is the excuse then not to serve. So I think we've got that separation in two ways for drinking. And so before I make a motion, though, do we have any more comments coming from the...
Can I also add, and this is Todd Kessler, and he can speak on behalf of the client as well, but I would like to just add that the park has really exceeded expectations. We've had visitation of over 300,000 since it opened, and just this past holiday weekend, we've had visitation of 25,000. And in addition to that, it has had gross sales of $1.3 million since it's opened and has employed 163 people. That's aside from the employment for the construction work. So this is really something that I personally cherish, but I'm biased, but I actually as well go attend the shipping container park. I go eat lunch there all the time. I've seen and enjoyed the concerts and the activities there, and it's nice to see families. And just in preparation for this, I did a quick internet search, and I saw that comments from the community was that it's a great place for families, it's a great downtown attraction, and I think it just really promotes excitement within our community, and I'm happy to be part of it. So.
Thank you, and we'll have Mr. Kessler speak, but I want to get in order up here that Councilman Ross has questions or comments, as does Councilman Beers, then Councilwoman, and then back to you, Councilman Coffin. So
Okay.
we'll start with you.
Sure.
Welcome.
I mean, I just wanted to reiterate some of the numbers.
Your name.
Todd Kessler, 300 Las Vegas Boulevard North. I just wanted to, reiterate some of the numbers and magnitude of what's occurred. I mean, the direct jobs is phenomenal. The number of visitors is phenomenal. The experience, which is the key to what we tried to create, has only received, the highest of praises. And we are here today to basically, like, as you heard, we're willing to take it to the high school level. We're willing to basically be a benchmark, if you would, for this progression of liquor in downtown. As you know, we're part of the stakeholders. I was part of those stakeholder meetings. I look forward to the additional meetings that will come from these new ordinances. And I just also wanted to take the opportunity to thank staff. I mean, this has been a 3-year process. I've been involved in this process for 3 years to get us here today, just from an ordinance and liquor perspective. We wouldn't have been out here today without staff. This is such a unique project, but you can see from its uniqueness of the draw and the attractiveness, the momentum. You never saw people on that part of the street, ever. You never saw families with strollers in downtown, ever. You never saw the things that are here today. Wait till you see what's coming, and that's all I have to say.
And you forgot two things, your advertising and marketing worldwide that is really affecting why people may come to this town. So, starting with Councilman Ross, then Councilman Beers,
Thank you,
then
Mayor.
Councilwoman Tarkanian.
Thank you, Mayor, and through the mayor, Ms. Roberts, great to see you, and Mr. Kessler, you as well. And you left us hanging with that, and that's all I'm going to tell you now, because I know more cool stuff is coming. And that it kind of goes back to our previous item in regards to liquor discussion in downtown and what we wanted to see. I'd like to see the businesses, the unique businesses, come to the city council or be part of that discussion at our retreat in regards to what do you guys see? What do you guys have? What your problems are as businesses in downtown, and bring us some solutions, because as I spoke about the uniqueness of the entrepreneur spirit and job creation that Mr. Kessler, you are largely a part of, and we don't want that to slow down. We don't want that stymied in any way, shape, or form. I do want to make comment about the container park and this specific item. I've been down there. My wife Kelly and I have been there many times. I brought my daughters and grandchildren down there. They've had an absolute blast. I see the connection with certainly the high school down the street. I absolutely see that connection with the container park and the venue of allowing some of those talented students in music and the arts perform, paint, draw, sing, dance, whatever they do over there. I see that connection, and my blessed wife has been trying to get me to be more artsy than I am, and I'm really
That's
having
a very tall order from
I'm having a hard time overcoming that. But you know what? The more energy I see from what the downtown project's doing, the container park, all of the other new businesses and entities, and I can't say this enough, that I think in every time we vote as a city council, and this comes out of that book, The Jobs Wars, so I have to, I'm plagiarizing, but we have to think about job creation. And, Ms. Roberts, how many jobs? 160?
163, and then there were 143 relating to construction.
And that's significant, and you're not done, because I know there's other venues, and that's where you left us on that cliffhanger, and that's all I could tell you. But that being said, and the impact, the economic impact of total sales last year?
Within 2 months, 1.3 million.
2 months,
So that's on track for 7 million, if not 8.
That is huge. Those numbers are phenomenally huge on one empty, deserted block that was there just months ago. And I'm just thrilled to death what you guys are doing. But for councilmen, the council members that represent the downtown core, because I've been down there with my family, I've seen your security levels, very impressed with the security levels and what's going on there. I mean, so much so I actually got annoyed you wouldn't let my grandkids go in one place, but I get it, and I get that business model, but I just want to commend you on what you're doing down there. I fully support what you're asking for today.
Thank you, Councilman Ross. Councilman Beers.
Thanks, Your Honor. I've got some experience with unintended consequences and legislative action, and I see a few here. I don't know if the makers of the eventual motion will be open to loosening up the definition of the ID. I would suggest rather than a high school ID, something like a high school ID or driver's license. I have a child who graduated at 16, for example, wouldn't have a high school ID at the age of 17 and might like to go down there and enjoy the atmosphere. So I don't know if the council members who represent the core downtown might be open to loosening that up a little bit.
Good idea.
Good point. And my sense is, any other comments at this point? Because I think what we'd like to do is take them one at a time, since I see there's more discussion and input on suggestion number 3.
I just wanted to ask, why do you feel a need to open this to high schoolers without parents?
Let me address that issue. It's been an expressed direct need from the Las Vegas Academy. I mean,
From the Las Vegas Academy. Do you know how many kids there at the Las Vegas Academy have had trouble with alcohol? Who now, some of whom are no longer even living with home because they had to get moved out someplace else to get help. See, this is, I just feel you don't see the other part of this. And if the Las Vegas Academy asks you to do that, that's fine. But what are you doing for the children, to protect the children?
I think our security plan and level of security that we provide is, we are the most, I'll be candid, we are the most conditioned license in this city.
And I will tell you, I respect what you do there. I respect what you do. I just don't think you're seeing the other side. I think you have an age group and a set mind one way. I don't think you see the other side. Do you know how many ID cards, different ID cards, some of these high school kids are walking around with? 6, 7. In LA, they can't even control it. They can control the driver's license thing.
And we work with
The kids
Metro
are smarter
directly.
than us, I will tell you that right now. They're smarter than us and how they obtain this and everything. I'm just very disappointed in that. I don't see what they can get there that they can't get other places. What are your high school, what's geared to high school?
We have
and-
lots of retail venues. We have yogurts, we have popcorn,
Okay.
we have candy,
Okay.
we have
And-
clothing, we have
And music,
entertainment.
which is obtained in other places also. I just wondered what was so unique about it
It's
that we would have to go in this direction. And I might sound straight-laced. I probably am a little bit. I think I've been very liberal in certain ways. But I will tell you, I see this every day. Every day. It's an alarming situation. And I just don't see making it easier. That's it. Anyway, thank you very much.
Okay, I'm going to ask, if I may, just for 1 second, looking and reading over the 2 different items that I've read, but looking at the specifics that you included as you read them for 6 licenses. That's the most simplistic one because that didn't generate the conversation. Correct? Can we break them out that way? Because I think item number 3 generates more questions and comments.
I believe so. I believe the conditions and the change I read to condition number 2 to allow 6 tavern limited licenses and 2 restaurants having to be open is in order, and everyone is agreement to that.
And so if we can separate, is that in 67 or 66?
That would be 67.
Okay.
The condition number 3 was specifically requested by the council, and that is item 66.
Okay. So now Councilman Beers, with your recommendation, will go back, which would be on 66, which agenda item 3. So Councilman Coffin, could we get you to move ahead at least on agenda item 67,
Well, I
please?
think I'm still waiting. You indicated other people were going to speak. I think
I
Councilman
think
Barlow.
they did. Councilwoman did.
Okay, and Councilman Barlow told me
Oh,
he wanted to
okay.
speak.
Councilman Barlow?
Yeah.
Right. I was just reading here on 66. 66 doesn't, let me see, condition number 3. This is the only hang-up for me as far as the condition number 3. I support the additional tavern uses from 5 to 6. I mean, like I shared with you, I've been there before. I enjoy it. I think it's great. But it's just, the hang-up for me is actually the component connecting the youth who are the age that the councilwoman has brought forward that are trying to transition into adulthood and getting that 21-year-old friend of theirs who's in the park, who can walk up to one of the counters and show their ID, get a drink, bring it back to the circle of friends, and they all sip from the same straw. I see that time and time again, and that's why it's so concerning for me without the observation of the parent component. I'm not opposed to the container park. I've never been opposed to the container park. I supported the container park from day one, and I'll always support the container park. I mean, the numbers that you've shared with us today as far as the success, the financial and the economic forecast of the projections moving forward, I think it's all great. But 90+% of all that came from adults, right? And so, you know, the sale of now reducing the age to allow youth to come in, going back to the bigger conversation that we had that we'll be having with our city manager during our city council retreat as relates to what type of downtown we want. I believe that you all as the business community need to engage us in that conversation as well. You need to be a part of that conversation moving forward, because we do have to set some parameters. We as a council, in my opinion, cannot write a blank check and allow businesses to run rampant when in fact we're left holding the issues of having to address those issues, just as you all brought the underage drinking to us. If you all could have handled that problem, it would have never rested on the decision of this council. And so I'm trying to head that off and really have some structured conversation moving forward so that we can protect the fabric of our downtown, because it's a great problem that we have, because and also to correct you, I know you're not from Vegas, but you said that there's never been people downtown pushing strollers before. That's not true, okay? There has been many families
Many
over
years
the
before
years,
you were born.
before you were born, pushing strollers, okay, in the downtown community. And I was one of those babies being pushed in the downtown community, and there was more kid-friendly things, believe it or not, in the downtown during that time than it is today. But we're moving back in that direction, and that's why I support the container park and what you all are doing, because you at least give families an option to participate in what you all have going on from a development standpoint and from an entertainment venue, and making sure that the community gels with all of that you're bringing forward. But we still have to work on that real fine philosophical piece of how we continue to keep our young adolescents in place, because the rate of alcoholism has continued to increase in the downtown, I should say the Las Vegas community, because of underage drinking. And so I don't want to step away from having that conversation with the business community. I am not in support of condition number 3, and so therefore I won't be supporting this item in relation to condition number 3 being the recommendation moving forward, unless the author of the motion, could possibly attach the condition or tweak the condition to whereas the ID reflects, I would go as far as saying a DMV issued ID versus just a high school ID that someone can easily obtain. So that's just my thought, but I'll wait for the motion and just wanted to put that on the
Thank you.
record as far as
If I may interject
my
here.
concerns were.
Okay.
Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. I really want to compliment you on the security. I've been closely in touch with Ms. Duddleston, who has said that you have just been tremendous. It is an unbelievable, delicate balance right there, because at any time, even if something were granted, we could reconvene and say, that's the end of it. So I just want to compliment you on it, and as we go forward, if the council is of the mind to approve the item, that you make sure as you meet with your security again, that they know this is, we want eyes, all eyes on it. And as far as the DMV license, I'm sad to confess that my 4, thank heavens, grown children, I saw their fabricated driver's licenses when they were 14 and 15. So, I was trying to figure out a way even that Las Vegas High School or any of the high schools could have a small insignia that would be secret only to you so you would know. But it's virtually impossible, and because of the internet and the ability to replicate anything. The key is the parenting. We all know that, and I just wanted to compliment you on the security and really admonish you to make sure that everybody in the organization is really aware that it's security, 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 security. Very delicate time, but I just compliment you. I think it's great. It's great what it's done for the city.
And
so
thank you for that. And I just wanted to reiterate that, part of our security training is Metro's fake identification program. They come in constantly. They teach us all the new tricks. They keep us up to date. It's an incredible program that Metro puts on, and we're happy to be
Great.
part of that program.
Great, thank you.
And I would like to supplement by saying that other than a little work card issue that was corrected based upon a misunderstanding, we have had no alcohol-related citations, arrests, or calls to Metro since opening. So.
And that is what Ms. Duddleston had gone ahead and reported, so compliments to you. And as I say, going forward, if everything's granted, whatever you give, you can take away. So just so that you know that. So Councilman Coffin, yours.
Thank you for adding that, Your Honor, because that's, some of the members think this is forever and ever, and it isn't. Nothing's forever and ever. That's what conditions are all about. A DMV license is not a guarantee. If it made members of the council feel good, we can add that in there, but it won't be a security. My oldest son had a cottage industry manufacturing DMV IDs back in the 80s. He got about 20 of them done. They were pretty successful until he was caught. And so I'm kind of wondering if it isn't still just easy to do. I think the mayor has said it is easy to do. You thought of another thing to
I have
add?
an idea.
Oh, please.
No, that for extra income, that every single child you catch with a fabricated driver's license, that there's a penalty, dollar amount or something, $5 something, I mean, something that we can do. And if they do it again, just raise it up. Just a thought, more
Well, they
income.
can
The
be
city's
barred,
always
Your
looking
Honor.
for income.
They don't have police power, so they can't levy a fine, but they could bar them in the future. And since there's a photo ID, that can work very handily to give to the security. And when, little Coffin comes up to the door, they'll throw him out on the street and so on. The couple of other concerns that had come up, the issue has been forgotten, I think, in the midst of all of the discussion on fine points over the last year on this issue, and that is that the reason that the container park wanted, well, there's two reasons, but the main reason the mention of high school came in, and the reason that of the high school age people to be in there unaccompanied was because of the opportunities for employment of these youngsters in the entertainment venue. That's why the Las Vegas Academy asked to be part of this. They didn't ask so that some of their students could be exposed to the demon rum. They asked so that they could come in and sing and dance and play their musical instruments 2 blocks away from their school, performing live. So there's a lot of reasons. We just have to go back and remember the testimony that we heard last year, and ad nauseum, and in private meetings. So remember, there wasn't an intent to try to ensnare youth into this thing at an impressionable age. I will not make a condition of the 12-step program that you have offered to help for Alcoholics Anonymous, Narcotics Anonymous, Nar-Anon, and Al-Anon. I will not make that a condition because you have said you would do that, but I think that's a wonderful thing. In the area adjacent to the container park, I believe you have said that in the Learning Village, there will be space for people to have these fellowship meetings. These young people can have fellowship meetings. And we have arranged for guidance for you and how to do it right and how to sustain it. And I think you're going to have a lot of young people who are employed in the area coming. And, you know, little postings here and there will attract people that aren't working there. And they'll say, well, what is that all about? Because some people don't recognize they've got a problem. And only their friends know that they've got a problem. So, but you're going to do that. I don't know if the suggestion by Councilman Beers is conditional on his vote, but I probably wouldn't have an objection as a maker of the motion to throw in and or. If that's the case, it certainly won't hurt. But you do have a lot of fraudulent DMV. You know, I'm just sorry. Also, it doesn't prove, well, you can't get them at your high school freshman. Most likely you don't because you're not driving. So, unless they can go in and get an ID short of driving. So let's go ahead and add that then to the conditions.
Is this
Any problem
becoming a
there?
motion at this point?
I'm
As
shaping
you're
it.
reading?
I'm shaping
You're
it. I'm trying to
shaping,
get them-
okay.
I'm trying to get them
He's
to agree,
shaping,
and they
okay.
did have agreed. They hadn't said it.
We're
They
waiting
nodded
with
their head.
bated
Yes, we
breath
would
here.
agree to that modification.
Okay, that's good. So now then, thank you very much to staff and Karen especially, who's been dodging bullets on this thing. So we'll take these one at a time. And item 66 is the 3-month condition. We think they've passed it. We think they've done really well in the first 3 months. That's a good thing. So with the amendment, the recommended, I believe it's the 1A, is that correct? The language is going to have to be specified specifically by legal counsel
Your
after
Honor.
we take this language, right?
Please.
Your Honor, if I may, item 66 is the review of condition number 3 concerning minors. You might want to take item 67, which is the 3-month review, where we
Okay.
have suggested all of the conditions that were provided as backup to both the council and the public for this agenda item, as well as the amendment that I read for condition 2, simply changing it from 5 tavern limited to 6, and that any additional licenses would be open during normal operations only by condition of that particular license.
Yeah, but are you saying this should be in 66 or 67?
This is
Both-
67
both amendments
first.
should be in 67 then?
67.
Okay, if Your Honor doesn't mind, I can take them out of order then and propose,
Oh, okay, just for point of clarification. Condition number 3 is listed within item number 66.
Correct.
And and 67 is the
Update of the conditions,
The 3-month condition
The
of the
3-month
temporary
review.
tavern, right?
the 3-month review for
Right.
a park.
Right.
And an update of the remaining conditions.
so we're going to put all the amendments in 66.
Except condition number 3.
Correct.
Got you.
Which is in 66.
Correct.
Okay.
Okay, so this is all in regard, if we're going the direction that Ms. Duddleston mentioned, I recommended do 67 first,
Yes.
please.
Yes. I move for approval of item 67 as amended by the language proposed by our council and licensing staff and agreed to by the applicants and as stated on the record this day.
There's a motion, please vote and please post. And then this would come back. Motion carries. And Ms. Duddleston, you would report on this in 3 months on 67.
Correct. We have
Thank
a
you.
review at 6 months, so we'll be back before you then.
Thank you. Okay, back to agenda item 66, Councilman.
Thank you. Then, Karen, would you say that what additional language has to go into 66?
Into 66, the language that we had proposed was not specific to high school students or IDs. We
Yes.
struggled with the exact same issue that you all are struggling with today in homeschool students, students that were not in high school at the time, that were from out of state, those sorts of things, and attempted through our language to defer that to the security plan. It sounds like what you want is a valid high school ID or government-issued ID of some sort, so it could be something from a military base if they're traveling.
passport. Very good.
Thank
Could
you.
be a passport. It could be any type of official government-issued ID.
Yeah. Thank you. And once again, the high school, just that, what seemed like a really narrow definition came into the play just because we wanted to be able to allow high schoolers to perform. So actually, if a person who's 17, not in high school, wants to perform, they can do it.
I'm sorry.
That's all right. We'll move now on that, with that language.
Okay, could you repeat it for clarification one more time, please, Councilman Coffin? Or
Karen,
ask Karen as it's going
We've
to be
got
read
the
there.
conditioning of the 3 different types of IDs, right?
Yes.
Correct. So I believe the condition would read, minors unaccompanied by an adult may be allowed to enter the container park only with a valid high school or government-issued ID and is approved under the security plan for the facility. The plan must include an entrance procedure to control entrance by minors, check proper identification, establish and maintain specific security measures to ensure that minors are not allowed to loiter in the facility. The plan must be approved by the Las Vegas Metropolitan Police Department as an addendum to the existing security plan and must be in place prior to allowing any unaccompanied minors into the facility. That's what I believe I heard from you.
And concurred in by you?
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, that's
Yes,
what
Your
I
Honor.
heard too.
So,
And then agreed to by the applicant.
yes, okay.
So that is the motion.
Motion is agreed to by everyone.
And
Thank
so
you.
there is a motion. Please vote and please post. And while it's posting, Councilman Ross is commenting.
I just want to share with council and Councilman Coffin that my unofficial Wedgies poll conducted today, 69 votes total, 54% favor teenagers being in the downtown container park without their parents at that time. So I just thought I'd share that unofficial poll with you.
Well, I think the public understands that they can be around this stuff and not fall victim.
What's the ratio of age in that poll?
And how many voted twice?
That was from
They can't vote twice. This is-
Councilman
yeah.
Barlow's group, who just was in this morning.
Okay, was that posted? Did I miss it? It was posted and it carries.
Thank you very
Go
much.
forth.
Thank you, members of the city council,
Thank
and
you.
thank you, staff.
Thank you.
Again,
Thank you. Thank you, Ms. Duddleston. Okay, so that was agenda 66, 67, and we will now move on to agenda item 68. And staff is recommending this be obeyed to March 5th. Is that possible, City Clerk? To obey it until staff recommendation to obey it till March 5th. Okay, there's a motion to obey number 68 till March 5th, City Council meeting, please. Please post. And that motion carries. Agenda item 69 has been stricken. Agenda item 70 has been obeyed to March 5th. And here we are at agenda item 71. Correct? Correct. Bill number 2014-6. Councilman Barlow, would you like to have the bill read?
Yes, Mayor.
Thank you, Your Honor. Thank you, Councilman. Before I read the bill, I'd like to ask the clerk a question. I think these went to recommending committee yesterday, and I've been informed that Bill 2014-6 and 2014-7 were both amended at recommending yesterday. Very good. Thank you.
Your microphone's not on.
I'm sorry.
Thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor. Bill number 2014-6, First Amendment, an ordinance to extend the boundaries of the city, particularly stripe of the land to be annexed to make its inhabitants to the laws, obligations, and benefits of the city, and provide for other related matters.
Thank you very much.
Move for approval.
As amended.
As amended, First Amendment.
Thank you. There's a motion, please vote, and please post. The motion carries. Move on to Agenda Item 72, Bill Number 2014-7. Councilman Barlow, would you like to have the bill read?
Yes, Mayor.
Please.
Thank you, Councilman. Bill number 2014-7, in order to extend the boundaries of the city, particularly describe the land to be annexed, to make this habitable subject to the laws, obligations, and benefits of the city, and provide for other related matters.
Thank you. Councilman
Move.
Barlow?
Move for
This First
approval.
Amendment.
Amended.
First Amendment.
Thank you. There's a motion, please vote, and please post. Motion carries. Move on to Agenda Item 73, Bill 2014-9. Councilman Barlow, would you like the bill read?
Yes, Mayor.
Thank you, Councilman. Bill number 2014-9, in ordinance to allow a special event permit issued under LVMC Chapter 12.02 to function as a temporary sign permit and temporary sign certificate under the Unified Development Code under certain circumstances and provide for other related matters.
Thank you.
And move for approval.
Thank you. There's a motion to approve. Please vote. Thank you. That motion carries. Items 74 through 77, bills 2014-8 and 2014-10 through 2014-12 will be heard at later meetings. We'll move on to new bills. Items 78 through 80, bills 2014-13 through 2014-15 will be heard at the recommending committee meeting on Monday, March 3rd, 2014, at 10 a.m. And City Attorney, would you read the new bills, please?
I'll be happy to, Your Honor. Bill number 2014-13, an ordinance to amend the ordinance 2062-94 regarding the extension of the corporate limits of the city, to correct language regarding the effective date of that ordinance, to provide for other related matters. Bill number 2014-14, an ordinance to continue to authorize on a temporary basis a waiver of the origination charge for new urban lounge licenses and authorize partial waiver of the origination charge for new Tamarind limited licenses to be located within the downtown entertainment overlay district and to provide for other related matters. And finally, Bill number 2014-15, an ordinance to adopt a revised Town Center Development Standards Manual to provide the consistency with Title 19, reflect modifications based on its last comprehensive adoption of the manual, and make corrections and adjustments consistent with the city policy and practice, and provide for other related matters.
Thank you, Mr. Jerbick. These new bills, 2014-13 through 2014-15, are assigned to council members Barlow, Anthony, and Coffin. Thank you. The morning session of City Council is in recess until 1 o'clock.
Mr. Jerbick, could I see you down here a second?
Paging, Mr. Gordon, paging.
Okay, we are ready to reconvene here. And we are at agenda item 81, for possible action, any item from the afternoon session that the council staff and/or applicant wish to be stricken, tabled, withdrawn, or held in abeyance to a future meeting may be brought forward and acted upon at this time. Mayor Pro Tem.
First item is item number 94, EOT 52076, applicant owner Alta Decatur Shopping Center, 465 South Decatur Boulevard. Applicant has asked that be obeyed till March 5th, 2014. And items 103, 104, and 105, GPA 52399, Zone 52401, and SDR 52099, applicant owner Church of God Seventh-day English, 2 acres at 3523 North Jones Boulevard. Staff has asked that this be obeyed till March 5th, 2014, and that's my motion.
Thank you very much. This motion. Please vote and then please post. She's trying to get her computer to talk to her.
Okay, now find the talk.
Motion carries. Agenda item 82, public hearing for possible action to consider the report of expenses to recover costs for abatement nuisance located 914 Wilson Cliffs Road for fees in the amount of $1,596, general fund, and assess a maximum of $19,500 in daily civil penalties for a total of $21,096. Property owner Reza Moghadam, Ward 2, Councilman Beers. Public hearing, I declare it open. Ms. Bouse.
The item, Vicki Ozuna, Code Enforcement Supervisor. The item before you today is a public hearing to approve the report of expenses for nuisance nuisance abatement performed at 914 Wilson Cliffs Road, zip code 89128, located at Buffalo and Washington. A code enforcement case was opened April 1st, 2013, and a code enforcement issued a notice and order to the property owner on May 13, 2013. On December 9, 2013, the abatement was completed by contractor, consisting of removal of all high grass, weeds, and dead vegetation from the front and side yard areas. Property is valued on Zillow.com at $125,000. Staff recommends that council approve the expense report and assess the outstanding out-of-pocket cost of $1,596 and outstanding daily civil penalties of $19,500 for a total cost of $21,096 as a lien against the property.
Thank you. Is Mr. Moghadam here or a representative? Please come forward and state your names. And if in fact you have someone with you, please have them also state their name for the record. Take your time, please. Good afternoon. Okay.
Yes, my name is Reza Moghadam.
Good afternoon, and you are the owner?
Yes.
Please.
Hello, hi, my name is Reza Akhavan.
Can you step forward and
Sure.
then, there you go.
My name is Reza Akhavan. I'm at the 5135 South Durango Drive. I'm a translator for Mr. and Mrs. Moghadam here. If they have any question, she doesn't speak English very well. And this is her son. And he's a gentleman that owns the house, and this assessment was done on his behalf.
Thank you. And do they want to have any, make any comments as to this, please?
I wanted to, they briefly told me that he was, at the time that this was happening, he was very, very sick, and he doesn't check the mail. His brother in is it Chicago? Where does he live? Minneapolis. His brother writes the bills from Minneapolis to cover the electricity and water and the sewer and stuff. So they never went to see this over here, and he can't physically do anything about cleaning the yard. I found somebody already that I had him clean. Now they're going to come twice a month and clean the yard for them, because she can obviously do it, and he's not capable of doing it. I was wondering if we could reduce these charges, because really it's not that he didn't want it to do it, he just couldn't do it, so.
Okay, thank you. This is a public hearing. Is there anyone who wishes to comment on this item? I'll close the public hearing. And Councilman Beers?
Thank you, Your Honor. I would move that we keep in place the $1,596 out-of-pocket expense and reduce the daily civil penalties to 15% of what they currently are at, which is going to be in the neighborhood of $3,000, a little bit more than $3,000 in the daily civil penalties.
Is that something to which they would agree?
I wanted
or
to, since he doesn't work and he has no
Again,
other-
can you speak into
I'm
the
sorry,
microphone?
since he doesn't work and his mom doesn't work, there's no way of, they don't have enough income to pay anything out of pocket. I am actually doing this for free for them because they can't afford it. And I want to know if you could just reduce it to much lesser amount, because really there's no, they have a daughter that, she has a daughter that is having an issue also. She's, what kind of disease is she have?
In Korea.
He has Huntington, Korea, and his daughter, her daughter has, she's severe palsy, her daughter. And so there's really, a mother just keeps these two kids in the house, and she can't really move and do anything. And then by you assessing at $3,000, they just don't have the money.
Are they living in the house?
They're living in the house, yeah.
Live in the house?
Yeah, they
okay.
live in the house, and she's 70-some years old, and she's taking care of the two kids that are both sick, really. And by assessing this amount of money, really, it's very hardship for them, very much.
They get disability income and
No.
Medicare, Medicaid?
He gets it, she doesn't get anything.
No Medicare?
Medicare we get in there. Medicare, yeah, she has Medicare.
Okay.
But she
So
doesn't
she has
have any
health
other
covered.
income that comes in, so I actually applied for food stamp for them because she doesn't have any money coming in, so it's just, and they have no cars to go anywhere, they always sit at home. So by assessing this $3,000, I know that we need to pay something, but I want to know if I could just reduce it.
One other question, do they own the house outright, or is it on
He owns the
mortgage?
house outright.
Outright?
Yes.
No liens against it other than ours?
No lien, no nothing, no, nothing is on the house.
Back to you, Councilman Beers.
I think that the 85% reduction in the daily civil penalties accommodates your request.
How much was that will be?
And it can be paid over time. Do you get Social Security?
Yes.
He gets Social Security.
And Mom also?
Show my Social Security. Yeah. She gets $500 a month.
Okay.
Madam Mayor?
Yes, please.
Could you're saying, I just wanted to clarify, Councilman Beers, you're saying that it would be the full amount of the civil penalties because those are hard costs we paid, right? That's $1,596. And then the daily civil penalties,
Vicki, do you have the number?
the only,
It'd be
$700.
$2,925 for 15%. For a total
how
of
much is it, 900?
$2,925 for a total of $4,521.
Unless you just went down to the daily civil penalties. Unless
The
you
daily civil penalties is 19,000. Right.
hold it, huh?
Mayor?
Well, there's a motion, we can vote on it, and then we can,
I just had a couple questions for Vicki, if Councilman
okay.
Pierce didn't mind me asking a couple questions. Vicki, how many times have you been out to the site?
We performed 9 inspections. None of those inspections did we find anybody at the house, so we believe the house was vacant. Right before we went to abatement, the supervisor got in contact with somebody that was related to the family, and they told us that he was out of town for treatment or whatever, and we advised him at that point that we were just going to just do the front yard, once we found out it was occupied.
So staff went out to the house 9 times,
Correct.
and each time they identified it to be a vacant home. How does one perceive it to be a vacant home? What are some of the signs that you all look for in your department to guesstimate that it's a vacant property?
We post the notices. If we go back and the notices are still on the door, and they knock every time they're there, if we don't get a response, we assume it's vacant. We have many, many vacant houses that we deal with.
Okay.
Sometimes the power's off, sometimes it's on, so you can't use that as a criteria.
And did we check at any point as to whether or not there was any utilities connected to the house, or do we have a way of determining whether or not there's
No, we
utilities
do check
connected?
the utilities when we're out there, and at that time, the power was on, but again, that's not a criteria for us to check, because we have many vacant houses where a realtor may turn on the power, or previous owners left it on, but yet they've left the property.
Okay.
Thank you. There is a yes?
So she just told me that she saw a notice on the garage, but they don't go through garage door, they go to the front door, and she doesn't speak the English language, so she didn't know what the notice were. And they don't open the door usually. I have to call them on their cell phone to tell them that I'm coming so they could open the door.
Okay.
Otherwise, she is afraid to
I
open
think
it.
we understand.
Yeah.
Thank you. There's a motion. Please vote. And please post. And please post. That motion does not carry. Would you like to remake a motion, Councilman Beers, with your microphone on?
Sure, Your Honor. I feel pretty strongly that we need to let citizens know that they are sitting or living in a city and must be responsive to this kind of abandoned-looking condition. We went out 9 times, left notices on the house. Understanding the hardship, it's also a hardship on taxpayers to fund this activity. While our hard costs are listed here, there are soft costs that the city incurs as well in administering this program. So I would move that we assess the $1,596 hard costs and $1,950 in daily civil penalties, which would represent a 90% abatement of the daily civil penalties.
Which total amount would be? Ms. Bowes, are you with us? Now we're in.
Total amount would be $3,546.
All right, and that's your motion? Okay, that's a motion. All those, please vote,
What's 5%?
and please post.
The next one.
Motion carries. And so that total amount is now over a period of time of how long, Councilman, can they take to pay?
Vicki?
We generally will send most liens to tax roll. If they get on a payment plan, we won't send it to tax roll. They can work that out with finance. I can give them a contact number, and they can pay whatever they can afford, and we'll let them have the time to pay it off.
Okay. But he wasn't, I want to make sure that he understands the representative. And I just asked Ms. Bowes, can you pay it over time?
Yeah.
And your response, if you would repeat the response so he can translate it.
Is yes, you can get with finance
Yes.
and
If
set up a
you
payment.
could do, I was just asking them, if they could do $100 a month, if it's okay with you, and then they will pay as soon as they can. So
That's fine.
if you don't mind doing that.
Not a problem.
Okay, thank
Okay.
you.
Thank you very much.
$100 a month until it's satisfied. Thank you.
Thank you. They will take it. No, I'm sure. That's it? Thank
I
you very
do
much.
that to her all
Thank
the
you.
time.
It's okay.
Just
I respond.
hand up. You know, my brain is stuck. Thank you very much. It's all right. I've been doing this to her for a year and a half. I think his beard threw me, so I'm stuck on his beard.
I don't look alike.
Our own Santa Claus. In fact, we
Him
have
and
two
Chris,
of them
maybe.
now. Okay, we'll move on to agenda. Thank you for catching that. I mean, I'd go right on through, all the way. But I do that to Eric Sorensen, too, I have to tell you, so. Okay, we're on agenda item 83, public hearing for possible action to consider the report of expenses to recover costs for abatement of dangerous building demolition located 238 South 17th for fees in the amount of $16,955. General fund, assess a maximum of $19,500 in daily civil penalties for a total of $36,455. Property owner, trustee, Clark County Treasurer, care of Lois Devan and Ted Vihauer. This is in Ward 3, Councilman Coffin. This is a public hearing which I declare open. Mrs. Zuna.
The item before you today is a public hearing to approve the report of expenses for a nuisance demolition abatement performed at 238 South 17th Street, zip code 89101, located at 17th and Stewart. A code enforcement case was opened on July 1st, 2013, and code enforcement issued notice and order to the property owner on July 1st, 2013. On December 9th, 2013, the abatement was completed by contractor consisting of demolition of all the fire-damaged structure, removal of the foundation, and removal of all refuse waste and high weeds and dead vegetation from all areas. An application of dust control was placed additionally on the lot. Property value on Zillow.com is $79,000. Staff recommends that council approve the expense report and assess the outstanding out-of-pocket costs of $16,955 and outstanding daily civil penalties of $19,500 for a total of $36,455 as a lien against the property.
Thank you. It is a public hearing. Anyone wishing to be heard, please come forward.
Good morning, Mayor. My name is Anthony Hodges. The Clark County has this property now? The Treasury?
The treasurers are just a trustee until the taxes are paid, but they don't own it.
I know, but that's what I'm saying, but they're holding it so when they do bestow, they can get their money.
Correct.
So when they get their money, the city get their money.
Correct.
All right, thank you.
Anyone else wishing to be heard, please come forward. Hearing none, I'll close the public hearing. And Councilman Coffin.
Thank you, Your Honor. I'd like to go ahead and assess the full amounts of hard costs and civil penalties at this stage of the game, and then we'll see who owns it. Obviously, the lot is not worth $36,000, and you know, we want to see something built there, but I question how long it'll take. So I think it's a good idea to have somebody come in and appeal this so that we can learn more about it. So that's my motion then, is to approve item number 83 in the full amount of $36,455.
Thank you. There's a motion. Please vote and please post. Thank you. The motion carries. We'll move on to agenda item 84, public hearing for possible action to consider the report of expenses to recover costs for abatement dangerous building demolition located 6533 Delphinium Avenue for fees in the amount of $12,082.75 general fund, and assess a maximum of $19,500 in daily civil penalties for a total of $31,582.75. Property owners are Gerald D. and Donna K. Lopez in Ward 4 and Councilman Anthony's ward. It's a public hearing. I declare it open. Oh, my. Ms. Ozuna.
The item before you today is a public hearing to approve the report of expenses for a nuisance demolition abatement performed at 6533 Delphinium Avenue, zip code 89108, located at Alexander and Rainbow. On December 18, 2013, the abatement was, code enforcement case was opened on January 15, 2013, and code enforcement issued a code notice and order to the property owner on March 6, 2013. On December 18, 2013, the abatement was completed by contractor consisting of demolition of a fire-damaged structure and damaged accessory structures. The foundation was removed along with refuse waste and dead vegetation from all areas. An application of dust control was placed on the lot. Property is valued on Zillow.com at $103,000. Staff recommends that council approve the expense report and assess the outstanding out-of-pocket cost of $12,082.75 and outstanding daily civil penalties of $19,500 for a total of $31,582.75 as a lien against the property.
Have we heard from the Lopez's?
Mrs. Lopez walked away from the property after there was a fire. The mortgage company, according to her, received a check from the insurance on the fire because of the fire damage. There was 2 fires at the property. We worked with the mortgage company. They were supposed to be taking the property down, and then there was another fire. The mortgage company didn't take care of the demolition, so we went ahead and took care of it.
Thank you. And since then, they have abandoned everything.
The mortgage company, one of the secretaries spoke with them a few weeks ago in regards to this meeting. They were advised that they probably should show up, and I don't know if a representative is here today.
Anyone here in representation on this property? It is a public hearing. Anybody wish to make comment, please come forward and state your name. Hearing none, I'll close the public hearing. Councilman.
So, Vicki, you asked the mortgage company to clean the place up and they wouldn't do it?
They ended up not doing it. We were trying to work with them. They were in the process of getting bids, and then they have to get more approval. Inevitably, there was another fire. They didn't follow through. We gave them one last chance. You know, we gave them a huge amount of time to take care of it, and they just never came through.
What's the name of the mortgage company?
It is, I want to say, hold on, let me look. Home Mortgage.
Home Mortgage. And where are they located?
I don't know.
You don't have an address for
I don't
them?
have
So
an
Home Mortgage didn't do their job here, huh?
No, they didn't.
Okay. Home Mortgage in Las Vegas is going to be assessed the total amount of $31,582.75. That's my motion.
Thank you very much. This motion, please vote.
Councilman?
And please post. And there's comment from Councilman Barlow.
Councilman?
Councilman?
Hold on one second.
Wait, we have a pause. Legal. As he's here.
Vicki, could I ask?
Okay.
Yes, please.
Vicki, are you sure the mortgage company owns it now?
Why don't you help me with that?
The property is still in Mrs. Lopez's name. They haven't taken it over, but that's
will.
not surprising. A lot of mortgage companies aren't putting the properties in their name. She has
For
been in
different
contact with us and advised us from the first moment we sent the notice that she did no longer live at the property, that she'd given
Home
it back.
mortgage company, okay, thank you.
And Councilman Barlow, you wanted to ask a question of Mayor Pro Tem?
No, I was just going to make a comment to Mayor Pro Tem that I know if Todd Farlow were here right now, and I know he's here in spirit, he would be singing your praises right now. So in support of our friend Todd, I most definitely am in support of this recommendation from Mayor Pro Tem at 100%.
Okay.
Thank you. And one of our attorneys would like to help me clarify my motion, just so we get everybody responsible involved.
Sure. Dan Still from the City Attorney's Office. The only thing that I would recommend is, rather than limiting the lien to or trying to impose it against this mortgage company, I think you should certainly make it broader. I would include the lien against the property owner, and any other responsible party, to include this mortgage company that code enforcement has referenced.
Now, do we have to rescind since we voted without the amendment that you're adding?
Have you posted it yet? Oh, you haven't posted.
Okay.
So, okay, that will, Vicki, did you get that?
Got it.
Do you understand that? Okay. All right, then that will be the clarification of my motion.
Thank you. And please post. We took a very large paintbrush and just brought everybody in. They're all liable together. Great. Motion carries. Thank you very much. And now we're on to 85, right. Public hearing for possible action to consider the report of expenses to recover costs for abatement of nuisance and vacant lot located west of 204 West Van Buren Avenue, APN 13927-111-024, for fees in the amount of $2,152.80, general fund. Property owner is Avery Wheatley et al., and this is in Ward 5, Councilman Barlow's ward. It's a public hearing, which I declare open. And Mrs. Zuna, the floor is yours.
The item before you today is a public hearing to approve the report of expenses for a nuisance abatement performed at vacant parcel 139-27-111-024, zip code 89106, located at B and Van Buren. A code enforcement case was opened on September 24, 2013, and code enforcement issued a notice and order to the owner of the property on September 24, 2013. On December 12, 2013, the abatement was completed by contractor, consisting of installation of a chain link fence around the perimeter of the lot, removal of all refuse waste from the areas of the lot, and posting of no trespassing signs. The property is valued on Zillow.com at $9,000. Staff recommends that council approve the expense report and assess the outstanding out-of-pocket cost of $2,152.80 and as a lien against the property.
Thank you. Public hearing. Anyone wishing to make comment on this, please come forward and state your name.
Yes, my name is Theo Jefferson. I'm now the property owner of that lot there. Used to belong to my grandmother. So by deceased, I got it. And I've been paying the taxes and stuff on it. And the lot right next door to the house you see in the picture is a house I was born in. That house and that lot has been a desert since 1954. I've been there that long, and it's never been a fence there until the homeless moved in, which you guys moved from another tent city, from another place. I get a notice by phone. I'm in Utah, Zion Park with a school. I get a notice that in 48 hours they got to put up a fence or else I'm going to be fined for this. They didn't give me a chance to put up a fence or even run the vacants off. When I think it's the police job to be running them vacants off, because they moved from one place that they run them off from across the street from the park. They moved right up there on the corner of C and Harrison, which is now Vegas Drive. Then they run them off from over there, they moved them over there, and that's right across the park. And then the city lets people come and feed these homeless right across the street. Where are they going to camp at? Then you guys will come up and don't give us time enough to even put up a fence and then fine us for it. You know, and I don't think that's right. And since then, I didn't put a phone call into Mr. Barlow's office. I haven't got no message back from him. I've called a couple other people. I haven't gotten a message back to him. I've talked to the city. I've made arrangement to make a $50 a month payment on this. Then I get another notice now. They done went up from one amount to another amount on the same property, 2 different case numbers.
Do you know the difference of the case numbers? Why?
Apparently, from the paperwork he showed me right before the meeting started, I didn't get a chance to really go through it, but I believe what happened is when the secretaries, when they did the mailings, they mailed him the wrong letter for the next case that we have coming up instead of his letter. So he only has one case, he only has one property, and that's the one that's before you right now.
And there's 3 lots down there between my house and that corner of that park. There's 3 different lots.
And if I may, sir,
those lots have been there, and it's been a desert since before time.
Point of clarification, as I look at agenda item 86, it is the same address, and it is, it has no item number, APN number, and there is a second different price.
There's 2 different parcels. That's why one has a parcel number, and it says vacant lot next to 204 West Van Buren. And then that's the next item. And then this item is parcel number 139. That's the vacant lot next to, I'm sorry.
As I give it,
Right.
the house
The other one is 204.
The house you see in the picture is 212 Van Buren. That's the number on that house. That's the house I was born and raised in.
Okay.
That lot, my grandfather purchased from Mother Calhoun, Roy Calhoun, years ago. I know the people that own these lots, except for the 2 lots on the end. There's 2 more lots there. You know,
Okay.
I don't know how you guys
Okay.
going
I
out
think if it's
deciding
all right.
who lots they are. but
Thank you
there's
for
2
your
more lots there.
clarification. If you'll just hold there for a minute, this is a public hearing. Anyone else who wants to come up and make comment, please give your name. No? Okay, and anyone else? If you'll just please remain there, sir. I'll close the public hearing, and Councilman Barlow.
Thank you. Vicki, let's walk back through the history of this lot and the contacts that your department has made with the lots.
So back on September 24th, we received a complaint from PRNS, Parks and Recreation Neighborhood Services, about issues with this vacant lot and the homeless that were on it. The other supervisor went out to go look. They confirmed the situation. Notice and order went out that day to the property owner. He also
Okay, when you say it went out to the property owner, what,
went out to
who was listed as
Mrs.
the
Wheatley,
property owner?
his grandmother. So the other supervisor went out, and due to the health issues, because they had no restrooms, it was in a very sanitary condition, it was
Right.
determined that we needed to have the lot fenced in order to get rid of the situation.
Did
So
we go to
sent-
Metro at all? Nothing? No notification to Metro?
No, I believe Metro was on site, but we didn't, at that point, we didn't notify, they were out on site, that was all. But, so we notified the property owner. The other supervisor spoke with an Addie Anderson, who is one of the granddaughters, and she came to
Hold on one
the
second.
property that morning.
Just for point of clarification, who is Addie Anderson? Do you know who Addie Anderson
No,
is?
Eddie Anderson, this is what I'm saying. Eddie Anderson must be somebody that owns the other 2 lots. There's only 1 lot there that my grandmother owns, Avery Wheatley, is right next to the house. There's only 1 lot there. Then there's 2 other lots that's down from there,
Mayor, could I
that they
ask
all
a
fenced
question?
off all at once.
Right.
Now,
Mayor Pro Tem?
when I got the notification, I was in
When
Zion.
did you receive your first notification?
Well, it says here September the 25th is when it's mailed. I get 2 notifications. I got one by mail. I got a guy come to the house and had my son was at the house, come to my house and sign for one, and then I had to go pick up a registered letter for one. Now, these are all sent out on the same day. Now, mine, and there's a postmark on this envelope, September the 25th. I'm in Zion Park.
Okay, that's fine. I just want to know, at what point did you receive your first notification? Okay, go ahead, Vicki. So we have September 23rd. He received the information by September 25th.
Correct.
Okay,
So, because of the health issue and the situation with the homeless,
That's
it was
correct.
scheduled for an immediate abatement on the 26th, so that we could, and there was 3 lots that were all done,
Okay.
all at the same time, so that we could get the homeless and break up all the activity that was going on due to the health issues.
correct.
So that happened on the 26th.
Okay.
And my
Councilman Barlow,
my
can I-
question is,
Hold on one second, sir. Just one moment, please.
All right.
I just
Okay.
wanted to ask a question. Were the tents on all of the lots? Certainly, it looked as if it was overflowing on the other lot next to it.
Yes, there was
Okay, I just-
activity on all 3 lots.
Go ahead, Vicki.
So once the abatement was completed, then Tony monitored the cases for a few months to make sure the homeless didn't go back and take the fences down. So we closed it out in December.
So in other words, this was an emergency action?
It
that
was an
needed to be
emergency
taken
action.
Due to the health concerns from the health district?
Correct.
Okay, all right. Sir, go ahead. You want to make a point?
and my thing is, these tents just didn't spring up overnight. Those tents have been coming up one at a time, just like at the lot behind the house, they did it. And then the police come clean them off. Well, all of a sudden, they can't come clean them off from over there? And then we get assessed because somebody comes out and see that they let this stuff pile up.
Okay.
And then we have to put up a fence that is never, the lot that's never been fenced off out of 60 years that I've been here.
Okay. Vicki, let me ask you this question. In relation to the boundary of the fence, where the fence is bounded, is it on one contiguous piece of parcel, or does the fence encumber all parcels where the homeless were spread out across the vacant field?
I believe it encompasses more than one lot, but they just did the perimeter around all the lots.
And so within the section, the square area of the fencing, how many lots exist within that square area? 3 lots.
3 lots.
And your name is Mr.
I'm Theo Jefferson. My grandmother owned the lot. It's Avery Wheatley. I haven't put it in my name yet.
So the owner on record is Wheatley?
Avery Wheatley, yes.
Okay. But you're representing?
Avery Wheatley.
Okay, all right. So what's going to happen with the other lots in relation to the circumference of the fencing? Are they all going to be assessed in relation to the cost for the abatement and the fencing? Explain how you break that out amongst the 4 lots, or is it 3 lots?
They broke down the cost based off of how much fencing was on each lot.
Okay.
And the other 2 items following this one are the other lots that were involved in this fencing project.
So when we total it all up, that was the total cost of having to go out, clear the site, and fence the parcels, so you broke it up into 3?
3 costs. Yes,
3
we broke
costs.
it down. And he had the contractor break it down by how much square foot, the frontage of each lot, the
Okay.
amount of fencing that it received.
And so as of right now, the fees for the lot in question before us, as far as Avery Wheatley, is $2,152.80. Is that?
That is correct.
And those are just hard costs, no daily civil penalty fees?
Hard costs, because we went out, issued the notice, and took care of it so quickly, there is no daily civil penalties.
Okay. And Mr. Jefferson, I understand your position. However, our staff had to go out and do an emergency action on a parcel that Miss Avery Wheatley owns, and I know you stated that you haven't transferred this property into your name as of this point. So I'm going to move forward with the assessment of $2,152.80 assessed to your parcel due to the city having to go out and address the concerns on
is the
on the
fence
parcel
gold?
that your family owns.
Is the fence gold? Because my lot only runs about 30 feet across one section and 30 foot across in another section. It's not a big lot. It's 3 lots there. You didn't have to go down one side of my lot. All you had to do was fence the back side and the front side. Now, they got a fence around all 3 lots, and one lot's got 3 sides to it. It's got a fence on it. So how can my cost be the same?
So you're saying as far as the square footage of your lot, from an equitable standpoint?
For the fence they put up.
For the square footage on your parcel is less than the square footage on the other 3.
Right.
That's your argument?
Right.
Okay.
At least on the other one, this one that's on the corner. And you got the fence off 3 sides if you're trying to fence. We already had a fence up on one side because this is the fence to my house.
Okay. So do you understand this question?
Each of the parcels were bid separately, and each of them have separate costs. So
Okay.
the cost to fence his part of that parcel, however it was broken up, was
Okay.
$2,152.80. Now, the other lot right next to it is $3,450. So it was a lot more. And then the third parcel was almost $5,000. So.
Okay, so you did break it out
Yes, we
according
did.
to the square footage. Okay. Then according to the information that we have here in the backup, and I'll be happy to share this information with you as far as everything that we have here, it does show in relation to the square footage of your lot compared to the other two lots that you're bringing in question as far as the amount, their costs actually go up. And if you stick around, the next two items will be addressing those two lots that you're referencing as well. And so it does show here where it proportionately, this is what it costs the city's taxpayers for our staff to go out and address this and hire a contractor to get the work done. So my motion would be to assess the $2,152.80 assessment for the property in question today.
Okay,
That's my motion.
we have a motion. Councilman Beers would like to make a comment on the motion.
Can I finish,
Hold on,
please?
sir. Hold on. Councilman Beers?
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. I was pretty much going where Councilman Barlow has gone, which is what is the method of allocating the cost of the fence, if it was by the number of linear feet of fence that were used, if it was the square feet of the lot. And I'm still not sure I got the answer, other than it was bid out that way, and that's the way the bids came back, I guess, huh?
It was bid by, the bids that came back to us were by linear feet of the amount of fencing that they had to install per lot.
So if it's
they
60
had the
feet of
dimensions.
fencing, you get charged for 60 feet of fencing.
Correct.
Thanks.
Okay, go ahead and vote. Oh, Councilman Coffin?
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. I'm kind of going where Councilman Beers is in a sense. I want to make sure that I understand the fence. Is that a permanent fence with concrete footings for these steel posts, or is it simply sunk in the dirt?
I'm not sure how they installed it. I wasn't out on site, but
Because
I'm
the
sure
cost seems
it looks like it's
high.
the kind that they pound in. I don't think it's cemented. It's not a permanent chain link fence. It's more of a temporary fencing measure to.
Right. The point of this hearing is to determine if the costs are equitable. So we feel that perhaps equitably among three property owners, this is the share that Mr. Jefferson, is that it?
Yeah.
He owns. However, if $2,000 is being levied on his piece of it, it seems expensive to me. And so the bidding process, I guess my question would be then, how many bids did we get? Were they all the same, or what happened?
I'd have to refer, I don't know if there's any let me refer back to the notes and see how many bids were received. It's
I don't
not
know if the
noted.
details are
Generally,
back
we
up.
send it out to all of our contractors, and if we only get one bid back, especially with this being an emergency situation, then we would go with the one bid.
So you sent it out, but,
We send it out to about 9 different contractors.
yeah, and we got one response?
They don't have it noted in the notes how many responses that we received, but generally, if we only receive one response, due to this being a hazardous situation, we probably would have gone ahead with that one bid. If it's not a hazardous situation, we may rebid it back out, and it just depends on the
Well,
situation.
the curiosity I have is it, was it volatile? Was there a situation where we had to do something, or physical harm would be done to somebody, or damage done to neighbors? I'm just thinking about the fact that there might be a difference in cost here. When you say it's an emergency, good Lord, I don't know,
There
maybe
were
it was
health
done on
and
a weekend.
safety
It could
issues
cost a lot more that way.
Yeah, there were health and safety issues with lack of facilities and
Well,
sanitation
well, let me-
issues.
Let me interject real quick, just to put this in the framework,
Oh,
because I'm very familiar with this location. There was growing in upwards over 100 people living across this parcel of homeless. And Mr. Jefferson?
Yeah.
Mr. Jefferson is 100% correct in relation to the city of Las Vegas, Metro, the health district, the business owners, as well as the residents in this specific area, which is adjacent to James Gay Park. And
Yeah.
when the health district and Metro and the city of Las Vegas came in to address the violence that was occurring inside of James Gay Park, we had to go in and close the park for safety reasons. A lot of the homeless spread throughout the entire community. A great majority of them started to sleep in residents' backyards, in the alleys, and they took residency unfortunately, not only on your parcel, but on a variety of parcels throughout this specific area from B all the way up to D. When the Health District, Metro, the city came in and to address these health concerns, because there was a lot of defecation and urination all over not only your lot, but lots throughout this neighborhood, the Health District said this is a health and safety issue that needs to be addressed immediately. So the city moved in, hired the contractor to not only put up the fencing, and this is probably where everyone's questioning why the fencing is so much. It wasn't only the fencing, it was having to go and clean and remove all of the feces and the urination that had transpired over more than a 2 to 3 month time period at this site and other sites around this area. So when you look at the bigger picture, it was just more than the fencing. It was a matter of directing the homeless back to the shade trees, the Catholic Charities, as well as the Salvation Armies, so that they can receive the assistance that they need. And not only were those three entities, Metro, the city, and the Health District involved, but also the Southern Nevada Homeless, I believe the Southern Nevada Homeless Coalition group that helped participated in addressing a lot of the mental and the homeless needs that these folks were in desperate desire of and need of. And so, although, Mr. Jefferson, this is a financial impact to you and your family, there's no way around me cutting this slice of the pie, that when our city workers go out and spend city's tax dollars for private parcel to address life safety issues on a private parcel, we must recoup the city's dollars from going out to do this hard cost. Now, traditionally, there's civil penalty fees attached to that. Just let me finish. Traditionally, there's daily civil penalties attached, but you have no daily civil penalties attached. And when the majority of, and we just had an item, 2 items back before you came up, where the hard costs, we have been consistent in assigning the hard costs to the property owners. And we negotiate the daily civil penalty fees, just as we did on Councilman Bob Beer's item. And so for that, my position still remains to recoup the city's daily civil penalty fees, because the monies that we expense from the tax coffers needs to be returned from addressing the items that took place on, or I should say the issue that took place on your property. So that's my position today.
Okay, Councilman Beers? Councilman Beers? No? Okay. I'll give you the last word, sir, and then we'll vote on the motion.
I don't have a problem paying the thing. My thing is this. The whole thing, you talking about cost. You could have gave me a chance to put up a fence and run these people off and clean that property up myself. Then the city wouldn't have had to put out any money to do anything on that piece of property. Now, you made a big, long speech about what you had to do and what you had to do. These got property owners that ain't getting notice enough time to do anything. So you just decide one day you want to clean up, you're going to just come over there and just assess this and say, this is what we're going to do, you going to pay us for it? You know that ain't right.
Well, what you're taking out of context, Mr. Jefferson, is the fact
No,
that...
what I'm taking out, I'm not
ahead,
taking
sir.
anything out of context. I didn't listen to your speech. I don't have a problem paying for the thing. I'm already making payments on the thing. So that's not a question. My thing is, give the people time enough to respond.
Okay.
You can't come in at 12 o'clock at night and say at 6 o'clock in the morning and say you want to put up a fence.
Let me explain something to you. Traditionally, we do that.
Well, you didn't do it.
Not in this case, sir. And the reason why we didn't do it in this case, because it was under an emergency situation that was passed down from the Southern Nevada Health District. That's the difference.
The emergency was being
Okay.
built up over months. It didn't happen overnight.
I'm sorry.
Those people didn't move in there in one
I'm
night.
sorry for the impact,
Okay,
Mr.
all right,
Jefferson, but
let's
a
go ahead
motion is
and, let's go
motion.
ahead and, let's
Thank
go ahead and
Ride,
vote.
ride the city west side sometime.
Time out,
Thank
time
you.
out. Let's go ahead and vote on the motion. We have a motion. Go ahead and vote, and please post.
You hit the wrong button?
Okay, let's go ahead and vote on the motion. We have a motion. We're going to re-vote. Go ahead and vote. Okay. Councilman Ross is not here, so go ahead and post. Motion carries. We'll go off to item number 86, and Mayor, it's all yours.
Sorry, I had to leave, I had an emergency call. So anyway, agenda item 86, public hearing for possible action to consider the report of expenses to recover costs for abatement of nuisance located at 204 West Van Buren for fees in the amount of $3,450, general fund, property owner, trustee, Clark County Treasurer, care of Arlie Anderson. This is in Ward 5, Councilman Barlow. It's a public hearing which I declare open. And Mrs. Zuna.
The item before you
I'm
today
sorry,
is...
Mayor? If all three of these together, instead of having her go through it a third time, you may want to just call item number 87 also? At the same, are they the same?
They're all different.
Different property.
Oh, they're
They're
different.
all different and different
Okay.
owners.
Okay.
It would have been fun. That would have been fun, but
Different
nope,
owners, different
can't do it. Okay, please
Okay.
continue.
The item before you today is a public hearing to approve the report of expenses for a nuisance abatement performed at 204 West Van Buren, zip code 89106, located at B and Van Buren. Code enforcement case was opened on September 24, 2013, with notice and order issued to the property owner on September 24, 2013. On December 12, 2013, the abatement was completed by contractor consisting of installation of chain link fence around the perimeter of the lot, removal of all refuse and waste from all areas of the lot, and posting of the no trespassing signs. Property is valued on Zillow.com at $11,700. Staff recommends that council approve the expense report and assess the outstanding out-of-pocket cost of $3,450 as a lien against the property.
Now, it looks, if I might, Mrs. Zuna, that the fence is continuing around several properties.
Correct.
One fence.
Correct.
So is that property cost of that fence divided among the owners equally?
Correct. Not equally, based on the linear footage of the fence that was put on that property.
And how about the health costs and treatment of the soil that Councilman Barlow, was that divided
Yes, it was-
equitably as well?
It was divided
According
by
to the size of the
according to the size of the
property?
property.
Okay. So you are saying all of this, the next one has nothing to do with it. It's just the two pieces, correct then?
Correct. The next one is another vacant lot.
Another
but
vacant lot,
down
but
around the
somewhere
corner.
else. Okay, this is a public hearing. Are representatives of Arlie Anderson or Arlie Anderson here? And what happened with their notification, please?
This one, the person is deceased that owns the property. The supervisor did speak with the granddaughter of Mr. Anderson, and she advised us that she was not going to take care of the property. She couldn't afford to fence it, and so we went ahead and took care of it.
And then the treasurer has the property until everything's satisfied on that, taxes, property
Correct.
tax, everything?
Correct.
So
Their
this
taxes
just
are behind.
is added on? Okay. Thank you. It's a public hearing. Anyone wishing to speak to this property, please come forward. Hearing and seeing no one, I'll close the public hearing. And Councilman Barlow. Oh, excuse me. If you sat in front like you're supposed to, then you wouldn't. No, I'm kidding you. It's fine. Please state your name for the record.
Richard Turner,
How are you?
and I was looking at the property. I live in the area. I live down the street. Actually, I came.
Can
on
you
the
speak,
behalf-
you're tall. Can you speak closer to the mic? Thank you.
Yeah, I actually came on the behalf of another property, this property right here, but I just found out what's going on with the property I'm speaking on the behalf of, and she's deceased, so I wanted to find out what can I do to pay or do anything to own the property.
Okay, on this particular
Paying the-
piece?
Yes.
And well, that's possible. And what's your relationship to anybody that's involved with this? Because obviously, if the treasurer has it, there are taxes and things that are owned on the
Yes, I would.
property. Do you have any, have you spoken with Ms.
Yeah,
Azuna?
I spoke with Vicky.
You're off. You're on.
I advise them that if they contact our office on Monday, I'll give them whatever contact information to the granddaughter of the property owner. Maybe they can purchase the property.
Wonderful. So therefore, moving forward, how do we move forward with all of that going in this? Just continue on properly as we would?
Correct.
Okay, Ms. Zuna has given you the information. We'll follow up to make sure it's correct. And so it's public hearing. Anyone else? Thank you very much. Council, I'll close the public hearing. Councilman Barlow?
Thank you, Mayor. And let me just say this, Mayor and Council. There's a number of parcels throughout the city of Las Vegas that has to be addressed, whether it be giving ample time for the property owners, as we do, to remedy their site, and then there's situations where we have to move in because of law enforcement has come to us, or the health district has come to us and basically provided us with information that needs to be addressed immediately. And this council is not in a position to do unjust harm to the community. All we're trying to do is improve the quality and integrity of the communities in which we represent. And so therefore, I understand that it rubs certain property owners the wrong way, and I get that, and I understand that, and it's unfortunate. But we as a council and as city leaders, we have a responsibility to make sure that we improve the integrity, the look, and the quality of the communities in which we represent. And so for that, on item number 86, I'm going to move that we impose $3,450 on item number 86 in order to recoup the hard costs associated with this item in question today. That is my motion.
Thank you. There's a motion. Please vote and please post. So you'll be in touch.
Is that the two pieces?
Okay.
This is the second.
And please post. That motion carries. Thank you very much. And this is agenda item number 87, public hearing for possible action to consider the report of expenses to recover costs for abatement of nuisance located 401 West Van Buren Avenue for fees in the amount of $4,898. General fund assess a maximum of $19,500. Daily civil penalties for a total of $24,398. Property owner, again, trustee Clark County Treasurer, care of Michael P. Watson. The Ward 5, Councilman Barlow. It's a public hearing. I declare it open. Mrs. Zuna.
Before Mrs. Azuna speaks, let me interject real quick. Where are we with the third parcel?
This is the
This is it.
This is the third.
It's not connected.
It's the only
just-
third I know of. If there's
Okay,
another one, I can,
let's-
if we can,
Let's
I can get with
retract for
Tony.
a moment.
Okay.
The last two items that we addressed,
Mhm.
you had mentioned there was 3 parcels associated with the fencing.
When I said that, I meant that the project, when they went out and did all this fencing, I thought it was all 3 of these were done at the same time. Just looking at my notes, this third one, they didn't do till December, so it was not part of that set of parcels. It was only
Okay,
the 2.
so
But
then,
they were each bid on the,
so we've just assessed 2 parcels,
correct.
and you mentioned that we broke it up into 3 parts as far as the cost.
I thought this lot was right next to it, but it's not.
That is correct.
It's down in the
That-
next block.
That's why I'm
Yeah.
asking the question, going back before we start to address this third parcel, which is not associated to the conversation that we had previously.
Correct, but each parcel was bid on the footage that, on the bid, they had it all worked out, that it was bid for the footage that was going to be fenced.
I get that.
So, yeah.
The question that I'm asking is, when does the third parcel come into play as it relates to this agenda?
No, I was confused. I thought this parcel was attached to it. It's not. It's in the next block. Is what
She
I'm
made a
saying.
mistake.
It wasn't part of those two parcels. It's down on the next block.
So how many parcels
There were the
were
two
associated with the fencing that we just addressed?
Two. There were the two parcels, and then the next one's on the next block.
And the two parcels were divided, the cost of the fencing was divided according to the lineal foot, which put Mr. Jefferson's at one price and the second
Correct.
piece at another price. This is a totally different third parcel. Mrs. Zuna said that originally she thought they were all together. They aren't. This is a separate piece.
I thought they were
but
three
can-
contiguous,
I'm
but
with
they're
you.
not. They're two.
But can you check the parcel map?
Yes.
Because Mr. Jefferson stated that there's 3 parcels, not just 2. And
I
so
will-
if there's a third parcel, then that third parcel could ultimately reduce the cost of the 2 items I just voted on.
I will double check as soon as we get out of this meeting.
You follow me?
I do follow you.
Okay, so we need to figure that out before, because we just voted on it, and so while it's still fresh, I'm not sure if.
Looking at the map in the backup, there's this lot, then there's his lot next door, and then there's the house. There's only those 2 parcels. This next parcel is down the way, so there's
Don't
only 2
even worry about
parcels
the third
looking at the
parcel that
map.
we're talking about as far as number
Right, I
87.
know.
Let's just talk about 86 and
86
86 and 85 right now.
are right next to each other. Then there's the house that he grew up in, or his grandmother owned.
And
So-
Mr. Jefferson, please turn on your microphone.
Here, I can show you.
So, yeah, if you can put down the overhead.
Excuse me, I'm just want to clear up, the lot that she's talking about, it was a church on the very corner, right across from James Gage Park. That's B and Van Buren, right on that corner was a church. Then there was some apartments right next to the church. Then it was a vacant lot. That lot's been vacant. Since then, the church and the apartment's been tore down. But there are 3 lots from my house, which you see in the picture up there on 212. Now, you're talking about from all the way from the corner to my house is 3 lots. Now, I don't know what the assessment, how they dividing that up, but I know it's 3 lots.
Right.
Can you pull that up bigger, or
Here, I got it.
is this as good as we get? Okay, can you please point to 85 and 86, Mrs. Zuna?
This is 85, right?
Which one? Put a little, perfect,
Here's 85.
right?
This one's 86.
Okay.
This
And-
is the house.
That's Grandma's house?
Yes.
Okay.
That's 212.
And- Okay.
It's knocked down.
Well, they had a church and apartments there.
Okay, it's probably all under one parcel. Mr. Jefferson, you
okay, I don't have
probably
a
thought it
problem.
was
Okay.
3 lots, but it's all under one parcel. Okay,
Okay,
so.
thank you.
Okay, so that's why I wanted to clarify that, because I didn't want us to move forward and assess Mr. Jefferson more than what we should have. So, thank you for that clarification.
And could you now go back to that same beautiful little plan and show us this one that we're talking 87 at this point? Yes, Councilman Beers?
Now I am a little confused. It appears that the cost of fencing those 2 lots, grand total, is $21,580 plus $34,50. And if you're talking the fencing at the front and back of the lot, that doesn't seem linearly proportional.
It also included removal of refuse and waste and trash and debris.
I see.
Yes, in that cost.
Okay, so, and that would be on the relative square feet of the lot.
Correct.
And if that's much more than the cost of the fencing, that might get us to this result. If the remediation of the land was considerably more expensive than the placement of the fence.
On the report of expenses, it breaks down for, let me make sure I get the right one, APN 13927111024. It breaks down the removal of the refuse waste as at $100, the installation of the chain link at $1,722, the no trespassing signs at $50 for a total of $1,872. On top of that is $280 for administrative processing, and for a total of $2,152. On the other lot, they charged again $100 for removal of refuse and waste, $28.50 for the fencing, $50 for the signs, for a total of $3,000, and the administrative processing fees of $450 for a total of $34.50.
So what you're telling me is that if that's 30 feet, I don't know that it is, but Mr. Jefferson indicated that there was about 30 feet to the end of that property, times 2, then he got 60 feet of fence. The lot next to him would have had about 60 times 2 is 120, plus the long side is probably another 100, would have had 220 to 60, and that doesn't seem proportional.
Okay, well,
Maybe fencing doesn't...
I don't have the bids packages with me, so I can't go into how the contractor, figured out the entire cost, but.
This is a difficult thing for me because, the homeless folks trespassing on a property owner's land is not exactly the property owner's fault. Now we're charging them for it. I want to make sure it's done right. And this pricing would indicate that the second lot got about 150%, or 1.5 times the fencing of the first lot. And it would look to me like it's more like 4 times the fencing that the first lot got from the map that we have up on the screen right now.
Because it's going vertically as well as horizontally, and the other one's just got that piece of the horizontal.
Right, and the second lot's got B Street added to the double wide.
Right, it's got the length going down D.
Right. So I'm especially where we're imposing costs on people because the homeless are trespassing on their lots and we deem it an emergency. I want to make sure that we get it right.
I can go back and review the bids and see how they broke it up to verify, but
If you will, that would be helpful.
if there was any problems with the bid process, I'd be more than happy to let the councilman know.
I would like to see that too and find out why is there double administrative costs? One had administrative costs in the 200, the other one 400?
It's 15% based off of the total cost.
What kind of cyclone? Who do we normally have do our cyclone fencing?
This company was CGI. They're just one of our contractors out of the 9 that put in for the bid.
And do we
They
go
can all do fencing.
Do we go with a low bid usually on these?
Yes, absolutely, always the lowest bidder. Yes, correct.
Okay. Well, we're on item number 87.
Well, the only thing I'm wondering too is if in fact you find in this review and you look at the lineal feet going down D as across Van Buren, and you look at the lineal feet, it's an usurious amount that's being charged on the middle X next to the house comparison to the other one. So at this point, I mean, I would like to follow up on Councilman Beer's comment here. Can you go ahead and review all of this and get back to us, and can we sort of obey this for reconsideration, these 2 properties?
Yeah, Mayor, I don't mind at all.
Which means we have to, how do we vote?
I'll move that we rescind, we're in item number 87, so we need to back out of 87 in order to get back to 86.
Thank you, because you had already opened 87.
5, 6,
Okay.
6.
I'd like to, how do we close down on this for a moment or put it in 87?
Well, we have to rescind the vote.
Are you
We
going
do
to
have to
obey-
rescind the back to.
Are you going to obey 87 at the same as well? So you have all three of them on Van Bureau?
Yeah, why don't we just do that? My
So-
motion would be to obey item number 87 for 30 days and bring
Okay.
item number 87 back before us. That'll be
Good.
my motion.
There's a
at this time.
motion. Please vote.
Thank you.
March 19th on that, thank you. There's a motion. And this is on 87 to obey to March 19th. If in fact you, sweet computer, want to give us a chance to do this. There we go.
Okay.
Please vote. This is an advance to March 19th on the 87. Now we're going to go back to 86 and 85. We'll take 85 first.
Thank you, Mayor. I would like to rescind item number 85.
Oh, we have to post the other, the 87.
Thank you.
Okay, that passes. So let's go back to 85.
Okay, my motion would be to rescind item number 85.
There's a motion to rescind agenda item 85. Please vote. And please post. You didn't vote. And please post on this.
Okay.
Motion carries now.
My motion at this point, Mayor, will be to obey item 85 for 30 days. Thank you.
March 19th. To obey the item 85 to March 19th, please vote. And please post. Thank you. And on agenda item 86, please,
I would like to
Councilman.
rescind item number 86.
Agenda item 86, a vote to rescind. Please vote and please post. Motion carries.
Okay. Before I make my motion on number item 86, I would like to ask that you please remain in contact with Mr. Jefferson so that he's a part of the process every step of the way, coming up to the March
19.
March 19th date, so that he's engaged as it relates to our findings as well, okay?
Okay.
Okay, so at this point, I would like to move to obey item number 86 for 30 days until the March 19th City Council meeting. That is my motion.
Motion, please vote and please post. Motion carries. So we'll see you, Mr. Jefferson, on the 19th.
March 19th.
Okay, we're going to move on to agenda number 88. And this is a public hearing also for public action to consider a request for a waiver and/or reduction of fees totaling $35,550 in daily civil penalties recorded against the property located at 4305 Las Lomas Avenue. Property owner is Darrell Bassler. This is in Ward 1 with Councilwoman Tarkanian. And it is a public hearing which I declare open. Mrs. Zuna.
The item before you today is a public hearing to consider a waiver of fees and penalties requested by Darrell Bassler. Fees and penalties were assessed and approved by City Council on May 20th, 2009. This property is located in the area of Arville and Oakey in zip code 89102. The abatement was completed on December 19th, 2009 and consisted of securing by boarding all open, accessible doors and windows and removal of refuse, waste, and high weeds and grass from all yards. The outstanding costs on this property are the daily civil penalties of $35,500. The current valuation of this property on Zillow.com is $102,000. Staff recommends that council deny this waiver request.
Thank you very much. This is a public hearing. I declare it open. Gentlemen, good afternoon. Would you please introduce yourselves so we have it on record?
My name's Darrell Bassler.
How are you?
My name's John Bonet.
Thank you very much. And do you want to make any comments on this, please?
Well, at the time, had a lot of things going on. My wife died. I was having back surgery, and I just couldn't get around to doing the things to the property myself, and hired somebody, and they took money and didn't do anything.
Okay, thank you. This is a public hearing. Anyone else wishing to speak? Hearing none, I'll close the public hearing. And so, Councilwoman.
Could you tell me, please, the sequence of contact that was made?
Back in 2009, we issued a notice and order on September 22nd, 2008. So back in 2008, sorry. And we did not receive any contact from the property owner.
That was 2008?
2008 was when the case started. We performed our abatement December 19th, 2009, and the case originally opened up on September 4th. So it was approximately about 4.5 months. In that time, there were, let me see how many notices we issued. He received a correction notice, a notice and order, and a 10-day before abatement notice.
Did you have any contact with him directly at that time, or did he respond to any of that?
I looked through the officer's notes, and there was no contact from anybody on this property. So we determined that we needed to go in and take care, because there were homeless people getting into the house. We
Right.
needed to get it secured.
I must tell you, that's an awfully long time, 4.5 years, not to have any contact made. When the notice was sent as to what they owed, Vicki?
Yes, when it went to council, they were notified what the report of expenses were. And at that time, it was, there was out-of-pocket cost of $1,821.75, which have been paid now.
It's
And-
paid?
I'm sorry?
It's paid now?
Yes.
When was
There
it
were
paid?
payments made back in June of 2010 totaling $2,271.75. There was also some failed inspection civil penalties of $450 that were paid. So all that's outstanding right now is the $35,550.
If I can say something. I know, I'm a friend of Daryl's, and Daryl went through a traumatic experience with his wife passing away. Him and his wife owned several of the GNC stores here in town.
Excuse me, I couldn't hear you. Could you speak a little
Sure,
closer to
I'm
the
sorry.
mic?
Him and his wife owned several of the GMC stores here in town and had several properties here in town. And when his wife passed away, it was just an experience that put him in a deep depression for a long time. And then he had a major back surgery. And unfortunately, I'm just trying to say that he was a good fella all these years, and that something like this happened, and he just couldn't get on with his life. And I think he's willing to pay, reasonable fees, and he's not objecting to those fees at all. What he's trying to do is lower the cost of the whole assessment on it, so that he can move on and sell this property and go on with his life.
You said he plans to sell the property?
Yes.
Fix it up and then sell it?
Well, not even just fix it up, just be done with it and move on. His health is still not the best, and he'd just rather,
All right, I move that half of the amount be still left to be paid, and then half is gone, which gives you a big reduction.
So how much would that be total?
It'd be 17,000 something. Can you figure that out? You probably have the little clicker there.
I do. $17,775.
What was that? Yeah, and you don't have to pay it all at once. But he's not going to live in the home, he's going to use it, he's going to sell it. maybe not fix it up, which is not too good for the neighborhood if you don't fix it
Well,
up. So that's why I'm saying, I'm going to tell you, this is almost 5 years, and I understand clinical depression, and I know it takes a long time sometimes, but that's a long time.
Yeah, I don't really mind paying what's reasonable. They put up 2x4s where the glass sliding door was, where the renter before that didn't want to pay rent. When finally got him out of there, broke the sliding glass door window and also broke the front window. And basically all that was put up was about 5 sheets of plywood.
But
And
the
then maybe
but
cleaned up some of the yard.
those were hard costs.
Right, but the
And
property.
there's no question on hard costs
Right.
now. We're just talking
Right.
about
But-
having this long a delay and being in the neighborhood looking like this that long.
Well, but the property has not looked like this.
No.
How long would it actually look like that?
Like,
When it was bad shape?
probably about 6-7 months more than the
Okay.
hospital now.
And then it hasn't been just sitting there for 5 years in bad shape.
No.
It's in good shape, decent shape now.
It's rented.
I just don't know how much you expect us to cut back on that. Do any of my fellow councilmen have any idea? Here's Mr. Ross.
Well, Councilman, with the mayor, with your permission, Councilman, I think you're right on the mark here. I mean, sir, I mean, your challenges are well noted, and we certainly have a great deal of compassion for someone going through the obstacles and adversity in your life. And it's commendable that you have your friend here to also speak on your behalf. I think that's wonderful. But 5 years is a great long time to ignore the city of Las Vegas, and we have, all of us in every one of our wards, have these issues in homes and properties where the city is absolutely ignored. A phone call, a return, answering the door. Heck, I don't know what it could have been, but you did nothing in 5 years, and now you're before the councilwoman asking for assistance. I don't know what to say. I mean, this is a very difficult decision. Your hard costs are paid. You're looking at the civil penalties that are recorded against the property. Is that the intent, if I may ask, Mayor, through you to Councilwoman, is that the intent? You're trying to sell the property?
Right, I figure out.
Oh, wait, 5 years ago, you weren't trying to sell the property, and that's when we started this process. So I'm a little concerned about that. Gee, I just will ignore the city until it comes time I'm going to sell this property, and then we'll deal with the issue then and ask for forgiveness. I have a hard time with that, Councilwoman. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. Could I ask Ms. Ozuna also another question? Were these civil penalties, that's not through 5 years, is it? I mean, when did
No.
they stop collecting?
No, they were from the time that the notice and order on the 11th day, after the notice and order had passed, it went from the 11th day to the date that the abatement was started. So a little bit different than what we're doing now. So, now we cap it off at 19.5. But, so it literally went from as soon as the notice and order appeal time had passed to the time that the contractor started the abatement.
That's when the civil penalties
Yes, it
went.
was
so-
$500 a day
Okay, I
for
just
every
wanted to
day.
make sure that we didn't go over that whole time. Yeah. I think that's fair unless somebody can convince me otherwise. I must tell you, 5 years, yes.
I'd like to ask if we went retroactive, it would be 19.5?
No,
That would
if
be
it
the
were a
cap?
case like I brought you today, an abatement case today, we capped the penalties at a maximum of 39 days. If we were a total efficient machine out there every day working code enforcement and didn't have weekends and stuff, it would literally take us from the beginning of a case to the day that the contractor's out on site, 39 days. So that's all we penalize people now for. I'm sorry.
So
from-
the total penalties would be 19.5?
Correct, correct.
So if in fact Councilwoman used that as the marker, half of that would be 8,250?
Correct.
All right, Mayor, you lost me on that one. Okay, explain that to me. I want to treat you fairly, sir, But I must tell you, I agree with Councilman Ross that 5 years, almost 5 years is a very long time not to make any connection to the city. And I don't know if you know how many, well, he mentioned how many we have throughout the city like this, and we're working on every single one of them. And that sort of leaves us in a lurch when we don't hear anything from you. Okay, Vicki, I'm sorry.
That's okay. I believe what the mayor is saying, and correct me if I'm wrong, if we were to treat him the same way we treated anybody that I brought an abatement before you today, you would only have assessed $19,500. Because back then, we didn't look at it as not penalizing people because we aren't an efficient machine. So now we cap it at 19.5 based off of, if it takes us an extra 6 months, it takes us an extra 6 months, whether we're working with people or not. So we only penalize people for 39 days. So back then, we did not do that. It went from the 11th day after the notice and order to the day before the abatement started.
And that's why we collected so many days.
Correct.
Okay. All right, then, just because this is such a wonderful group here, I'm going to recommend doing half that amount, which $8,250. Am I correct?
Actually, I have to correct that. It's $9,750.
All right, $9,750. And sir, that's about as low as we can go. It's coming from $35,550, but because we had changed the method we used, and I don't mind him coming on the new method. So that's my motion, that the penalty be reduced from $35,550 to $9,750.
So there's a motion? Whoops. There's a motion, please vote. Oh, of course. And then please post and comment after the vote. Did we all vote? Yes, we did. Please post. And Councilman Ross? Oh, after it's shown. Okay. Motion carries. So it's 9,000 with a time limit, did you put that?
Well, could we work this out through your department on the payments? I
Yes.
mean,
Generally, we require that they pay it within 30 days, but if you want to work with him, we can do that.
All right. Okay.
If you could give him time to, market and sell his property, and then that would be a lot better for him. I think, and I'm not trying to tell you what to do, and I understand that what all your concern is, a lot of these properties are abandoned because banks don't take care of them, and they're in the middle of the foreclosure process and everything else. Daryl, and if he wasn't here, it'd be easier for me to tell you this. Daryl's not doing it because of a monetary thing. It's his friends got together and told him, Daryl, you got to get on with your life, and you got to move ahead. And unfortunately, he didn't feel that's fair, but I understand what you're trying to do.
Well, sir,
and preserve your
you're a very good friend to him, and he's lucky to have you as a good friend. But I believe that we're being extremely generous in this offer after 5 years.
Well, it wasn't just 5 years that I was doing nothing. We had 3 GNC stores, other properties. My wife died suddenly of a heart attack. I had 3 stores to deal with. I didn't really feel like dealing with, I felt like closing all the doors. And then all this comes up, and I had to get the house fixed up and rented, which I did. It looks a lot different than it did then. And I feel it's still exorbitant.
Well, if I might suggest, and I know we all offer you sympathies and how trying it must be after you have someone in your life that you're devoted to, but if you look at it in a positive way, Councilwoman has done a really wonderful service. Ms. Ozuna is saying she will consider working out a payment plan. It will help you. It will help you because you will be on a schedule to pay, get it fixed up, and get it sold. And perhaps this $9,000 tacked onto your sales price, everything will work perfectly, but it gives you a focus to do something now. And with the arrangement to go ahead 17,000 is a heck of a lot more than 9,000 and whatever. So I think you can do this. I know you can do this. It gives you a project that you really need to stick to. And if you'll work with Mrs. Zuna, she'll work the timeline for payments. You get it fixed up so it looks beautiful. You put a for sale sign on it. There are plenty of realtors that would love to sell it for you who are out of business. And just know we all commiserate with you. There's nothing like losing a loved one, and we just lost a dear friend to City Council, and Todd Farlow, just this past weekend. So we wish you well with this, and I think Councilwoman's been extremely gracious in this. And so that's, if you'll just work it out with Mrs. Zuna, she'll make sure. But you have a project, and put it on a timeline, get it sold.
Thank you.
Thank you. And Councilman Ross?
Thank you, Mayor, and Council, I fully support you 110%. My no vote was because I don't want, and not that this gentleman was, but it appears to me, irresponsible with his property over several years without being in contact with the City of Las Vegas. Any kind of communication would have been forthwith. That being said, I think it's important that we hold these irresponsible property owners where we're spending taxpayer money abating their properties. Ms. Ozuna's time and her staff's time and her officers' time, there's still taxpayer money being spent. They need to be held accountable. You are a wonderful individual for helping this gentleman with this issue. But on the surface of this, it appears, I'm going to ignore the city until I need to sell the property, then I'm going to go beg for forgiveness, and that's what it appears to me. So, but I support you, Councilwoman. You're a wonderful person and a wonderful example to all of us.
If I could, Mayor, please, I appreciate that, and I understand. I'm aware of problems with clinical depression, and I know it takes sometimes a longer time, but somewhere along the line, I feel somebody could have helped there, or, you know, in almost 5 years. But I did the best I could on this one.
I appreciate that.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
On that?
Yes, and we posted,
Okay, thank you.
and it did pass. Okay, we'll move on to agenda item 89. I see we have some new cards. Okay, I bet this one. This one we did. Okay, okay, this one we did. Okay, agenda item 89, SUP 50181, public hearing, applicant, 99-cent only store. Owner, WRI Charleston Commons LLC, for possible action on a request for a special use permit for a proposed beer, wine cooler off-sale establishment within an existing 24,574 square foot general retail store other than listed at 45 North Nellis Boulevard, C1 Limited Commercial Zone, Ward 3, Councilman Coffin. Planning Commission and staff both recommend approval. It's a public hearing. I declare it is open. And is the applicant or representative present?
Good afternoon, Madam Mayor, members of the City Council. Matthew Saltzman, 400 South Rampart, Las Vegas, on behalf of 99-cent only stores. We are here with application for a special use permit to sell packaged beer and wine at this store. We appreciate the Planning Commission and the staff's approval and have no problem with the conditions.
Where does the liquor go on this diagram?
I don't know if they've designated specifically where in the store that the beer and wine is going to be stocked. It's typically a very limited portion of the grocery part of the store, perhaps 50 square feet. Relative to the 25,000 square foot total store.
I must commend 99-cent because when I was on the SNAP program looking for very reasonably priced groceries, 99-cent store had them, so it's wonderful. Councilman? Well,
Your
it's
Honor,
public hearing.
There might
Excuse
be
me one
public
second.
comment. But I'm going to ask him questions first, so we're not quite ready,
Okay,
Anthony.
and then a public hearing.
That was my question was going to be about the percentage of that devoted to groceries. Now, that is a large store, and I'm guessing that they have become very competitive in the grocery field. They've gotten larger. This is not a convenience store. So I drove the property. Okay, I know that there's no churches, there's no prohibited uses nearby. There's a Las Vegas Wash behind it, and it's at the very far southeast corner of the city at that intersection. We've had 4 or 5 protests, including one just hand delivered to me today with the ink still hot, the pencil still hot on it. So I want to make sure that we are compatible. I don't think there's any provision for single sales in here, is there? Is it all packaged as
The
conforming?
bottles have to be sold in their original configuration for
Okay.
sale.
Just like a grocery store?
Correct.
Okay. And my guess is well, I don't know, out of the 24,000 feet, how many are devoted to grocery?
It's probably 25 or 30% roughly, just from recollection of being in the stores myself.
Okay.
It has a meaningful portion of the store is groceries.
Okay, we're not talking hard liquor here?
No.
Okay, all right. Thank you. There's more testimony.
Thank you. It is public hearing. Please come forward, state your name, make your comments.
My name is Anthony Hodges. Well, I'm getting kind of a whole picture of the situation. As you said, it is located in an area where it could be allowed, but we do have a 7-Eleven on the corner of Nellis and Charleston, and they sell beer and wine. I don't know if do they sell alcohol, but I don't even know about the alcohol part, but I do know they sell beer and wine. Do that 7-Eleven allow to sell alcohol?
You know, at that one, I'm not sure, Councilman. Do you happen to know? I don't either. I'm sorry.
Nobody know, huh? Well, whatever. Well, if the objective is, I was the one saying that, but since yours is on the other side of the street, you know, and that is a giant shopping center, and the 7-Eleven is on the opposite side of the street, you know, that Charleston and Nellis is pretty big, heavy intersection, quite a bit of activity going on there. So even as big as it is, it's not really a lot of alcohol really being sold. So what I'm trying to say, maybe there will be room for you to put yours, but at first I was going to be against it. But now that I looked at the whole picture, if it's just going to be you and the 7-Eleven, that ain't no big deal. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else wishing to be heard, please come forward. Hearing and seeing none, I'll close the public hearing. Councilman Coffin, yes.
I move for
bless you.
approval of item 89.
For some reason, Ms. City Clerk, I have a black screen. Oh, you are going to fix it. Hire this man. Very good. Okay. Now you get a raise, too. Please post. Unbelievable. Forget the banjo.
Thank you very much.
Motion carries. Thank you, except Councilwoman, she's gone. Okay. So we will now move on to agenda item 90. And that's VAC 50106, public hearing, applicant Wolf TH LLC, owner James R. Marsh, for possible action on a request for a petition to vacate a 1,300 square foot section of public right-of-way and existing bus turnout generally located along the west side of Durango Drive, approximately 100 feet of Deer Springs Way. This is in Ward 6 with Councilman Ross. Both Planning Commission and staff recommend approval. This is a public hearing, which I now open. Are you the applicant or representative?
Teresa Wolf, 5765 South Rainbow, here on behalf of the applicant. Basically, we're relocating the existing bus stop that's off of Durango further south, and Planning Commission and the staff has recommended approval, and we have no issues with the staff's conditions. And RTC has also approved the relocated bus stop location. So we respectfully request your approval.
Do you know in the plans, is there a further setback for the waiting area?
No,
bench?
basically, the way the bus turnout is now, with the waiting area, it's a detached sidewalk, so there's going to be a little strip of landscaping with some concrete in front of where the bus shelter will be, and then there's a 10-foot sidewalk, and then there's the bus shelter pad.
Excellent.
And it's going to remain the same as previously designed. It's just
Thank you.
basically shifting south.
Thank you very much. It's a public hearing. Anyone wishing to be heard, please come forward, state your name.
My name is Anthony Hodges. You said that they're going to have a setback for the bus, a special?
Right. Basically, this project is in the town center design area, so they have a detached sidewalk. So basically, the bus turnout is 10 feet from the road, and then there is a 3-foot strip, it's a 5-foot strip of landscaping, and then there's a 10-foot sidewalk. And then the bus stop shelter housing facility will be behind that.
Oh, okay. Well, thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else wishing to be heard? Hearing and seeing none, I'll close the public portion. Councilman Ross,
Move to
it is
approve.
yours.
Move to approve, Mayor.
There's a motion. Please vote, and please post. That motion carries. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Move on to agenda item 91, EOT 52243, abeyance item. Public hearing, applicant owner Garden City LLC for possible action on a request for an extension of time and a non-conforming use for a motor vehicle dealership, new one, at 5750 Sky Point Drive, TC Town Center Zone, SETC Service Commercial Town Center. Special land use designation, again, Councilman Ross in Ward 6. Staff recommends denial. And, of course, Mr. Fagg, could you please explain why?
Madam Mayor, on these requests for extensions of time for non-conforming uses, after the third request, we tend to recommend denial of that as they haven't been able to find the appropriate replacement. And so that's the basis for our recommendation of denial.
Thank you very much. This is a public hearing. I declare it open. Applicant present or representation? No. Still public comment. Come right along.
Well, the planning recommend denial. I think he explained, did you explain the reason that you denied, sir? Yeah, well, he said why he didn't, he denied it, so I go along with the planning denial.
Anyone else wishing to be heard? Hearing none, I'll close public portion and turn this over to Councilman Coffin. Ross, I'm looking at, look, it's catching, Miss Bowes, Mr. Bowes.
She's looking right at me.
Oh, my gosh.
Yeah, well, she's thinking about you. You're looking
Oh,
at me.
I'm just thinking, oh, my goodness. Your turn.
Thank you, Mayor and council members. If you recall, this is an advance item from 30 days ago, where some of the community members were concerned about the current use of that. And I do have the speaker cards that I'll turn into the city clerk for the record, as well as the opposition of this group of individuals. I did meet with these people out of my Centennial Hills office, satellite office, and I also met with the property owner who is actually leasing the facility to the Army Corps of Engineers. There was a 5-year lease. They have 2 years left on their lease. My understanding through the current property owner is that they are working with a prospective potential car dealer to car dealership that location. I was looking for a word.
So reapply?
Yeah, to reapply or actually move that in. I mean, the facility is built. Yes, it's a non-conforming use. These individuals in the community were concerned about the military's presence out there, none of which, by the way, live in the area, as I found out. So that being said, I move for approval for a 12-month extension. I will say and put on the record, as for Mr. Fagg's benefit, I tried to get them a 24-month, but we don't allow that per code. So they will unfortunately be back before us in 12 more months to do it one more time, and then hopefully they'll land an actual car dealership or a truck dealership or something. Working on high-end stuff out there. So that's my motion, Mayor.
New precedent. Way to go.
And this for the record on the agenda item for the city clerk.
Thank you. There's a motion. Please vote and please post. That motion carries. We'll go on to agenda item 92, MSP 50453, abeyance item, public hearing, applicant owner, WMCV Phase 1 LLC et al. For possible action on a major amendment to an approved master sign plan, MSP 6344, to add 14.68 acres to the site area, to add one 30-foot tall freestanding sign with 4 electronic reader boards, to add 6 2,968 square foot LED display wall signs on the existing parking garage, and to allow LED on the 11 existing wall signs approved by MSP 40138, where they were only approved for vinyl and not laminate materials on 35.72 acres at 445, 455, 475, and 495 South Grand Central Parkway, PD, Planned Development Zone, Ward 5, Councilman Barlow. Planning Commission recommends denial, staff recommends approval. This is a public hearing, and are you representing?
Yes, ma'am. Good morning, or excuse me, good afternoon, Your Honor, and members of the council. I'm Carrie Kramer from Greenberg Torreg, 3773 Howard Hughes Parkway, on behalf of the applicant. Since our last meeting where denial, or we obeyed the item after denial was recommended, we worked very hard with Councilman Barlow to actually amend the application to amend the application to 4 signs, which you see, well, maybe on the overhead, which you see here. We are now looking to do LED just in these areas of on the buildings, and then we've also
LED on A, D, and L,
Yes.
and I?
A, D, and L. A, D, L, and I only, yes, and then the monument sign, which is on Grand Central Parkway. We also worked with Councilman Barlow to address any of his other concerns with regard to brightness, and with that, we would like to open up to any questions that you may have.
Great, thank you. It's a public hearing. Anyone wishing to come forward? Yes, please, Councilman Beers, while you're walking to the microphone.
Thank you, Your Honor. Our city attorney has notified me that I have to declare that I have a small interest in a restaurant that leases from this facility, the applicant, and therefore I am not going to vote or participate in the discussion.
Okay, thank you very much. Anyone else? Okay. Okay, please, go ahead and announce who you are.
Good afternoon, Jennifer Lazovich, 8345 West Sunset Road, here today representing Lamar Outdoor Advertising. Little bit of quick background. We worked very hard as part of the stakeholders group when the super graphic sign ordinance was approved. And although this particular application doesn't fall under that ordinance because it predated that ordinance coming into play, there has been dialogue between ourselves and the representatives for World Market Center that the key for us is that the signage that they're proposing remain on-premise signage only and really advertising its principal business. And so we would ask that your condition number 3 be modified as follows. I have provided a copy of this language to Flynn Fagg as well as Councilman Barlow, and the applicant has been gracious enough to agree to it, but I'd like to read it into the record, please.
Please go ahead.
Okay, we'd like condition number 3 to be modified to say, all signs shall contain on-premise advertising only as required by the Downtown Centennial Plan Parkway Center standards, and is limited to on-premise messages that identify, announce, or advertise the specific principal business operations or attractions that are housed on the premises of the building to which the signage is attached. That last portion of what I read comes specifically out of your code today dealing with super graphics relating to the principal business. So they have graciously said that they would accept that. We would hope that that could be made part of your motion, and I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Okay, thank you. And is that, could you state your agreement to that request?
Yes, we have spoken with Ms. Lazovich, and that's the agreement.
Okay, great. And Mr. Fagg, please.
Madam Mayor, if I might interject for a moment, I do have one slight tweak that I would like to propose to that condition if Ms. Lazovich and the applicant feel it's appropriate. Again, adding the language that Ms. Lazovich has just stated and is limited to on-premise messages that identify, announce, or advertise the specific principal business operations or attractions that are housed on the site is what I would propose, because they have multiple buildings as part of a complex. I just thought that housed on the site would be an appropriate way to indicate that thought.
And would that, Mr. Fagg, would that also cover, I know that their space is rented quite frequently, and to be able to advertise that some fashion show is being shown there on, maybe on the stationery, would that include that?
Because those who are renting the space are considered to be tenants, yes, they would be able to advertise as long as they hold space within the building.
Okay, thank
Yes,
you.
our concern would be if all of a sudden there's, which we've talked about with the applicant, but the original application that was submitted to the city included signage for cell phones, watches,
jewelry, Barney's New York. It was displaying on your,
Everything.
and if those people aren't in there, or maybe they're just renting a 500 square foot little space, that to us is not a principal business, and it's operating more like a billboard than it is an on-premise sign.
Well, my concern, though, was, in addition to that, was more about
Trade
space being
shows.
rented,
Yes.
trade shows coming in, a convention that would come in there, or a one-nighter for some reason that they would be allowed to advertise that they're in there, or whatever they're selling's in there.
Yes, I think we understand that for the
Okay.
duration of a trade show that comes in, much like they do in other places for convention space, there'll be some kind of advertising. Again, our concern is wrapping the building in a Coke bottle just because a restaurant in there happens to sell Coke products. That's not really principle.
It is a public hearing. I've lost my voice now. Anybody wishing to come forward, make comment, please do so. And we'll take questions from council.
This is a convention. Is this kind of like the big convention center, or just for a small area have their own conventions? This is not the main
What I
one.
was talking about was a fashion show that I know happened to rent the facility and the downstairs for a whole evening,
Oh,
and
okay.
that they would be allowed to then put up some
So
mark
this,
that
this
they were
is a
there.
small venue, okay.
Mhm.
But I'm sorry, I can't speak on this, I'm sorry.
Any comments, questions from council? If not, oh, Councilwoman?
I do have some, I'm concerned about that. First of all, you still got a lot of signs, and they're very, very large. Do you need to have that sign on Bonneville, which is sort of the entrance gate to our city, where we're spending extra money and fixing up the landscaping and the median and all of that? That's one. And two is, it's sort of a unfair, it's sort of a disadvantage to the mall people right across the street, Premium Outlets, to have this gigantic 14,000 square foot sign facing people who will be coming into their store. They won't be able to do anything near that size, number one. And number two, it'll be selling some of the same items. So those two are concerns of mine. Well, she said watches and things along.
That's what they're objecting to.
Oh, you're
That on
objecting-
the,
oh, no.
Ms. Lazarevich was saying that that
Okay.
picture showed watches, but this is a furniture market, doesn't sell watches.
The first
But if
renderings.
someone came there and was having a convention there, or renting the room, and that's what they were doing, they might do something like that. We don't know what would be coming, but anyway, go ahead, I'm sorry.
The first renderings that you saw unfortunately did show off-premise signage, but we are bound by the ordinance, and there will be no off-premise signage. In order for us to post or to display anything, the display has to be licensed, so they either have to be a permanent tenant or they have to have a license within the premises with us for the purpose of the trade show. That being said, there may be a jewelry tenant or a jewelry licensee that has something on the side of the building, but it would be on premise only. So we wouldn't be, unless a store that was at the Premium Outlets actually took space on the premises with us, there would be no way for us to advertise
No,
anything.
it's just, it could be a different watch, it could be a different jewelry, it could be different this, but it's still competitive to a jewelry store that would be in the Premium Outlets. And the other thing is, I really feel that's a very large sign to be there at the entrance into our city. I just don't know why you need 4 large signs.
To be quite...
Because it's a very large building you
Sure.
have. Obviously, it's, who else in the city practically will be able to have signs that large?
Right. There is a minimum requirement within the ordinance that we do have to stick to. There is no maximum requirement, but there is a minimum requirement within the ordinance. Because of the size of the buildings and the sheer magnitude of them, we couldn't put like a billboard-sized sign on the side of the building because it would be so little that you wouldn't be able to see it. We are requesting 4 signs, but we do have to understand that there is a huge investment within LED signage, and the World Market Center would probably have to start with one to see how beneficial it is for them. We are just asking for LED as an approved material to use where supergraphic signage has already been approved.
I know it was approved before I had the ward, my ward included the premium outlets across the street. And I had a concern about plastering all the buildings with advertising, and I know my cohorts up here think it's pretty good, but I just want to voice that concern of mine. We do everything to make us look like a sophisticated, nice city, and I just think that's out of place there.
Thank you.
On that side.
Thank you. And because we've had so many public hearing items, did I close this public hearing? I did. Okay, thank you. Councilman
Yes.
Barlow.
Yes. Ms. Lazovich came forward with some information, and also Mr. Director of Planning read into the record some additional comments as it relates to the definition that was brought forward. Do you agree to the condition that she has brought forward to the council in relation to the on-premise versus the off-premise?
Absolutely. We agree to all of the conditions that staff presented us with, as well as Ms. Lazovich's condition as well, or recommendation for condition. We are bound by the ordinance, and we will only have the on-premise signage.
Okay. And in addition to that, I know we spoke a lot about the looms. I call them looms, but you all call them
Nits.
nits. And as far as the how bright of a light that could possibly be cast across I-15, and if you will also mention on the record in relation to how World Market Center will be able to tweak the lights in the event that they're too bright, as far as the cast of light across I-15.
Absolutely. We have also agreed and are bound by the ordinance that the maximum that we will have illuminated is 300 nits. That being said, we've also spoken to representatives of YESCO and Clear Channel, and have been informed that, for the purposes of information, that when a sign like this is when it's put together, it's based off, or the brightness is let me try this again. The brightness is controlled by computer software, and that software can adjust via the ambient light. So depending on where the sun is, at that time, the brightness will adjust down as it becomes darker. But it also, if there is a particular sign that is brighter due to the color of it, it's white or it's a light color, it can also be manually adjusted as well for that particular spot, so that it won't be as bright, and so there won't be an issue of blinding light or anything like that.
Okay. And Mr. Fagg, do you have any additional comments, or would you like to repeat what the conditions are moving forward that the applicant has agreed to?
Madam Mayor, through you, I'd like to respond to Councilman Barlow's question. Yes, I do have just a question or two for the applicant, and then I can assist in finalizing the amendments to the conditions of approval. In the drawings that I received, I do show that LED is to be used for the 4 signs that are designated as A, D, I, and L. And then sign L is also shown in the table that you submitted to me at 11,250 square feet, and then you put it down here in the bottom of the table at 14,400 square feet.
Previously, the way that the application had read previously, we thought that we had, originally, we had been approved for now it's hard to see. It was a narrow sign. There were 2 signs on the south-facing side of Building B, and we were under the impression that we had been approved for the narrow one. So what the recommendation was to ask for the larger sign to the right of that, which is what L is. And on the mock-up that we received originally, the 120 by 120 was the approximate measurement that we were given. So we wanted to make sure that we took off the narrow sign that was to the left of that and added the more square sign to the right of that on Building B. And I actually have a rendering. to the left of where that proposed sign is, was what we had originally been approved for. So what we were asking, what we had done was switched it to give more space between the signs per our conversations with Councilman Barlow, and this was the sign that we were asking for.
Okay, because your table currently, as it reads, shows that you have two large format signs on the south face of Building B. And I just want to clarify that what you're asking for is just one sign.
Yes, that's correct. Just the one sign on the south side of Building B.
Okay, based on that information, then, here is what we would need to do to the conditions of approval.
When you, excuse me, when you talked about A, D, L, and I, there was also mention of that freestanding sign. So
Correct.
that's included as well?
Yes, that is included in the
Okay.
package, but it's much smaller, and we have that as one of the
Separately.
exhibits. So
Okay, thank
we're
you.
good on that one.
Okay, thanks.
In terms of how we would need to amend the conditions, condition number 2, I need to amend that to say conformance with the site plan, sign elevations, and documentation, date stamped February 19th, 2014, except as amended by conditions herein. So I just need to change that to reflect that we have received an amended sign plan. Condition number 3, as Ms. Lazovich originally suggested with my modification, would be that all signs shall contain on-premise advertising only as required by the Downtown Centennial Plan Parkway Center standards, and is limited to on-premise messages that identify, announce, or advertise the specific principal business operations or attractions that are housed on the site. And then I would need to place an added condition that says only one sign shall be permitted on the south face of Building B to reflect how you've amended the sign table. And so those would be the amended and added conditions for this if council chooses to go forward.
Thank you very much.
So do you agree to those conditions?
One question, Mr. Fagg, if I could. The LED sign on, or the two signs on the south facing side, would we still be able to do a graphic sign, just like that we've been approved for previously, but no LED? So LED would be L, but would there still be next to that? Would we, or is it still approved for like of the vinyl sign?
Madam Mayor.
Yes.
I thought it was your testimony that you were only going to be doing the LED sign on the south side of Building B.
Yeah, there are two
Well,
signs on Building B.
Let me help you out. When we were in my office, I specifically just wanted, just in replace of that, just one sign. So you're asking now for a vinyl plus the LED. So I'm requesting that we just have only the LED and eliminate the vinyl opportunity.
Yes. Now I understand. I think I misunderstood what Mr. Fagg was saying. So I
Okay.
wanted to be sure we just have the
So-
LED.
How do we clarify that, Flynn?
Again, that would go back to my condition that only one sign shall be permitted on the south side of Building B.
That is correct.
And that would be an added condition.
Okay.
Yes.
So you understand now?
Yes,
And
I'm
you agree
sorry.
to that?
We had two signs on Building B. I didn't
is
hear the
correct.
south side. Sorry.
Right. That's why I gave you the bigger
Thank you.
sign.
The 14,000?
Right. Okay?
That's good.
So you
Thank
agree to those conditions?
Yes.
Okay. So, Mayor and Council, if there's no other
Can I
comments or
just ask
questions?
one more question, please,
Okay.
Councilman? How
Go ahead.
big is a billboard? Jennifer should know, right? How big is
Madam
the
Mayor?
ordinary billboard we have? Or Flynn,
The
sorry,
standard
Flynn.
size of a billboard is 672 square feet,
672 square feet, and we're
14
having,
feet high by 48 feet wide.
and we're having 14,000. Okay, thank you.
And what happened to Councilman Barlow?
Your Honor,
Okay.
just look at me.
You don't look like Councilman Barlow.
I'm not prepared to make my motion or his motion yet because I have a question.
Oh, good.
Well, and it's partly a comment too. I'm appreciative of this issue coming up because it gives us a chance to start learning this new technology and what we have to do to control it because of the danger of too much movement in signs near freeways. And I understand, and I watched, I normally don't do this to myself, but I watched the Planning Commission last month, I think, and saw the deliberations on this. And so I suppose it is possible to see one of these practically in Summerlin on the right, with the right conditions at the right time of the day. a night. So
They're not going to.
we're going to learn just how they work. So as long as these signs are all adjustable and not just automatically adjustable, because automatic sometimes fails, and so that we can learn what is really an appropriate number of nits to allow along a freeway or along an arterial, because we don't want to distract people. That's dangerous, that's speed. And I know we've got one that's out of bounds somewhere. It's just south of Charleston, probably not yours. Somebody's advertising with a reader that's just way, way too big, and I think it's distracting. And so it wouldn't be one of yours. It might be one of Mrs. Lazovich's clients or something like that, but it's definitely not you. It is a danger because it can seize your attention. And on a curve going 65 miles an hour, that's not a good idea. We want the advertisers to get the benefit of it, though. So I think it'll work. And as far as the market center there and the World Trade, the discount center,
Yeah.
I think it'll be great for them because they'll be able to advertise their product. They'll be able to buy ads.
Well, they can't advertise on there.
Oh, they're not allowed?
I don't think so. It's only in-house.
Oh, that's right. It's in-premise only, yeah.
How big was that big sign you saw, the LED? I'm concerned with the LED that big, too,
Well,
as far as seeing it on the...
Councilwoman, it's not a large
when
one.
Oh, it's not a large one.
It's standing on poles. It's definitely on the freeway right-of-way, facing south, so it's for the northbound traffic. And maybe we can go over together and take a look at that, after
Right.
sundown, of course.
After sundown.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you. Oh,
Thank
somebody
you.
just
All
came
right,
back.
Councilman.
Move for approval, subject to all conditions. Thank you.
Thank you.
There's a motion. Please vote and please post. Councilman Beers, are you there? Yes.
Such a beautiful piece of architecture, and now we're going to have signs all around it.
Motion carries. Thank you. And we'll go on to agenda item number 93. Correct. RQR 51477, abeyance item, public hearing, applicant owner L'chaim Western Village Property LLC for possible action or required review of an approved special use permit SUP 33731 for beer wine cooler off-sale establishment at 321 Fremont Street, C2 General Commercial Zone, Ward 3, Councilman Coffin. Staff recommends denial. And therefore, Mr. Pag, here you are again.
Madam Mayor, this item, when it was originally approved for alcohol sales back in 2009, City Council placed a requirement on that they do have a required review, which has come due now. As part of that required review, we do note in our staff report that there have been 3 violations of the conditions of their license in terms of alcohol. And those
Since
are
what
noted in
date?
our... Excuse me?
Since what date, excuse me? When did the violations occur? Since when?
There was a violation in 2010, another in 2011, another in 2013. Based on that, that is why staff is recommending denial of this required review. Let me clarify, as there has been some misunderstanding as to what City Council is doing today. I believe there was in the newspaper an indication that we were revoking someone's special use permit today. That is not the case. This is a required review where council gives direction to staff as to what we should do with this particular special use permit. As has been indicated to council members in briefing, you can either approve the required review, you can approve it with conditions, or you can deny it. Neither of those actions takes away a special use permit. That's something that has to be done at a separate hearing of City Council. So again, I just wanted to make sure that was clear, that you are not revoking anything today, but rather you are reviewing their right to sell alcohol on this property based on our report, and then you can make your decision as you see fit.
And are you at liberty to share what the violations, at least last year's, was?
Yes. The violations, 2 of them were related to customers actually consuming alcohol on the premises, which is prohibited by our licensing code. And then the first violation in 2010 was having alcohol within 10 feet of the customer entrance.
Thank you. So we declare it open. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Jay Brown, 520 South 4th Street, representing the applicant. With me is Molly Gabay. Her family owns this business. Staff, as you heard, recommended denial, and again, I think what you asked the mayor is very poignant, and that is there have been 3 enforcement cases over the past 5 years. In December of 2013, as we all know, and that was after these incidents occurred, all of the packaged beer and wine licensees on Fremont Street entered into a written agreement and with the city to abide by a new set of rules. And with that background, and before continuing my remarks, I'd like to turn the microphone over to Ms. Gabay, who'd like to make a brief statement.
Thank you.
Hi, my name is Molly Gabay. Address is 321 Fremont Street. A little intro about myself. I moved from New York to Las Vegas in 2003. After finishing high school, I chose to go to UNLV because Las Vegas is my home. Since I've completed my degree, I work full-time with my family's business. The business that's being reviewed today for Western Village, we opened in 2007. We purchased the real estate and building for $7 million. It was and is intended for a long-term investment. We strive to offer our Fremont Street Experience customers top quality and affordable souvenirs and convenience goods. We applied for a special use permit for off-premise consumption of beer and wine in 2009. We were given the privileged liquor license to sell beer and wine in May of 2009. After 6 months, we passed a review and inspection. Selling beer and wine is an important part of our business, especially since everyone around us sells it. The staff report says that we've been cited for 3 violations over the course of 5 years. The first violation was for having beer and coolers within 10 feet of our entrance. We were unaware that was a violation and corrected that. The second violation in October of 2011 and the third violation in September of 2013 were for on-premise consumption, in which on both cases a customer opened their beer on the way out of the store. We realize that there is an issue that customers purchasing beer and wine begin to open it on their way out of the store, out of the sight of the cashier in the back and the security guard in the front. We have therefore put ladders in front of the store for our security guard to have a better vision of everyone coming in and out. We have instructed floor personnel to keep watch and advise customers about the law. Our cashiers now not only put the beer in a brown bag and close it, but also put it in an additional plastic bag and tie a knot. We have signs posted at the register, on the entryways of the stores, on the security ladder, and the security guard holds a sign as well. We're trying to do everything that we can in our power to let the customers know that beer and wine cannot be consumed within 1,000 feet of the store. But most people, local and tourists alike, have a presumption that walking with open containers on Fremont Street and on the Strip is okay, because they themselves have previously engaged in that type of behavior, or they see and hear of others engaging in that type of behavior without repercussion. Also, after meeting with Fremont Street Experience and the City Council in December of 2013, we voluntarily signed an agreement that limits our beer signage, mandates that we have security, putting additional signage of the law, and limitation of products. We understand that the alcohol consumption issues on Fremont Street, and we're doing the best that we can to cooperate and work together with the City of Las Vegas and Fremont Street Experience.
Thank you very much. Full report. Public hearing, anyone wishing to comment on this, please come forward and we'll have you go back. Yes. Just.
Ooh, this is scary, whatever. Okay, I'm concerned about the 1,000 feet. You know, 1,000 feet, that's a pretty long distance to hold people accountable for some sort of alcohol, because see, a football field is 300 feet, so you're talking about three football fields plus another 100 feet. Give me a break. I mean, somebody go that far down the street and open a bottle of whatever it is, hey, you can't hold them accountable. That distance look great, don't you think? Sorry about that.
I think you must have hired Mr. Anthony Hodges here.
Mayor.
Please, go ahead.
Okay, I think by speaking first, I'll save some time
Okay.
in the public
Oh,
hearing.
good.
Okay? Frankly, it's our position that 3 enforcement cases before the December date to now deny the review would be a little bit harsh. And what we're suggesting is there's other alternatives. And one of those alternatives is to let the applicant continue doing business and have, subject to a future review. And we're suggesting that maybe 6 months would be a fair time for a review. And keep in mind also, you're going to have business licensing and the city attorney monitoring what's happening there per that December agreement. Okay. So with that, we'll answer any questions after the public hearing.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor, Council. Russell Rowe here on behalf of Boyd Gaming Corporation, as well as Fremont Street Experience, since Jeff Victor could not be here today, and of course, Terry Murphy to my left as well. Jay Brown's right. We'll save you a lot of time. I think the council understands our position as an industry with respect to packaged liquor in Fremont and the problems that have occurred, particularly over the last few years, compounded by the inability to enforce open container and a lack of resources in your business licensing department to enforce the code that you have, in addition to lack of clarity as to what a primary business is. Several other issues that, Mayor, you've led the charge on trying to, beginning to address, and which resulted in the moratorium back in November. And in light of the conversation this morning, which I think was very enlightening by Karen Duddleston and right on the point with respect to what's going on and the steep increase in packaged liquor requests for businesses that have no need to be doing packaged liquor, particularly in light of all the other problems with respect to enforcement. We think a 6-month review is appropriate on this, and we would support that.
Thank you very much.
And I echo Russell's comments on behalf of Derek Stevens.
You didn't say who you
Oh,
were.
I'm sorry. I'm Terry Murphy, 516 South 6th Street, representing Derek Stevens at the D. What's very important to us is compliance with the existing code, and also as to the degree that it's enforceable, any agreement that the businesses signed, and 6 months is reasonable for us. Thanks.
Thank you very much. Anyone else? I'm going to close the public hearing. Mr. Brown? Any comments, questions here? Good job, Mr. Jervik.
Madam Mayor, I'm sorry, I was getting information from my assistant. Could I just hear what you said quickly, summarizing in a couple sentences, Terry?
I'm
You said the
reopening
6
public
months.
hearing.
Sure.
would
Mr.
be all
Brown
right
is
with
asking
you?
on behalf of his applicant for 6 months, 6-month extension of the liquor license. In basically thinking about what you heard this morning from your Director of Business License with regard to the ongoing discussion about not only packaged liquor but other liquor, we'll all be focusing on the packaged outlets, especially on Fremont Street under the canopy, complying with not only with the city code, but also with whatever, to the degree that it's enforceable, whatever agreement that they sign with the city. We would appreciate that, and with that, we're okay with 6 months.
So you're okay with the 6 months? Okay.
Yes.
Thank you. I didn't hear. I'm sorry.
I will close the public hearing again, and Councilman Coffin.
I thought they were coming up for last bite of the apple.
No.
I move for approval with the condition of 6-month review on this.
Okay, there's a motion. 6-month review.
Yes, that would be an added condition.
Please vote and please post. Motion carries, and we love that you're double bagging and tying knots. Keep doing it. Some people are hard to reach.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Okay, agenda item 94 has been obeyed till March 5th. And now we're on agenda items 95 and 96. 95, EOT 52466, a request for an extension of time of an approved special use permit SUP 43889 for gaming establishment non-restricted. And agenda item number 96, EOT 52468, A request for an extension of time of a previously approved Site Development Plan Review SDR 43890 for a 240,199 square foot, 201-unit, 10-story hotel casino with a 446 space parking garage and waivers of downtown Centennial Plan standards for streetscape, service area, loading dock, utility location, perimeter wall height, and wall treatment at the street level requirements. The applicant is Lucky Dragon LP. The owner is Lucky Dragon LLC and Sahara Investments LLC on 2.63 acres on the north side of Sahara Avenue, approximately 210 feet west of Fairfield Avenue. Staff recommends approval on both items. These items are in Ward 3 with Councilman Coffin, are public hearings which I declare open. I gather this is the vacant property between Allure and the Golden Steer. Okay, you're representing the applicant, or you are the applicant?
I am representing the applicant,
And your name,
Mayor.
please, sir?
Is it going higher? No.
That's fine.
I'll bend over.
And your name?
My name's Ed Vance with EV&A Architects, representing the applicant, 900 South Pavilion Center Drive here in Las Vegas.
Thank you. And Mr. Bagg, do you want to start off first, or should we hear from the applicant?
This project was originally approved 2 years ago in its current iteration. Staff and Planning Commission and obviously City Council had recommended approval of the project. The applicant has not had time to finish their construction documents. They do intend to proceed with the project. We have recommended approval of the extension of time for a period of 2 years.
Thank you very much. Okay, please go forth. Anything to talk about, or do you want to tell us anything here?
Yeah,
know
I think
we've
that I think the good news is that our clients are currently actually in China. That's why they're not here to represent. The better news is they're nearly fully funded. We have been executed to begin, and we are currently about 30% done with our documents. So this is all very good news. The jobs that we'll be creating here are around 2,600 direct, indirect, and induced. So I can't think of a better news headline than that.
Right. Is this funding through EB-5?
It is EB-5 funding.
It is
Yes, ma'am.
EB-5 funding?
Yes.
Okay.
Because of the execution of our contract, we've prepared new drawings so that I can sort of show you the progress that we're making in terms of the look. So it's a little more progressed than what we had submitted to you 2 years ago. Okay. This is the view from Sahara. See the tower in the background? There will be a second level outdoor balcony from the restaurants on that level. There will be a south entrance along Sahara for all pedestrians. That will also be the entrance for the residents of the Allure Tower, who are more than welcome. This is another view, a bit more of an aerial view, which it shows the proximity. The Golden Steer is to your left, and obviously the Allure Tower is to the right, with the stratosphere in the background. We anticipate finishing documents sometime third quarter, getting into the building department for their review, and starting construction sometime in fourth quarter, God willing. I want to go on the record right now and say that our working with planning and your building department have been nothing less than the most helpful, and I've been in this town for 27 years. So my compliments to Flynn and your building officials. Any questions?
We agree.
Of course.
What is the request extension of time? How long?
That would be for a period of 2 years.
2 years.
More than enough time.
Okay, thank you. It's a public hearing. Anyone wishing to make comment, please come forward and state your name.
Good afternoon. My name is Kenyatta Robinson, 200 West Sahara. I'm actually the general manager of Allure, and I'm here representing the Allure Board of Directors. And we are, in fact, in support of the extension, and we look forward to welcoming you as a new neighbor.
Wonderful, wonderful.
Shouldn't all items be like
See,
this?
you didn't have to say anything, just the pictures and beautiful lady. Anybody else wishing to be heard?
It sounds good to me. You say within the next couple of years, right?
Oh, yeah, we'll be under construction next year.
Okay, then. Well, good luck.
Thank you.
He forgot to say his name. It's Anthony Hodges.
Right.
All right, anyone else wishing to be heard? I'm closing the public hearing, and Councilman Coffin, how about it?
Thank you, Your Honor. I attended the first
Wait,
public
we have a
meeting.
question.
Oh.
Your partner to the right,
I just want
Councilman Barlow.
Ricky, go ahead.
if you don't mind. Because this is the first I've had an opportunity to actually see some renderings. I've heard rumblings, but haven't seen any renderings. So it's actually a pretty good-looking project. How many rooms, if you mentioned it already? if you
We'll have
don't
just
mind
over
repeating
200.
it?
Just over 200. The minimum is 200 in the city, 201 actually.
Okay.
So we're around 203.
And 10 stories.
Yes.
And the square footage of the casino?
Back house, front and house, 95,000. Okay, garage
Okay.
behind that.
And what about the casino floor?
The casino floor will, it's not much more than 30 to 40,000 square feet.
Okay.
So it's a small boutique operation.
And who's going to operate the hotel casino?
Well, the gaming partner is Bill Widener.
Okay. All right, good deal. All right, I just wanted to congratulate you and look forward to this coming online. Most
Believe
definitely.
me,
Thank you.
I'm with you.
All right.
Thank you.
Councilman Coffin, go for it.
Thank you, Your Honor. Bill Widener and Andy Fonfa have been doing this for quite a while, and I attended the first public meeting, and it was for the benefit of the residents of the Allure mostly, because there were some ticklish problems with parking access for them to their tower, and also egress and ingress for the casino so that it didn't block Allure people. You solved it then. Have there been any changes since then?
Actually, we are in the midst of making some changes. We're working with Flynn right now on some modifications that we'll be submitting to him in the near future. We need to get this time extension sort of out of the way. The good news is that we had a ramp indicated, and it's clearly indicated on this rendering. See it just on the very right side. I suppose this could work here. You see a ramp coming out of the garage here?
Yeah.
And we had that approved. The Allure Board of Directors said that was okay. We worked with them. But as it turned out, when we got engaged to really develop the plan a little further, our planning really indicated that we could do multi-directional access and egress from our garage onto Cincinnati in a far better and more efficient way. So we're actually moving to eliminate that ramp. I was going to tell the young woman over here later on that that probably will not be there. And so we won't be taking traffic onto Sahara, adding to more traffic on that boulevard. We are able to take it out on Cincinnati, which is far less traveled. I think it's a win-win for everybody. Allure will have their area completely to themselves, and we will not be infringing on it at all. That's as long as Flynn and I can make all the arrangements.
Thank you. I'm very familiar with that.
Yeah.
And followed it because it was the first project that was started right after I was elected to the council. So very happy, and you know, it's one of those things you want to see all the way to conclusion. So please give them our regards. Fonfa and Widener know how to run things.
Oh, yeah.
Then I will move for approval of this extension of time, Your Honor.
On 95?
95.
Okay, there's a motion on agenda item 95. Please vote and please post. Motion carries. Let's move on to agenda
Thank you very
item
much.
number 96.
Your Honor, I think we can go ahead and move this now, unless there's additional questions from council. I would go ahead and move for approval of item 96.
They don't
The-
care about 96.
Extension of time on the site development plan.
Okay? Don't go too soon. What if we deny 96? You're dead in the water.
If you want to scare him, you can.
There's a motion. We haven't voted both. We only did one. I mean, you could have been in real problems. Please vote. And please post. You lucky man, you. Motion carries. Congratulations. We look forward to it.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, agenda item number 97, RQR 52376, public hearing, applicant Lamar Central Outdoor LLC, owner Andrea and Susan Russo for possible action required review and approve special use permit SUP 4693 for a 40-foot tall, 14-foot by 48-foot off-premise sign, 6431 West Charleston Boulevard, C1 Limited Commercial Zone. This is in Ward 1 with Councilwoman Tarkanian. Staff recommends approval. This is a public hearing. I declare it open. And is the applicant or representative present?
Yes, Scott Nafsker with Lamar Outdoor Advertising, 1863 Helm Drive. We accept staff's conditions and ask for your approval.
Thank you very much. This is a public hearing. Anyone wish to come forward? Seeing none, I'll close the public hearing, and Councilwoman Tarkanian.
Move to approve staff's recommendation for approval of the sign with a 3-year required review.
Thank you. So motion, please vote, and please post. Motion carries. Thank you very much. And on to 98, RQR 52379, public hearing, applicant Lorich Properties, Inc., owner Restaurant Row LLC for possible action, required review of an approved variance V004097, which allowed a 60-foot tall, 14-foot by 48-foot triple-sided off-premise sign where a maximum double-face sign is allowed at 1991 North Rainbow Boulevard, C1 Limited Commercial Zone, Ward 5, Councilman Barlow, and the staff recommends approval. It's a public hearing, which I declare open. Is the applicant or representative present?
Yes, Mayor. Jennifer Lazovich, 8345 West Sunset Road, representing the applicant, who is standing to my right, which is Mr. Hank Gordon. We appreciate staff's recommendation of approval, and we'd be happy to answer any questions.
Okay. Is that the sign you want to make?
That's my sign.
Okay, got it.
Thank you,
Okay,
Mayor.
okay.
I just, and this even goes back to the previous one in Councilwoman's award, some of these billboards are on locations that the integrity of the area is not going to change anytime soon. And I know, and through the mayor to Mr. Fagg, it's a required 3-year review on all of these, no?
The minimum time period for any required review on a billboard is 3 years. There is no limit on the upper end of that review period.
Okay, and even I used to represent this area, but in that same frame, I don't know what Councilman's going to do, but I would easily support a 5-year review just because of that nature of the area is not going to change within those 5 years. So that just gives the billboard company or the property owner or the advertiser that ability to plan longer ahead with a business plan in regards to that. So I just want to share those thoughts with the mayor and council. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. This is a public hearing. Anyone wishing to be heard on this item? Hearing none. Oh, nope, he waved me off, so it's closed public hearing. Thank you, Councilman Barlow.
Thank you, I appreciate that. I was just wondering, why were you sitting here that whole time for a sign item?
Say it again?
I said, why were you sitting here all that time for a sign item?
Well,
It's a good rest to be away from all the pressure. This is entertainment here.
we really haven't done too much in the last 5 years since the recession. And actually, Mr. Molansky and I bought this property 17 years ago from Jackie Gahn, which had a billboard on it then. And we certainly have been trying to put together a lot of new projects in the city. You know of one that, it's been a real uphill battle, Councilman Barlow, getting national retailers to come back to Las Vegas with capital budgets for new stores. And we don't let any grass grow under our feet, but it's a real problem. And I see a little bit of light at the end of the tunnel, but it's not like it was in 2006 where we could just call up any of the retailers and say, we've got a great site, let's build a shopping center there.
Right. Well, you've done a wonderful job at the corner of Lake Mead and Martin Luther King, and I know we just last council meeting approved the El Pollo Loco.
Right, that's supposed to break ground in a week or so.
Right. Will you be there?
We don't know, yes, but we don't know which date yet because it was supposed to be next Monday.
Right.
Then the Las Vegas Valley Water District held up something, so that may be another 2 weeks.
Okay.
We can still do a groundbreaking and not
Right.
really break ground if you like to get a picture taken. But
Well, I want to make sure that you're there. I want to make sure that you're there because you really have helped me out a lot at the corner of MLK and Lake Mead, and I really appreciate your assistance with that.
thank you. We actually have a national retailer we're bringing to Las Vegas, a shoe chain that is seriously looking at this right now for the space in between McDonald's there.
Okay, well, good deal.
So it's been a battle.
Well, let me know what it is, if anything, I can do to assist in making it much more attractive for them to come on in and build a development at that location. I appreciate it.
Thank you.
I agree with Councilman Ross in relation to a lot of the billboards. I know having conversations with the city attorney as well as Flynn in relation to the 3-year reviews. Flynn, if you don't mind, just sharing your comments in relation to the 3-year reviews that we discussed, because I don't want to speak out of turn, but the 3-year reviews were based on what parameters within the code?
State law limits our required reviews of billboards to a minimum period of 3 years, but as I said before, it doesn't cap the upper end. What we have been doing as a matter of practice over the last year or so is any billboards within a redevelopment area, we've been doing the required reviews on a 3-year time frame. But those that are outside of a redevelopment area, in an area where we don't expect there to be any significant changes, we've recommended approval for a 5-year review period. And that's what we have placed on the conditions of approval for this particular item.
Right. And do you foresee any significant changes at this location within the next 5 years?
No.
Okay. Then my motion would be to approve this this review of condition of the billboard for 5 years for item number 98. Good to see you.
Thank you. There's a motion, please vote, and please post. And keep working. Stop. Don't stop what you're doing. Persevere. We'll
I'm
get
sorry?
there. Persevere. Don't give up on all these other agenda items that are going to be coming here.
I never give up. I just get
Motion
older, but I
carries.
don't give up.
Thank you. I know
Right.
that.
Good to
Thank
see
you.
you.
Thank you.
Right.
Thanks, Jennifer.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, agenda item, we're going 99, 100, 101, 102. 99, GPA 52090, a request for a general plan amendment from an R rural density residential to ML medium low density residential. 100, ZON 52091, a request for a rezoning from U undeveloped rural, R rural density residential general plan designation to R-CL, which is single family compact lot. Agenda item 101, VAR 52093, request for a variance to allow a 1.0 connectivity ratio where 1.3 ratio is required. And agenda item 102, TMP 52094, request for a tentative map for proposed 21-lot single-family residential subdivision. The applicant is Richmond America Homes. The owner is Big Teton LLC on 5.06 acres on the north side of Deer Springs Way, approximately 290 feet east of Grand Canyon Drive. Planning Commission recommends approval on items 99, 100, and 101, and staff recommends denial on all items. Items 100, 101, 102 are U, undeveloped zone, R, rural density residential general plan designation, proposed R-CL, single-family compact lot. These are in Ward 6 with Councilman Ross. Public hearing items, which I declare open. And is the applicant or representative present?
Yes, Your Honor. Members of the council, good afternoon. My name is Bob Gronauer, 8345 West Sunset Road. If I could get your attention to the overhead, please. As you can see there where the location of our property is, it's highlighted with the word site there. It's surrounded by existing homes in the area. As a matter of fact, prior to the new adoption of your code, the surrounding uses were approved, which is known as a residential planned development with densities anywhere from 4 to 5 units to the acre. And I believe one of the other developments was about 3.5 units to the acre. Our project that we are proposing is a 21-home subdivision, which comes out to a density of about 4.14 units to the acre, which is going to be developed by Richmond American Homes. We had a neighborhood meeting. The neighbors in the area supported the plan that we have here, and because of the fact of the matter that these lots fit with the general vicinity of the lots in the area. With respect to the general plan and the zone change itself, the only way we can achieve the design of what we have is to come in with the medium-low density and the RCL zoning. The connectivity issue is there's a requirement for us to meet the connectivity here is if we put a pedestrian gate or a path to the north or to the south of the project itself. But when you're dealing with an infill piece of property and your constraints to the property are as they are here, one of the things that you have is it's hard to meet everything within the code itself. We believe we have enough access, ingress and egress, as you can see, through the street that goes north and south in the area itself. That being said, our tentative map is also a part of this application. I have Richmond American Homes here, Mr. Brian Walsh, to answer any questions that you may have, and we will accept the Planning Commission's recommendation for approval and staff's recommendations of those conditions of approval also.
Okay, now Planning Commission recommends approval on 99, 100, 101, but nothing about 102. Why did they not?
Madam Mayor, Planning Commission did recommend approval of item number 102 as well.
Oh, okay.
So they have supported all 4 of the applications.
And your denial is because?
Our denial is because, as Mr. Groner has mentioned, they don't meet the connectivity ratio that's required in our code. But what he states is correct. This is an infill parcel, and I think that they've done the best job possible that they could. And so, therefore, I don't know that we could get a better project out of this.
And the property, if you look at the gray area below the yellow on the south, is that dedicated property, or is that within the containment of the project? I see where it comes out into the main Deer Springs there.
Yeah, Your Honor, what we would be required to do is build our half-street improvements out there. So what you see in the gray area on the previous map is that bottom portion.
Yes.
That area there is what Richmond American will construct for the off-site improvements in that area. So you'll get the curb, gutter, sidewalk, pavement, and street lights and everything else that goes with it. Yes, the whole package.
Great, thank you.
Mayor?
Thank you very much. Yes, sir. Come, Mr.
Through you, Mayor.
Councilman.
What is the square footage of the lot size? What is the lot size?
I'm going to read it. As far as a minimum, we have 6,600 square foot lots, 6,500 square foot lots. There is one lot at 5,919. We have a handful of lots at 7,800 square feet, 8,000 square feet. So a variety of lots in mixture of, say, 6,000 to 8,000 square foot lots. So these lots do fit in the character of the lots that are actually existing in the area.
That's what I was going to ask. And what is the square footage of the livable space?
The homes itself is, Brian always has this information for me over the years of us working together. The floor plan's going to range anywhere from 3,100 square feet all the way up to 3,900 square feet. There are going to be 2-story homes. The prices are going to be anywhere from $360,000 prior to options, all the way up to $390,000 prior to options. Those are the base prices in there.
And what about the setbacks?
Comply with all setbacks
What are the setbacks? Is it 10 feet, 5 feet?
I'm going to say rear yards are 20. Rear yards are going to be a minimum of 20 feet. Side yards are a minimum 5-foot setbacks. Driveways, you have to have a minimum of 20 feet to the front of the garage.
But the side foot setback, because I know it's and Flynn, help me out with this, as far as the side yard setbacks are traditionally 10 feet, or is that just from the property line to the actual structure?
Structure.
And-
Property line to structure is 5 feet.
Right.
House to house is
House to
typically
house
10
is 10
feet.
feet?
Yes.
Okay, all right. Thank you for that.
Yep.
Okay.
Thank you. This is a public hearing. Anyone wishing to make comment on this?
My name's Anthony Hardy. Sir, these are pretty large houses, huh? 3,900 square feet. That's a pretty big house, huh?
Yes.
So they, what, on like a quarter of an acre or something like that? No. Not quite? But pretty good size, though.
Yes.
Yeah, well, sounds good to me. I hope we get it all built. Thank you.
Anyone else wishing to be heard? I'll close the public hearing. Councilman Ross.
Thank you, Mayor. You guys have said it all. I've got nothing to say. So I'm just going to say on agenda item 99, would follow Planning Commission's recommendation for approval, subject to all conditions.
There's a motion on agenda item 99. Please vote and please post.
Took the wind out of my sails.
You're
That's
doing
good.
great. You don't need any wind. It's working. Motion carries. On to agenda item 100.
On 100, Your Honor, I would move to follow Planning Commission's recommendation for approval, subject to all conditions.
There's a motion. Please vote and please post. You're on a roll, unanimous. Please keep going.
Thank you.
101.
Thank you, Your Honor. And before I go to 101, I just want to say thank you to my colleague, Councilman Barlow, because as more and more of these developments, especially these infill pieces, come along, the council is going to see a lot more of this, especially in Centennial Hills. Home builders are back, business developers are back. They're looking at parcels out there. So it's good for me to know that our city council understands the dynamics associated with, regardless of what we're dealing with, land designation, what have you, because it gives them an idea of what's happening out in Centennial Hills, and I think that's significant. So thank you, Councilman Barlow. On agenda item 101, I would move to follow Planning Commission's recommendation for approval.
There's a motion. Please vote and please post. It looks like a great development. I was just thinking, I'd like to live in a cul-de-sac right in there. No one-stories, though, huh?
Not on this project. They have another project that's being annexed into the city to the west on Deer Springs, and that one has single stories, 2 stories, larger lots, as we've been working with Councilman Ross. So you should see annexation coming in as long as we legally can annex soon.
Wonderful.
Yeah, 11,000 square foot.
Okay, that one passed unanimously. And on for the last item, 102, please.
On agenda item 102, Your Honor, and council members, I would move to follow Planning Commission's recommendation for approval.
Thank you. There's a motion. Please vote and please post. Great.
Thank you very much and have a good night.
Great. We can't
Take care.
wait to see it happen. Good luck.
One question, Mayor.
Question.
And Mr. Gronauer, maybe your client, do you guys know when that project will get started? I ask that because I've been having issues on the cul-de-sac there with kids.
Yeah, actually, it's going to be as soon as you get the plans, you got to get the tentative map to the final map. You're looking about it probably within a year going through the system to get plans approved before you can commence construction. That's a typical schedule that you're looking at. It might be a little bit over a year from where we're standing today.
All right, and we're not agended for this, but we may be looking at maybe wrapping our fence around that and getting some cut-through traffic, I think, on this parcel, and some kids causing some challenges back there, but I'll give you a call
Okay,
about it
we'll
later.
talk about it.
Thank you.
Thank
Thanks.
you. Heads up, that's good. All right, we will now, agenda items 103, 4, and 5 have been obeyed to the 5th of March. So we'll move on to 106, ZON 52100, public hearing. Applicant owner Annan Durango Holding Company LLC for possible action on a request for rezoning from U undeveloped R rural density residential general plan designation to R-D single-family residential restricted on 3.95 acres in the northwest corner of Ann Road and Durango Road. Again, Ward 6, Councilman Ross. Both planning and staff recommend approval. It's a public hearing. I declare it open. Is the applicant or representative present? Please state your name.
Lucy Stewart, representing the property owner and the applicant at 2500 West Sahara. And as indicated in the staff report, this is a conforming zone change. This is sort of an unusual piece of property. To the east across Durango is the city of Las Vegas, but completely surrounding this property is Clark County, and they're half-acre lots, with the exception of immediately to the south. There's what I expect will be the mirror image of this development, and that's an RD development. We weren't required to have a neighborhood meeting, and we did not have one. However, we did go out into the community and talk to individual homeowners. And it seemed like the issues, other than, you know, most people would like to have a vacant lot next to their house forever, but with the exception of that most of the issues were design issues, and we're not there yet. So it passed it on to the property owners and indicated that at the time when they're ready to develop, there will be some questions with regard to setbacks, walls, building heights, things like that. But at this point in time, we can't really address that. So we would respectfully ask for your approval, subject to all the conditions imposed at the Planning Commission.
Thank you very much. It's public hearing. Anyone wishing to be heard? Hearing and seeing none. Councilman, it's yours. Up. Fourth row, fifth row.
Yeah, my name's Grant Hansen, address 5640 Adavan Court, the street directly behind this property. And I just have one question for you. As far as with changing to this designation, what would the densities potentially be as far as number of homes on the lot?
Madam Mayor, the request allows the property to go up to 3.5 units to the acre, which is what the general plan says for. There's a cul-de-sac immediately to the south, on the southwest corner of Ann and Durango, and this isn't even 5 acres, so I suspect this will be a mirror image of that development.
Okay, when the time comes, you'll be putting forward a plan that would also have to be voted on as far as the types of homes that will be built there, as far as size and those types of things.
Yes, Madam Chair.
That's all I want to make sure.
There'll be a plan that shows that there'll be a tentative map, and there'll be housing product, unless it's a custom-built, project, and then that's kind of as it gets built.
But hopefully you'll include the surrounding community and let them know what you're doing.
Are you allowed to divulge who the applicant is as far as who the builder is that wants to develop it?
Well, right now, through you, Madam Chair.
Oh, I'm sorry.
If that's, okay. Right now the property owners are zoning their property, and they've been having discussions with some builders that are in the area. There's a limited amount of builders, though, who do lots this size. There are, luckily, getting more and more, so mostly they do compact lots, but there are some new housing products and stuff, so they're in discussions, or nothing's landed. So, and like I said, it may end up being that they develop it and sell off the lots for custom homes. So they're just, I don't have an answer yet.
Thank you. They'll stay in touch, stay on top of it. Thank you. Anyone else? I'm going to close public hearing then, and Councilman Ross.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Ms. Stewart. And gentlemen, sir, thank you very much for your comments, and I expect and would require you and your neighbors to participate in any furthermore neighborhood meetings. I didn't require Ms. Stewart, this client, to go out and do that at this time. She went the extra mile, actually, by knocking on doors, which I appreciate. This is, again, one of those tough pieces of infill. And just to share some hindsight, and it still occurs today, developers or prospective developers would look at cross-section lines of roads and buy the corner of that cross-section line in hopes to one day plant a 7-Eleven, a convenience store, a gas station, and that sort of thing. And of course, that would not be the appropriate use for this corner, as are several corners in the Northwest and Centennial Hills that way. Development is built all the way around them, master planned neighborhoods, gated communities, and then you've got the corner. And, some of those uses just are not appropriate in some of the rural areas. So it's been always a challenge for me. I assume you guys live in, that's the county right there, am I correct? Please stay engaged. They still have to come back. My take on this, Mr. You don't need to divulge this, but this is what I think. They're trying to get this zoned accordingly, get it sold to somebody else that'll build the houses. And so we won't see that for a while. So from this undeveloped designation to this designation, it allows them to move forward with that. But I would ask all of you probably all of you live right there in that neighborhood, and tell your neighbors too. I'm going to require neighborhood meetings when it comes time. This is just the beginning of that process, and I fully expect and would love to have your input. That being said, Your Honor, on agenda item 106, I would move to follow Planning Commission and staff's recommendation for approval, subject to conditions.
Thank you. There's a motion, please vote, and please post. Motion carries. Thank you very much.
Thank you very
Ms.
much.
Stewart. Appreciate it. Good to see you. Okay, agenda items number 107, 108, GPA 49530, a request for a general plan amendment from DR Desert Rural Density to ML Medium Low Density Residential, and in 108, ZON 49531, a request for rezoning from U undeveloped DR Desert Rural Density Residential General Plan designation to R-CL Single Family Compact Lot. The applicant is Harmony Homes, Inc., and the owner is Alan Rothstein, 1994 Trust, of 4.3 acres in the northwest corner of Pioneer Way and Hickam Avenue. Planning Commission and staff recommend denial on both items. These are in Ward 4 with Councilman Anthony, are public hearing items which I declare open. Is the applicant or representative present today? Guess who's got the ball? Thank you, Mr. Fagg. Please tell us about this.
Certainly, Madam Mayor. The applicant had requested to change the general plan designation for this site from desert rural to medium low density residential, which would permit up to 8.49 units per acre, and then rezone the property to RCL, which is residential compact lot. Because that is inconsistent with the properties both to the east and to the south, which are located in the city of Las Vegas, and the unincorporated area to the north and to the west, staff has recommended denial of both of those applications.
Thank you. It is public hearing. Anyone wishing to comment? Close the public hearing, and this goes to Mr. Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you, Mayor. I wasn't sure if the applicant was going to show up because this was obeyed from the last meeting, I think, to this meeting, but I think they saw the writing on the wall because they had a neighborhood meeting and 18 people showed up and nobody was supportive of it. And then the postcards, I think 25 were against it, 3 were for it, and obviously the Planning Commission recommended denial, staff's recommending denial, so I guess I'll just follow suit, and on 107, I will make a motion to follow Planning Commission staff's recommendation for denial.
There's a motion, please vote, and please post. Motion carries on agenda item 108.
And the same on 108, I will make a motion to follow Planning Commission and staff's recommendation for denial.
Thank you very much. This motion, please vote and please post. Thank you, and that motion carries. Agenda item 109, SDR 50115, abeyance site development plan review, public hearing. Applicant owner Leslie Mark and Sahara Stovall for possible action on a request for site development plan review for 1,700 square foot addition to an existing 2,915 square foot office building on .50 acres at 2301 Palomino Lane, P-R, Professional Office and Parking Zone, Ward 1, Councilwoman Tarkanian. Both planning and staff recommend approval. This is a public hearing which I declare open. Is the applicant present or representative?
I decided to come over and see you. I'm here.
Nice to see you.
Thank you.
And your name, please?
Oh, for the record, Leslie Stovall.
Thank you very much. Okay, anyone, do you want to speak to this first?
No, ma'am.
Okay. Anyone wishing to be heard in this item? Hearing none, I'll close the public hearing. Councilwoman Tarkanian.
We've worked hard on this, and my major concern in the past was that the work that was done without going through the city permits and checking everything might not be appropriate, but I believe from what I've heard from staff that all has been done accordingly, and everything so far has fit in nicely and meets approval. A couple of little tiny things from the very beginning, that gate, that little gate thing. But anyway, it seems everything's going well, and I think this is good to have in this place on Palomino Lane because it helps us keep people in there, and even in the evening hours, as you said, and it helps us in, I feel, security for that area. So I think that's very good, and I'd just like to have the conditions read by Flynn.
Madam Mayor, we would propose 2 added conditions of approval, and they would be as follows relative to some of the action that has been taken previously. The first condition that we would propose to add is that the property shall be brought into full compliance with all outstanding code enforcement notices and orders and all applicable land use and construction code requirements. The second condition that we would propose to add is the applicant shall submit building permit applications for the proposed construction within 30 days of the approval of this site development plan review application. And so those would be the 2 conditions that we would propose to add.
Mr. Stovall, you agree?
We do. We have no objection.
Thank you.
Then I move for approval.
Great. So motion, please vote, and please post. It's been a long time, but
It has, but it's going to,
it's worth it in the end, trust me. Congratulations, move forward.
We thank you very much.
Thank you.
Have a
Thank
good
you.
day.
Thank you. Okay, agenda item 110, instruct the city clerk to set the public hearing dates and appeals from the city planning commission meetings in dangerous building or nuisance litter abatements. Okay, and now we're citizen participation. This is agenda item number 111. Citizen participation, public comment during this portion of the agenda must be limited to matters within the jurisdiction of the City Council. No subject may be acted upon by the City Council unless that subject is on the agenda and is scheduled for action. If you wish to be heard, please come to the podium, give your name for the record. The amount of time and discussion on a single subject, as well as the amount of time and any single speakers allowed, will be limited to 3 minutes. Are there any members of the public who wish to speak under this portion of the agenda?
Mayor, my name is Anthony Hodges, and the news that I received when I came in today about Todd, we were very close friends. Everybody knew that. So I got to go home and tell the wife. So it's kind of, kind of broke my day up. I'm pretty torn up about it because he was a very personal friend. So it's a great loss. So anyway, that's pretty much the end of the day for me. I just had to go home and tell her. So, but I really will miss him because he was a great friend. We spent a lot of personal time after the meetings, And so the news hit me pretty hard. So, I like generally have something nice to say or bad to say or whatever, But today I'm just kind of speechless because I lost another friend when your husband was mayor. His name was McGovern. And so, it hits you pretty hard when people become personal with you, So I just wish us all a good day, and I just hope we all have good luck going forth, all of us, and good health and so on for the rest of this year.
Thank you.
And I say again, I'm very sorry about his loss. Thank you.
So are we all. Thank you very much. Anyone else wishing to be heard, please come forward, state your name.
Good afternoon, Madam Mayor, members of the council. Please allow me to formally introduce myself. My name is Raymond Fletcher. I graduated with honors. I hold a degree in political science. Dean's List, founding member of my Political Science Honor Society, first president, former student government president, vice chairman of All University Student Association, and many more accolades. I share these because at the last meeting, after the vote to proceed with establishing medical marijuana guidelines, it was explained to us that sat here for that conversation that marijuana was not being enacted, and we knew that. And I felt that, we're adults, and we were talked down to as children as if we didn't understand what was going on. And then what floored me was what happened next. After that over half-hour discussion, one of the members of the council turned and said, "What are we voting on again?" I had to actually go back and watch the video, and it's frustrating. And pardon me, since we last met, Federal legislation has been introduced to give medical marijuana business access to banking service. Measure introduced to end federal marijuana prohibition, and federal legislation to respect State Marijuana Laws Act. Your Honor, you stated that in 2016 we're going to have another election, and come January 2017 we're going to have another president. And you don't want to run afoul of federal law. Neither do I, and I can certainly appreciate that. On the other hand, how many illegal immigrants enter our country annually? It doesn't matter if they're from Afghanistan or Zimbabwe. They come here illegally. Yet we give them driver's cards, and they broke the law coming here willingly. These are physicians that prescribe marijuana to people whose ailments could not be cured with traditional medicines. The federal government is finally getting its act together. Over 21 states have enacted, including the District of Columbia, have enacted medical marijuana laws. And I've extended my hand to you and said I'm willing to work with you. Unfortunately, Your Honor, nobody has contacted me.
After it's no longer a felony. After the federal government gives every state the right to handle their own marijuana issues as they see fit. The 21 states are going ahead as they've been given, but it's still a felony until it becomes a substance too. So we have to follow the federal law, because Eric Holder, the Attorney General, and the President are turning their cheeks. Even the banks are not picking up at this point on what was offered. So we are just law-abiding. We certainly agree. I think there's a great deal of compassion for anybody if this is proven actually to be beneficial, which for some of us we know it could be. We are observing the federal guidelines. It's a felony. And so that's where it is. We will extend a hand back to you at the time that that's lifted, and that we have the right to move forward. We certainly know the states moved forward in providing some steps towards it, and we have asked staff to continue to explore. We do have feedback already about the Netherlands. I asked them to look at NIH and get some as much information as we can, so at the point that the federal government has released, then we're ready to move forward. But we thank you, and we expect you to be there with us at that time, which I really am quite confident at some point in the near future will happen.
I still got a little time left, and I certainly appreciate your comments, Your Honor. And the thing is, you have a decision you're going to make coming up in the next few weeks, and we don't want to be left behind, and we certainly want to make sure that those that need their medications can certainly get them, and can do it in a legal manner where they don't have to feel like they're doing some back alley criminal activity when all they want to do is alleviate their pain or handle their medical situation. And I thank you.
Thank you very much.
Your Honor, on that issue, may I ask a gentleman a question?
Raymond Fletcher.
Mr. Fletcher, thank you. Yes, I think that day I had to leave earlier, but you came up and spoke, and I couldn't be here to hear your comments, which I appreciate your comments that day. And I thought there might be some misunderstanding of the conclusions of the council meeting when I read the stories the following day in the press. But really, I know it sounded like we weren't going anywhere, but the council has not renewed the moratorium. It is not continuing to have a moratorium as soon as it expires next month. There has been, we didn't discuss that specifically that day, but that's the net outcome of what happened that day. And so, I don't think we're going to have another moratorium. I can't imagine a practical purpose for it. So it seems to me we're going to keep moving forward. So I don't know. Mayor, maybe you know something I don't know, but I think I'm preparing certainly to have it and to welcome it in Ward 3 with all due diligence in our planning and zoning and making sure that it's really done well. So I hope you weren't indicating we weren't going to move forward at all in terms of the homework we have to do. But if you were, I'll do it for you. I'll stay busy. You got to keep me busy, Mayor.
I think you're a very busy man. But
Madam
we
Mayor,
thank you. Yes, Councilwoman,
I just
please.
wanted to say that thinking back, it may have been I that said, what are we voting on now? And that was, it might have been, all I know is that at that day I tried to make very clear that we were not voting on recreational marijuana, it was on medical marijuana, and exactly what part of the 3, 4 aspects of it. So sometimes rhetorical questions are asked, and maybe as a former school teacher, I do that sometimes just as a learning process for the audience. So I'm not sure if it was I, but it could have been.
Madam
That
Mayor.
doesn't mean we don't know, because it's right there in front of us. You know, we could read it right there, what we're voting on.
You get the 20 seconds I took. Go ahead.
Thank you, Your Honor. First, Councilman Coffin, it was understood by those that generally were following along with dialogue, and tell little Coffin, don't worry, some of us may have also done that in college. And Councilwoman Tarkanian, I did not call out any specific council member because I have too much respect for this council. I'm just saying that I was absolutely floored with the discussion that was had. It got to the point of what's going on. So I'm saying from the standpoint, from a public perspective, you know, somebody that may not be in the chambers or may not have watched the whole dialogue on the television, when you turn on something or you're listening to those that represent you and you hear that, the first thing in your mind is, well, why are they representing me if they don't know what's going on? But I have too much respect for the council. That's why I just stated what I heard. And I thank you, Your Honor, for the extended time.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Anyone else wishing to be heard, please come forward, state your name. And again, 3 minutes, please.
My name is Lloyd Garrick, 6233 Fargo Avenue, Las Vegas, Nevada. I'm a 70-year-plus resident of Las Vegas. And today, you spend a lot of time talking about downtown, how you know, you have the normal problems of alcohol, kids, and so forth. I can tell you that my daughter and my granddaughter live in Seattle area. And if you think you have a little bit of trouble now with alcohol and kids downtown, wait until the marijuana laws are passed, if you people pass it, and I hope you don't. My daughter and her daughter, which is my granddaughter, go to concerts every once in a while. They're almost like sisters. They're very compatible with each other. And if you'll go to one of those concerts in Seattle, you better be prepared to get smoked out with marijuana, because that's exactly what happens. So it's ruined it for them. And on the way out of that concert, those people don't get on buses and in taxis. They drive. And when they do, they run into each other and cause nothing but problems. So, you know, I don't think just because these certain states have passed these laws, you know, and they want to jump off the cliff, why do we have to jump off the cliff? Let them make the mistakes and run the gamblet of insurance being raised and all this kind of stuff. It just doesn't make any sense to me why you'd want to hurry in and go ahead and get on the bandwagon. I don't want one near my house, a dispensary or anything else. I don't know if you guys would like one by your house, since it's going to be around somebody's corner someplace. And I just think that you're looking at something that there can be big problems with, and I think, in my opinion, at the least you ought to do is wait like a year to see what these other problems arise from these young kids that are going to pass, as you mentioned before, people sipping alcohol. They get alcohol from one of these places and they sit down and they pass it around and they sip it. Well, what do you think is going to happen with marijuana downtown and so forth? I go downtown probably once every 2 weeks, and I just like to walk down there and so forth. But that'll probably end it for me. And I think what'll happen down the road in several years, people will say, don't go downtown because there's just a bunch of potheads and a bunch of drunks down there. And that's what could possibly happen. And you guys work too hard to have that happen. I just think that you need to reconsider, and there's no benefit to it. Some of these people that use that excuse of medical marijuana as helping them. I used to be friend that had 5 different cards so he could go to California and buy his medical marijuana. You know, he had a bad back, just like I do, 2 operations, but you know, he no more need that than anybody. So I just think that you ought to reconsider these things. Don't get on the bandwagon. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Garrett, and that's why we're just in investigatory stage. We didn't approve anything, but thank you. Okay, anyone else? Please come forward, state your name.
I'm tired.
My name is Todd Strasser. I came to you about a year ago. Actually, it's
Yes.
been a little over a year ago. I visited you last year for the same reason I visited you today, to ask you for your help in making Las Vegas streets safer for those who live here. I suggested several ideas in developing a new and safer list of criteria for the intersections throughout this city. Somehow I get the feeling it went in one ear and out the other. We still remain in the top 35% most dangerous cities in the nation, but now we also are in the top 6% most dangerous cities for pedestrians. We are also 68% higher in motorcycle fatalities. According to Metro Police, in 2012, we recorded a breaking year for such accidents in the Las Vegas area, with collisions between vehicles and pedestrians spiking 80% from the previous year, and has continued to go up in 2013. 2011, we had 72 total fatalities. In 2012, it shot up to 109, and this last year it's been 113. According to this report I have with me today, road designs may be one of the factors contributing to this high rate of pedestrian accidents, and speed the other factor. The stop signs in many of our intersections, that the only thing you see when you look to, they set back about 20 feet. So the only thing you see is a brick wall on either side, stands about 8 feet high. You have to literally pull up one full car length past the stop sign to see any kind of traffic coming. According to the NDOT, when I went to see them last year, they said that's where the stop signs are supposed to be located at. It doesn't make any sense to me on that one. Since last year, I have changed my suggestions just a bit and would like to share them with you. One, currently it takes 300 cars per hour through an intersection to give it a four-way stop. I propose it to cut it in half to 150. This next one is the important one to me. I believe this is the one that caused my stepson's death. The blind spots or distractions on corners that cannot be fixed should be a proposed four-way stop. This is the one that brought to my attention by my neighbors last week. Any residential streets that are used frequently by children walking home from school will receive speed bumps to keep traffic at the designated speeds. The fourth one, more than 3 accidents in any intersection within a 1 year or 1 fatality will receive a four-way stop. The fifth one, any intersection that receives 300 cars or better per hour will receive some kind of some kind of light system, whether it is a flashing red light or a red, yellow, green light system. I know this sounds like a lot, but I think a large number of people in the city will agree with me. We spend so much money in Las Vegas on things that are much less important. For example, my dad and I were driving on the freeway the other day and wondered just how much money we spent on these decorating things on the freeway, these metal calves and the cactuses and all this other stuff. And that money could be put towards the safety of this city. I know I'm running out of time, so I'm just going to leave it at that.
Well, what I'd like you to do, and we thank you, because we're all concerned with the safety of our citizens, and especially pedestrians, motorcycle drivers. It's a huge issue, but Mr. Cervantes, who is the head of the community management, road, our public works as well, if you might give those suggestions, if you have copies, to him. I know comprehensively how hard the department works. I know that when you go for your driver's license, they know exactly where the stop signs are, and you are to stop in front of them and then creep forward to the corner, which I thought many years ago when I took a driver's test, that was not the smartest thing I've ever heard in my life, that it should move up so you could see around the corner. But those, in fact, I don't think those are the city's responsibilities either. So your suggestions are well taken. I must tell you that every penny we have that we can put into safety, we've been calling for more cops, as you know, and that's been a call from us and all the municipalities. So they are out there on the roads trying to slow traffic and make it safer. We have so many pedestrians, though, that run in between. They don't even go to the crosswalks. There's so many issues, and we're so glad that you care and you're involved and you have suggestions, so just keep them coming. It's all a matter of dollars.
Did they ever come to the conclusion on whether or not they were going to add police, or was that just completely wiped off the
Well, at this point, it's a moot question. There is no
Because
extra.
I was there, I sat right next to you. I was right next to, I was touching you when we
I
were sitting down.
remember.
And I suggested to.
You didn't help it.
No, it's not going to help. And the thing about it is in my section where I live on Gilmore and Cimarron, there's a stop sign there, a four-way stop. I live right down the street from a school. And literally, the people do not stop at that stop sign.
Without question.
They
And
just-
young
they just
people,
glide right
people
through it.
today, they're on their cell phones or they're distracted. They're going through red lights. You tell everybody, just because your lights turned green, don't go, look both ways
You
and then
got
go
it.
forward. So there's so many issues, but your suggestions are well taken, and I would ask if it's all right, Mr. Cervantes, if you would take them from him. And we really appreciate you care and keep your ideas coming.
I'm talking with my family and friends about starting a federal petition and going to get the law changed, the federal law changed. Because when I was told by my Assemblyman Wesley Duncan that these criterias could be changed through local and federal government. So he said that you guys could help me change these rules, these laws, and that's one of the reasons why.
There's our leader. So thank you very much. We appreciate it.
Appreciate it.
Okay, anyone else wishing to be heard, please come forward and state your name. Hi there.
Sir. My name is Orlando Delgado. Mr. Ross, I'm going to go back. I don't know if you remember me. I hope seniors. About 5 years ago, I was in front of you guys. I don't know if you remember me. Anyway, I'm here again. I have a lady by the name of Vivian. It's one of my clients. She's 91 years young. Mayor, she believes that you can help her. She wrote a book about entertainment, and the title of the book is Never a Star, But Was There. She took 45 years to finish this book. At the end of May, on Labor Day weekend, Gary Lewis was here at the AARP conference. And, she has macular deterioration. She's still in good health. Anyway, she was so happy to go see Mr. Lewis. We went down there. We got in. We seen the show. Everybody, it was a great movie he had. People were clapping. And she got blessed, got the mic passed to her. Mr. Lewis said that he would read the book, and everybody was just clapping. I was so happy for her. Well, one of her gentlemen, I guess Mr. Lewis, one of the staff members, tapped me on my shoulder, gave him the book, and I'm telling you, everybody was clapping. I was so happy. At the same time, she asked for a callback number. Who wouldn't? So I went back to the gentleman and said, look, she'd like to have a callback number. Well, this gentleman gave me back the book, said to me that he would call us, literally call her, sit down and do this professionally. Well, okay, took the book. I don't know much about entertainment. Sat down with her, gave her back the book and told her exactly what the man said. You know what she said to me at 91 years old? She said, Orlando, he's not going to call us back. Now, she called us. And I kind of felt kind of bad because I thought, I guess it's the right thing to do. But maybe in entertainment they lied to each other or whatever. To me, it was just a lie. Well, she never did get the call. But she has so much faith that she thought you might help her. Now, she does have the book. All I'm asking, if you ever had any time, a date where I can bring it to you, and she will present you with the book. I believe this could be not only history, but it could be one of the great movies and put on film. So,
And do you know what ward she lives in?
well, she's on St. Louis and
At?
between, she's off of St. Louis, Maryland Parkway, and 6th Street.
Ward 3? I'm going to ask, I would be happy to do this, but I would like you to tell her to call Councilman Coffin's
Great.
office,
Great.
and we'll see how we can go ahead.
Yeah, because she would rather present it to you.
Well, and he's a historian, he loves history. We have a lot of
Cool.
history buffs here, and especially
Okay.
when it has to do with the history of Las Vegas, so.
Correct. Well,
Please
like
have
I
her
said,
do that.
Yes.
Do you have a number, Councilman? Please.
Your Honor, I would
card,
tell
too. I can
Orlando
pass
to write down our office number,
Okay.
direct,
Because she really wanted to present it to you. She's like, really don't want to give it to nobody else, because after that incident, what we did with Mr. Lewis and how, the gentleman gave her back the book, she really wants to hand it to you if it's all possible. I mean, I know you're
Well,
busy.
I trust this gentleman at the end. Make
Okay.
sure that you
We'll
go
get it to
there
you.
first,
Okay.
please.
229
229
4623.
4623.
And it's
Okay.
Councilman Bob.
229-4623?
Yes, that's, and Susan will set up an appointment.
And that's
Can I also give you
Councilman
my
Bob
card?
Coffin.
Okay, Mr. Coffin.
I don't need your card.
You don't?
Okay, thank you.
Okay, I'll do that. Thank you so much for your
Thank you.
time.
Thank you.
God bless.
Anyone else wishing to be heard? Okay, I'll close the public comment, and
Could I just make a comment about the public comment? Mr. Gerke, who came up here and spoke about the marijuana issue, voiced opinions that I've heard from so many people, particularly those who live in the ward I represent, and it has puzzled me that these people who talk all the time with the same thing he was saying don't come to our meetings and tell us face to face. And so I just want to tell you, Mr. Gerke, you're the first one, I think, who has come here and voiced those same things.
that's
And-
Raymond Fletcher. If you're talking about Raymond Fletcher.
No, Mr. Gerke.
Mr. Garrick. Yes,
Gerke is
Garrick.
the name, I believe.
Oh.
But anyway, I just wanted to say thank you very much. It was nice of you to come. Some people, maybe they feel the pressure that they won't be thought politically correct or something, but in any case, you came, and it's so wonderful to voice concerns, Mr. Fletcher, Mr. Gerke. You know, Mayor, my very first meeting I attended, there was a lady in the audience who was concerned about the safety of children around schools. And it was because of her, I think that was 9 years ago, that the group called Lookout Kids About was started, that helped get a $2 million+ grant for the city at one time.
Wonderful.
And also that,
I thought that was his name, but you might ask him.
okay. How do you pronounce your name? Garrick. Okay, Garrick. Thank
Lloyd
you.
Garrick.
Lloyd Garrick, she's right. My goodness. Thank you very much, Mayor. But anyway, and then people have come here and talked to us about the color of the sidewalks and all that other stuff, and we're looking into that. It's just wonderful that people do come here and give us the comments, and sometimes it isn't something we work on, but sometimes it works out doing something we didn't even think of.
Well, and too, I mean, you think of what Todd Farlow would say all the time as we close this meeting. Many of the time, he was spot on with ideas that we needed to consider or look at further.
right.
So
That's
we
right.
thank you. Thank you both for coming and your comments. So the public meeting commentary is closed, and we're moving on to agenda item 112. Council member recognition. Comments made by the individual city council members during this portion of the agenda will not be acted upon by the city council unless that subject's on the agenda and scheduled for action. We're going to start in the middle this time. We are going to start because his bag's ready to roll. There you go, Councilman Ross.
Thank you, Mayor. In our continued partnership with Nevada Child Seekers, I do have a missing young man. His name is Marvion Richard. His nickname is DJ. He's 15 years old. He's 5'6", 150 pounds. He was last seen February 3rd of this year. He was last seen in the area of Durango and Robindale. It's not known what he was wearing, but he may be carrying a backpack. One distinction is he has a stud earring, a diamond stud earring in both of his ears. Anyone with information leading to where this young man is, we can get him home with his family or in the hands of authorities, please contact the Las Vegas Metropolitan Police Department at 702-828-3111 or Nevada Child Seekers at 702-458-7009. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you very much. Mayor Pro Tem, you go, and then we'll go down to the end. You have nothing? Well, he doesn't have nothing. He's just not saying anything. Councilman Beers, I know you got something. We found out you have another talent already.
I saw
so-
Councilman Coffin sit up to you, and you said at the end, neither of us knew which end. you
I
were
know,
going to
everybody's
pass.
waiting to know who's going next.
Microphone,
It's
too.
exciting.
September 5th, 1933, the 21st Amendment was ratified. We're going to celebrate that with Beers at the Porch Light Grill, 8416 West Desert Inn. That's kind of out by the Lakes end of Ward 2, so all you Lakes residents, it's going to be pretty conveniently located. Wednesday, February 26th, 1 week from today, unless you're watching a time-delayed broadcast of this event. And we'll be there from 5:30 to 7:30. Invite everyone to come on by, grab a drink, maybe some dinner, and we'll chat about what's going on in the city. One of the cool things that has happened to our libraries over the years is its evolution to digital media. And tomorrow, from 11 to 1, out at the Summerlin Library, there's going to be a little seminar on how to download ebooks onto your iPad, your tablet, whatever portable device you have, using something called the Overdrive Media app. Folks are invited to bring their own device with them to follow along, and reservations are required. 507-3866 to make those reservations. And then coming up in about 10 days, there's going to be a 3-week course in how to play the guitar for beginners. This could be a lifelong habit for you. So the first class will be at noon on Sunday, March 2nd. These classes are free and open to the public. They're going to be out at the Sahara West Library. And that's all we have, Mayor.
Thank you very much. And we'll go on to Councilwoman.
We're going to have a
Button.
We are going to have a pill take-back day sponsored by the Clark County School District Police Department and sponsored in part by our Ward 1 and other agencies, social agencies within the city of Las Vegas. We will have the recycling, we will have document shredding, we'll have household items, electronic items that will also be collected, and this will be from 9 until 12 p.m. on Saturday, February 22nd at Garside Junior High, 300 South Torrey Pines Drive, and that's close to Torrey Pines in Alta. So you really can't get very much lost there. I'd like to make a couple of comments about why this is so important, and I know that Councilman Beers has worked on the same type of thing. 40% of teens and almost an equal number of their parents think that abusing prescription painkillers is safer than abusing street drugs. Well, we've certainly seen by some of the prominent people who have died recently, locally and also nationally, that that is not the case. 57% of the people who acquire prescription drugs for abuse acquire them for friends or families, relatives. And 1 out of 25 teens say they take cough medicine to get high. And then on Sunday, the 23rd, the next day, from 2 o'clock until 4 o'clock, Trinity United Methodist Church will do a cleanup in Dexter Park. And if any of you want to help, you're certainly invited. And that Methodist Church has certainly helped us a lot in cleanup duties and other assets that are positive in Ward 1. And lastly, on Saturday, March 1st, we have our Puppy Love event at Woofter Park. And we hope you all come and bring your dogs, and we have prizes that are fun for the animals and fun for the humans too. So that's what we have planned in the next couple of weeks in Ward 1.
Thank you very much. Councilman Barlow.
Thank you, Mayor. Coffee with the Councilman will take place on Thursday, March 6th from 9 a.m. to 10 a.m. for coffee and conversation with myself and my staff. Please come on out. Also, I must admit that Coffee with the Councilman will sorely miss the presence of our friend to the community, Mr. Todd Farlow, who would come out to Coffee with the Councilman and wait, as he does here, to be the last person to speak with me, just as he waits until everyone is done to be the last person to speak to this council. And I'll always remember that about Todd. He always has something interesting and funny and educational to share with myself and my colleagues here on the council. So, Todd, may you forever rest in peace, and we'll most definitely celebrate March 6th in your honor at Coffee with the Councilman. In addition to that, Sunday, March 2nd, from 1 p.m. to 3 p.m., the Bluegrass Festival will continue inside of Lorenzi Park. The concert will be held on that Sunday, the first Sunday of every month, March 2nd. Come out to enjoy the music of local bluegrass bands playing traditional American music with banjos, fiddles, guitars, and mandolins. This is a free activity for the entire family to enjoy inside of the newly renovated Lorenzi Park. On February 24th at 11 a.m., I will reveal my new demonstration and trike. On Monday, February 24th at 11 a.m., I'm holding an event in the downtown community to promote sustainability and the use of alternate forms of transportation. I'll be unveiling my brand new trike So come on out and follow me around downtown. Many people know I'm an avid cyclist, and I found yet another way to get around the downtown community while I'm working in the downtown area. You'll see what this trike is all about and why it makes sense to travel on this trike throughout the downtown, which everyone is welcome to also purchase and use as an alternative form of transportation. So on Monday, 11 a.m., we'll begin on Stewart and 3rd in front of the Mob Museum. I'm sorry, yes, in front of the Mob Museum right across from the Mob Bar, and we'll go on a tour downtown. Also, the Neighborhood Partners Fund, NPF, grant program begins accepting applications on February 24th. Information will also be provided through the city's website under Apply for Neighborhood Grants, Neighborhood Partners Fund Grant Program, after the web page is updated this week by the IT department. Please refer all interested parties to the website for more information. And in addition to that, I also want to take the privileged mayor and council of sharing with the community that on last week I was appointed by Senator Harry Reid in the U.S. Senate to serve on a 10-man commission to the Commission on Hunger, which I am very elated and thankful of the appointment by the senator, and I look forward to representing the state of Nevada at the federal level as to how, in fact, we're going to design a program to cure hunger in America. And so I look forward to working with each and every one of you during that process to see how, in fact, we can accomplish this very important task. Thank you so very much.
Thank you, and we're so very proud of you on that appointment. We know you're going to fix it. So, Councilman Coffin.
Thank you, Mayor. Tomorrow afternoon, I don't know if you're coming, Your Honor, but on Thursday at 20th of February at 3:30, we're going to be breaking ground on the Las Vegas Wash pedestrian bridge near Lamb in Washington. It's going to be a real necessary link to pull the two ends of the trail together in a way that people can safely cross Lamb. I know that Todd would have been there because it's funny, we talked about trails all the time, and he came and talked to us about trails frequently. That was one of his major complaints about access to trails. Well, he was coming to this, and so we'll just maybe say a few words in Todd's honor tomorrow afternoon. At any event, that'll be at in the parking lot there at 930 North Lamb. And if anybody needs any more information, they can call us in our office at 229-4623. Then on March 6th, and I'm advancing things that are happening right after the next council meeting because it's important to get the word out early. This is going to be essentially a gang crimes kind of an educational session here in City Hall on March 6th from 8 in the morning till 11. And it'll be right here in our council chambers, and there will be free parking for people who attend at least 2 hours of that until we can see about getting an extra hour or two tacked onto that. But we're going to have Metro here and the multi-agency task team, which is more than Metro, to talk to us about what's going on in gang life these days and how they're morphing, and you've got new hybrid gangs that can't be easily labeled, in their origins and in the kind of business they do. And we're going to have another meeting on the gangs, too, in late spring at the East Las Vegas. But it's very important for people to know what is going on so they can recognize it, in their neighborhood or in their family. Some of these little notes on signs and on street signs and on walls are not all that harmless, and you need to know what is being said amongst people so you can learn something about that March 6th. The next week, Thursday, March 13th, you and I are both going to be there for the opening of Stupak Park, and you and I were there for the groundbreaking. Of course, for this and for the bridge, all members of the council are invited. This will be our newest park in Las Vegas, a 1/2 acre park, and it'll be surprising to you when you see how much you can put into one little 1/2 acre. And the UNLV soccer team will be there to put on a little clinic for kids. Kids from the Stupak Center will be over there. It's at a convenient time. Kids are coming out of John S. Park School and some of the others to be there at 3:30. So everybody's welcome to come over there, and it's right across the street from the Stupak Center. So the Stupak family will be there. We really want everybody to show up. That's Thursday, March 13th at 3:30. And then our last thing will be a shredding party. On the 15th of March, it's coming a little too soon for me and my income taxes. I'd very much like to have it on April 16th, but we're going to do this. Some people call them shredding events, some people call them shredding parties. That's my preference. In any event, folks, bring everything that you don't want people to see, stuff that you don't want to put in the trash, especially your income tax backup and documents. You don't have to keep that stuff forever, but it's better to get it out of the house and have it shredded. Don't throw it in the trash. That applies for anything personal, from prescription bottles to your tax returns. Do not trust the trash to be perfectly safe for your most personal, private things. Bring up to 5 boxes per vehicle, and sometimes we can take more. It depends on how long the line is. We'll take good care of them, and that's done in conjunction with one of the local organizations that'll be donating the truck. Thank you very much, Mayor.
Thank you, and I just have one announcement. Hopefully, Mayor Pro Tem Stavros Anthony will be there, because I think it's in your ward, to join us and some of the Valley's most talented young athletes on Saturday, March 1st, for the opening ceremonies of the Northwest Girls Softball League. We'll gather at Majestic Fields, located at Alexander and Wallapai, at 9 a.m. to pitch off what I'm sure will be a great softball season. Our next city council meeting will be held Wednesday, March 5th, God bless you, beginning at 9 a.m. here in city council chambers. And thank you, staff, for staying here with us and all that you do. And thank you, city council. You are all free to go home. This meeting is over. Thank you.